at its finest. Big crowd on hand as we wind down the meet. Just 10 days remain before we say goodbye. But we're not done yet. Champion runs today. A horse of the year, in fact. Torpedo Anna. 5 weeks ago, her 2025 debut, victorious in the Azeri. So what will she do today? Tucked away in her stall for now, as showtime approaches. Postcard kind of afternoon here in Hot Springs, temperature around 70 degrees. Not a cloud. Enthusiastic crowd, and the first of 12 races in about 20 minutes. From the infield, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pincay. This is always a significant day of thoroughbred racing, the Apple Blossom, Oaklawn's most prestigious race for fillies and mares. But this is different, along with the Grade 1 status, along with the $1.25 million purse. The presence of Torpedo Anna, the darling of North American racing, trying to become the first reigning horse of the year to win the Apple Blossom in 22 years. You put all that together, and that elevates everything. The Apple Blossom this evening on Fox Sports 1. And naturally, the America's Best Racing's race of the week field. Morning line, one defection. Noble Miss is out, so 6 of them. Mile in a 16th. Number 6, Torpedo Anna, odds-on favorite. Brian Hernandez to ride, the only jockey to have ever ridden Torpedo Anna. As I welcome in a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. Richie, given everything she's accomplished, like the hardware, the championship, the horse of the year, the 5 Grade 1 wins, what's at stake for Torpedo Anna this afternoon?
Well, she is the reigning horse of the year, and she'd like to, continue to lay claim to that crown. She's obviously very good. Her comeback was good. I think it was one of those races that she can build on. And listen, it's exciting. The cars were packed out on the Central Avenue getting in here this morning.
Rock star.
Yeah, so much so I had to park in the barn area just to get over to the set in time.
We were there that day. Torpedo Anna being led into the winner's circle, her 2025 debut, victorious in the Azeri. What did she show you in her first start as a 4-year-old?
I saw a lot of mental maturity. One thing that she had a tendency to do, particularly in her first start last year, was get pretty worked up, a little bit hot and over-revved, if you will. She was much more calculating and calm about it, and that speaks to mental maturity. She doesn't have to get much better physically as a 4-year-old. Look at her resume. But you like to see that kind of almost calm take over.
Yeah, against her own gender, 16-plus months since her last defeat against the girls. We'll see if that streak continues today, and looking to join this list of 3-year-old fillies, coming back at 4, winning the Apple Blossom, Untappable in 2015, and all the way back to Heavenly Prize in 1995. What would you say is the biggest obstacle for her today, Richie, Torpedo Anna?
I think the biggest obstacle for her is the filly drawn directly inside of her, and Where's My Ring, who was absolutely sensational in her allowance win here. Now, that was against much easier company, and she's going to be looking over at a champion. And then you find out what her character is about. But I saw a much different filly from 3 to 4 with Where's My Ring. Now, she's been well beaten by Torpedo Anna the 2 times they met. But I think the gap has narrowed considerably. Just one filly was more mature at 3, Torpedo Anna, and the other maybe has caught up a little bit at 4 in Where's My Ring.
But as we mentioned, Torpedo Anna back in the barn as we welcome in Acacia Clement to the broadcast with the reigning horse of the year.
Reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna may be known as a superstar in the world of horse racing and have plenty of adoring fans. But right now, she's in her stall and in her feed tub and totally unbothered by everything else going on around her, which is the demeanor that you love to see of a horse on race day. She's been very carefully handled as far as her training is concerned since her win in the Azeri, with some wet weather, some cold weather here at Oaklawn. Following that Azeri victory, Kenny McPeek opted to ship her over to Fairgrounds for a couple of weeks to train there before returning back here to Oaklawn for her final few preparations leading up to the Apple Blossom. In addition, 2 weeks ago on Arkansas Derby Day, not wanting to work her over a very wet track in the morning, opting instead to gallop her in the afternoon between races as she comes out to say, hello, I know you're talking about me and I know I'm ready for the big race day coming up ahead. How you feeling, Mama? Torpedo Anna, she's been training strongly and has mentally improved so much here as a 4-year-old, and we'll get a chance to see her put it out there on the track and see if she can pick up yet another Grade 1 victory. To call co-owner and breeder Judy Hicks interesting would be an understatement. The 74-year-old lifelong horsewoman, who is also a singer and entertainer, built Brookstown Farm with her husband from scratch, turning old tobacco barns into 99 stalls where she has brought countless foals into the world. One of them, that's where Torpedo Anna was born, from a dam by the name Satavis, who was just given to Judy, not making it to the racetrack because she was born prematurely, weighing only 60 pounds and standing 40 inches tall with a smashed hock to boot. Satavis wasn't given much chance. But then, when Judy decided to breed her to a son of Medaglia d'Oro by the name Fast Anna, well, magic would happen, bringing Torpedo Anna into the world. But Judy's life has not come without tragedy. But she says that with these foals being born on her farm, it has really brought purpose to her life. We'll learn more about Judy Hicks and her story a little later on in the show. Lafitte?
You don't want to miss that. Much more on Judy Hicks during our coverage on Fox Sports 1, the Apple Blossom this evening. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Just about to get rocking and rolling here at Oaklawn. The two graded stakes races, Count Fleet, Apple Blossom, and Aqueduct. The Top Flight, the featured event, race number 7. As we welcome in our friends from New York, standing by on set, Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with the first of 9 just around the corner at Aqueduct. Guys.
Yeah, thank you both. Looking forward to all that action out in Hot Springs today. Of course, yeah, as you mentioned, Top Flight featured later this afternoon, dealing with a wet track to get things started.
We are. And, we haven't had a lot of wet tracks lately, so it's been a bit of a surprise. Got some rain overnight. The good news is the rain has moved out, and we'll see what happens in today's card. Going throughout today's card, the Top Flight scratched down to 4 horses. The horse in the rail, Alpine Princess, will be a heavy, heavy favorite.
That is race 7. We're going to kick things off here. Just 3 minutes to post in the opener. 6.5 furlong sprint to kick off this Saturday card. That $10,000 claiming race. And right now it's the 6 horse on the outside. Thank You, John, who is favored at 2-1.
Just a week ago, Florent Geroux was at Maidan winning the Dubai World Cup, but now he's here for the real racing, riding the first at Aqueduct, a $10,000 claiming race.
$12 million race win on
Have
a 41-1
Maidan,
shot.
Florent. This is where you need to be.
Here's Gun Maestro with Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Could be forward, seems to be overmatched, surprised under 10-1.
Yokai Cantor Machivarn, Boss 302.
The positive you like this horse is, besides cutting back to a more appropriate distance, the best race he's ever run was on a muddy seal track.
Thought this horse could be tough today. Bronx Bomber.
I never think he can be tough. I picked him once. I still regret it, but he did win 2 starts back.
9-year-old. It was a lot of in-the-money finishes. Persistent Danger went by at 5-1. Here's Lord Captain.
I picked Persistent Danger. I thought a little interesting on the trainer switch. Lord Captain, not sure what to do with a horse that Linda Rice claimed. Comes back with no waiver 7 months later.
And here is the Dubai World Cup winning rider on Hit's show, Florent Geroux.
Yeah, listen, he is dangerous in this race. He's a horse that has more of a career of not getting it done than getting it done in live spots, and the barn has been a bit cold, but he's also the potential lone speed in here.
Get signed up, play everything this afternoon with Naira Bets. Join now, get a $25 free bet and that $200 deposit match. Use this limited time code TV25 to sign up. Get that $25 free play today only, right there at NairaBets.com. Let's head downstairs, check in for the first time today with Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Andy. It's a cold day. The sideways rain just about stopped. It was actually sleeting a little bit before the first race, at least when the horses were parading around. But it looks like the rain has gone out of here. But it's a little bit of a cold day, but not too bad in here. But I'll start with the 2 horse in here, Boss 302 for Sylvester Gonzalez and the Catamachi barn. I thought this horse would get bet a little bit more. Claim from the Rick Dutrow barn, and like Andy says, cutting back in distance in here, could help this horse. But I'm kind of not against. I was gonna pick the 2 in this race until the 4 walked by me, to be honest with you. The 4 and the 6. Obviously, Thank You, John, is very, very dangerous from that outside slot. But I just couldn't get over the appearance of the 4. The 4 looked tremendous. The blinkers go on. So A horse that hasn't been too successful over wet tracks. I think it might change today. I just think this horse outlooked the field. So I'll go with Persistent Danger.
Andy, Paul agree here in this opening race coming up 4-1 on the 4-horse.
Always happy when LaDuca agrees with me. I greatly respect his opinion. My feeling with this horse was that it's in decent form. I like the trainer switch to Antonio Arriaga. He's going to be a slightly better price. It's a very hard race to have a strong opinion. There's sort of more questions than answer. Boss 302 comes back just 8 days after failing, but I think 1.1 miles too far for him. And he ran well enough to be competitive here, and he may like a wet track. He can win. I don't know what to do with Lord Captain, another horse who's run races fast enough to win, but what do you do with a horse claimed in September by Linda Rice that hasn't run for 7 months since that claim and ran a terrible race, comes back as a gelding, no waiver. I don't know if that's good or bad, though. I don't know what it means.
Meanwhile, the pace scenario in this race, there's not much of it, is there? Is it Thank You John potentially on the outside, who's the one in front?
Listen, one thing about Florent is a take-no-prisoners type rider. He's a guy who's not afraid to send him the lead, and unless the one goes on a mission, this horse is supposed to be loose here. He's unreliable. He's had good spots before. He's the horse to beat, though, on the outside. I don't think there's any question about it, and that's why he's favored.
Pick 5 pool. Approaching $180,000 in here. Yeah, 8-5. Thank you, John, from the outside post. We'll see if Florent Giroux is aggressive and takes command early on in this race. We have a good race coming up in the second with some names you probably know. Rodney, Bold Journey, Surveillance, and Just Beat the Odds, who ran magnificent last time out. That's going to be a fun race that we look forward to in race 2. Here we go with the opener, though. On our Saturday card, Chris Griffin to get us started.
Is in Lord Captain. Thank You, John, to the outside. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Ask for speed at the rail is Gun Maestro. Wants to be up with the leaders as they're lined up. Thank You, John is on the far outside, is in the early fray with Persistent Danger right there. These three across the racetrack, and they're well spread apart. And now Keen was Gun Maestro, wants to take back. Hernandez Moreno does take back, is going to stalk from third. They press on, and Thank You, John is a neck in front of Persistent Danger, who holds the rail position. Now moving to the outside there was Gun Maestro, about to be challenged towards the outside here from Bronx Bomber, who's on the move through a 22-3 opening quarter mile. And Bronx Bomber is really coming up to leaders now. Here's Bronx Bomber with a 3-wide run, was tugging Jose Gomez to the front, and they're 3 across the racetrack. The 2 at the back, that's Boss 302. And far back, Lord Captain not keeping up with the field so far. At the rail is Persistent Danger. In between horses, Thank You, John is trying to pick it up, but is losing ground to Bronx Bomber, who's 3 wide. Gun Maestro in the orange silks is trying to rally on from fourth. Persistent Danger has kicked away. Thank You, John has lost some ground, now moves towards the inside and starts to re-rally a bit. Gun Maestro in the center of the racetrack. Bronx Bomber, a furlong left to go, and they're chasing Persistent Danger. Persistent Danger has a 16th left to get. Gun Maestro on the far outside, but it's going to be Persistent Danger to win the opener. Gun Maestro second, then Bronx Bomber. And Thank You, John, in 1 minute 17.60 seconds.
Persistent Danger obliges. Well done, Paul and Andy, with this one at 5-1 to start this Saturday card here at Aqueduct.
And a good ride by Maddie Oliver. Put the blinkers on, and she was aggressive. She never allowed the 6 to get away. 6 never really got comfortable in this race. And interesting about the 1, right? The 1 who was right there and sort of ended up re-rallying and coming on for second. But no doubt about winner Persistent Danger. Off the trainer change for trainer Antonio Arriaga.
5-1 upset, 3-2 favorite defeated to kick off the Saturday action here in South Ozone Park, New York. Maddie Oliver, good for her for Antonio Arriaga, as mentioned. Top Gun Racing Stable, 6th career win. Well, we talked about these connections, the big win they had recently. One of the richest races on the planet. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux with that Dubai World Cup win with Hit Show. They will team up again in the top flight. Our Saturday feature coming up in the 7th with Alpine Princess.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back just in time. The opener from Oaklawn. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, the historic Ohio Club. Not far from the track. It'll be packed tonight after the Apple Blossom and the big crowd here at Oaklawn.
Oh, it absolutely will
Look
be.
at that.
And talk about an ambiance. I mean, you feel like you've stepped back into a speakeasy. It's really an incredible place.
Such a cool town. Such a cool town. Much more than just a racing town today. Yeah, it's a racing town. Apple Blossom Saturday in the field for the first of 12 on track. Let's meet this field of Arkansas breds. $50,000 maiden claimers, all for sale. All winless. Fillies and mares, mile in a 16th. Zenzora, 18-1 outsider.
Yeah, he's going to have to really improve from what she's shown up to this point.
Kelsey Har won the last race yesterday. There's Kava, 9-race maiden.
Yeah, but drops back in class after a decent effort with a 10-pound apprentice. Now you get a journeyman rider.
Kia Michi, contender, second choice.
She's just run, consistent figures, and I liked her stretch-out race last time.
Melania T, the 9-5 morning line favorite, Overlay.
Yeah, moving back up in company, but her buyer figures are consistently higher than most of this field.
Call Sadie, second in her latest.
Really good sprinting, drops in class, but her pedigree screams sprinting, especially on the female side of the family.
Good to see Ramon Vasquez in the saddle. Mo Enchanted, he was dumped after the start of the last race yesterday.
They had some races last year that would be competitive. The recent race is not quite as good.
Beecha and Torpedo Anna's jockey.
Also dropping in class, but is going to have to improve.
Zeddy to the outside.
Another one that's going to have to improve. You get a 10-pound break in the weights.
2 minutes out till the opener here at Oaklawn Park on this Apple Blossom Saturday as we check in with Acacia.
And Lafitte, we'll start off with Call Sadie. As Mig just mentioned, the pedigree does lean much more towards sprint, and while physically there is a little bit of length to her frame, it's her demeanor that I worry about with her stretching out. Typically, as you see horses going longer for the first time, you like to see them reserving some of that energy. Not really the case with this filly. They saddled her outside in the winner's circle, very revved up, getting the tack on. She has settled a bit more out on the track, but she's gotten herself a bit warm. She's been a little bit revved up just in general throughout the preliminaries in here. Like I said, happy to see her settling out there, but she just really does not strike me as the type of horse with the demeanor that could go longer. But certainly the drop in class should help. And she has been breaking slowly and kind of rushing up in her races. So maybe longer will give her a chance to get into the race. I like the number 3, Kiamichi, who the last time she ran at this level of competition was sprinting 2 starts back. And she ran fine that day, finishing in 3rd, close to the 2nd place finisher. Last time out, her first start going long, she was pressing 3 wide throughout, and physically I thought that she looks like one who should appreciate distance a bit more. So her first time running for a claiming tag when going a distance of ground, the 1 1/16 in here yet again. Also watching that last replay back in March, it looked on the video like she was totally washed out. While she did get a little bit warm behind, very settled today, which I appreciate seeing. The number 7, Beecha, she's surprised. She's taking some attention down from that 20-1 morning line, but I thought that she was a bit intriguing. I know that she's done very little running in her 3 races so far, but they have been against Maiden Special Weight Company. And last time out, she was off slow. She actually did make a little bit of a late rally. Physically, though, I just couldn't get past her. She looked so great, really well turned out. And again, you know, at this level, sometimes the ones that just look best really do stand out. And that was the case with her. So felt that she was worth a little bit of a mention if she can improve and get into the race a little bit more. She does pick up Brian Hernandez for the first time in here, too. Of course, he is a date with a big mare a little bit later on. And then finally the 4, Melania T. She's also one of the contenders as she's stepping up in class a little bit. I know that she's run okay against tougher going longer, but physically built much more like a sprinter as well. So I do wonder if these really are the right conditions for her, Lafitte.
You believe, Richie, this could be the right condition for her, Melania T.
I do. I mean, she has run figures more than fast enough to win here. She came off of a layoff, had a sprint, was a good effort for a maiden 25. Now she moves back up in company, but I think with that race under her belt, she could take a step forward, and she's already proven to be fairly proficient at the longer distances.
A great shot with the fillies and mares, the jockeys, game faces on for this first of 12 races on this Apple Blossom Saturday. Final check of the toe board reading 2-1. Call Sadie, the favorite, the opener. Matt Dinneman standing by. Race 1, Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2.
2 back. Melania T, post position number 4. And then to the outside post, Zeddy. To round out the field, we've got 12 races on our card today, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running on Apple Blossom Day 2025. Mo Enchanted went to her knees at the start, stumbled badly, and is now second to last early, trying to make up some ground. Zeddy from the far outside post, clearing off from the field here, getting to the rail. And Zeddy, quick, leads by 2.5 lengths in the early stages. Melania T runs in second. Kiamichi is right behind her. Mo Enchanted, after the bad break, has recovered. She's fourth now, just ahead of Beecha and Zanzora. They run as a pair. Call Sadie second to last. And Kava whips them in as they approach the backstretch run. 10 lengths from first to last, and Zeddy strings them out under Amanda Post and the Apprentice. Leads by 2.5. Melania T in chase mode second. She's 1.5 lengths in front of Mo Enchanted and Kiamichi to the inside. Space of 2.5 more to Zanzora. Beecha to the outside. Call Sadie moving through to try to come between that pair, and Kava still trails as they're halfway home. It's still Zeddy loose up top. The margin's only 1.5 lengths now. Melania T still right behind her. Mo Enchanted is next. Kiamichi finds herself between horses, shaken up a little bit as she goes into the turn. Zanzora is joining her. Then comes Beecha. She's lost some position. Cole Sadie sent upon just a little bit now, tries to get closer, and a gap of 2 to Kava as they round the far turn. Zeddy neck in front. Melania T turning up the pressure. Mo Enchanted 3 wide right there. Cole Sadie getting farther out. She's 4 deep, and the swing off the corner. Kiamichi is dropped back. She's done. Beecha plotting in place. Kava caught wide. inside, coming off the turn, trying to pass them all. 3/16 to go. Mo Enchanted in the 3-path pounces on the early leaders and takes command now. And Mo Enchanted opens up 2.5 lengths with a 16th to go. Zeddy just trying to hold on for second at this point. She's got a good shot to do it, but she cannot beat Mo Enchanted, who streaks clear to break the maiden. Second home was Zeddy, then Melania T, and Cole Sadie, who was fourth across the finish.
Mo Enchanted, the life of a jockey in thoroughbred racing. Ramon Vasquez unseated in the last race in the starting gate on a first-time starter. Right back to work today and rides the winner in the opener at 11-1, Mo Enchanted.
Man, worked out a really nice trip and was in the right spot. Ramon Vasquez, a rider that we got familiar with over last summer in Saratoga, a good rider. Just goes to show you just how tough these men and women are. You know, tumbled, just walk it off, get back in the saddle.
Unfazed.
And how about the improved effort from the 8, Zeddy, under a 10-pound apprentice, Amanda Poston. Really improved speed from either one of her first 2 tries.
Good run from Kava, closing well, very, very wide. Stumbled at the start, 6-8-4-5 here. Greg there. Persistent Danger, 5-1 to kick off the early pick 5.
Yeah, it's given out by both Andy Serling and Paul LaDuca. Both like this 6-year-old, adding blinkers. Maddie over aboard for Antonio Arriaga.
Yeah, did well off the trainer, changed to Arriaga, and Maddie gave the horse the right ride, being aggressive, staying the inside and getting it done. Seems like there's nothing wrong with the inside. One re-rallied for second, but you see a happy Maddie Oliver there, and she has a good reason to be happy.
$12 winner to kick off this Saturday card with that big long shot. Yeah, Gun Maestro re-rallying to provide a $54 plus exacta for $1 in this opening race. Move on to race 2, start of the early pick 4. Good race here coming up. 6 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field, where right now just beat the odds. 4-5 off an incredible improvement and a huge effort off a long layoff last start.
I mean, if this is an indication of who this horse is, going out for the same connections who have another pretty good sprinter in their barn, your current favorite horse, great, Crazy Mania, the horse that won the...
Crazy Mason.
Crazy Mason. They knew this horse was going to win last time. The one thing I'd say is different is that with the presence particularly of Rotney, you're going to have speed in this race. And Just Beat the Odds got away with a very soft pace last time. I'm not suggesting the horse didn't run well. He ran extremely well, but the pace really helped him in there. And I think it's a different scenario today, especially the presence of Rotney, who has speed and likes a wet track, who I'm going to try to upset the field with mild upsets, like the second or third choice.
All right, be fun to see, though, yeah, if he can repeat this kind of effort, maybe even move forward off it, Just Beat the Odds, the 4. Maybe we're going to see him in graded stakes races next.
He'd be a great complement for the connections with Crazy Mania because he has speed, and Crazy Mania comes from 100 legs behind. So I agree. That was a very good effort by him. Can he keep going forward from it?
All right, that race coming up momentarily. Again, the featured later today, mile and 1/8. Top Flight Invitational. Couple of scratches in here. The 2 and the 5, they come out. And Alpine Princess was already going to be short. Now likely going to be shorter.
I think some people will have some issues with the fact that Alpine Princess hasn't run well on wet tracks. And I don't disagree with that notion. But Brad Cox, I agree with more what I sort of read a clip from him, and I'm not quoting him. But he made the suggestion it's more circumstantial. And I think with a smaller field, and while headline hunt numbers and elliptical may well be in front of her, I think you're going to see Florent come out and try to be aggressive with her. I think she's going to be very hard to beat. I know she took a tough loss at 3-5 in this Cumley behind Pretty Anna, who has that big pedigree. She's related very closely to Gunrunner. She was against the track when second in the Houston Ladies Classic. She was wide against a good rail that day, and I'm not going to hold her race against Torpedo Anna against her last time out. I'm not trying to beat her. I wish I liked somebody else in here. I don't.
4-time winner, just shy of $500,000 in earnings. And yeah, Florent Giroux, Brad Cox, they will team up again as the favorite in that one with Alpine Princess. Still to come, the big matchup, and Alpine Princess took a try at her last time out, trying to face the reigning horse of the year, as did the all-time leading Louisiana-bred earner in the history of the sport. Free Like a Girl, horse of a lifetime indeed for these connections. Her story when we come back.
They're off at the Naira Betts Haskell
in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finish.
on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Welcome back on this terrific Saturday of Thoroughbred Racing. You're watching America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Downtown Hot Springs, where most of the town is likely here at Oaklawn this afternoon, and that's the reason why. The $1.25 million Apple Blossom, of course, the big draw, the headliner, Torpedo Anna, but it's not a one filly or mare race. Number 3, Free Like a Girl, trying to spring the upset in a easy mare to root for given her background. And she's already in the record books, the richest Louisiana bred of all time, Free Like a Girl, which seems next to impossible given her humble beginnings. It's rags to riches. Yeah, that's part of the story. The other is this improbable journey for a mother and daughter.
We had her older brother. We broke and trained him. We actually broke the track record going 2.5 with him in Louisiana. So when it came time for her the next year to come up to the yearling sale, we went and looked at her, and we kind of knew we wanted to get her. We liked her brother. Budget was like $5,000. We got the $5,000 on the bid. We didn't have the bid. We were the underbidder, and Dad looks at me and goes, well, you know, she shows up to be something one day, you'll kick yourself. Offer $55, go from there. Dad and the other partner were already partners, so we were trying to figure out if we wanted a piece or not. And my daughter had a show pony that the original owner, Mr. Bruno, had given her. It was absolutely amazing. She was making him a jumper, and he colicked on us. We did surgery, and so Mr. Gerald, being who he is, and he's been a family friend, offered her $1,000 or a piece of the filly, and my kid, being game as she is, one of the pieces of the filly, and she's been along for the ride ever since.
She's my first racehorse, and I technically have another one, but she's like my heart one, because I saw her and just instantly fell in love. Watching her race is really cool, but I get really nervous, because when she's in the gate, I hold my breath, and then when she gets out, I like finally breathe, and in the home stretch, I'm like just trying not to just faint, because I'm not holding my breath at all. She's just amazing.
Free Like a Girl trying to tag her. Free Like a Girl, all racehorse.
She is the queen of the barn. I mean, she's been a blessing, amazing. She's definitely routine-based, and she just loves her job. And we love watching her just because she goes out there every day and does what she wants to do and loves it.
It's like, what's your favorite part of the story? Choose your adventure. Rags to riches, mother, daughter. And like David and Goliath today, this Louisiana-bred mare taking on the reigning horse of the year in the Apple Blossom.
She's just special. I mean, the whole story is great from every angle. And this will be the 50th start of her career. She's truly a throwback kind of a thoroughbred, you know, with that durability, shows up. And to be the richest Louisiana bred of all time is no small task. I mean, there have been some great horses. I mean, such a rich history in Louisiana, the horsemen, the jockeys, the horses, and she stands alone as the top money winner. And I don't know who would, in the near future, be able to surpass her because of that durability. The fact that she's, you know, able to string together 50 starts and maybe even more going forward. I love my horses like the way I love my people. Honest and hardworking. She embodies all of that.
Yeah, then you love Free Like a Girl, Maggie. The final chapter, after all.
That's right, Lafitte. And in those 49 starts thus far, she has been first or second 34 times. And her trainer, Chassis Pommier, saying that she leaves me speechless every time she walks on the racetrack. And so she will let Free Like a Girl do the talking. As I spoke to Chassis earlier today, she said, no, this isn't her likely last start of her career. She is eyeing the La Troyenne, but that they truly take each start at a time. And Free Like a Girl tells them if she still wants to do it. And as Chassis said, she is still as enthusiastic and full of herself as ever. And for a 6-year-old mare, that speaks volumes. And you can see it. I mean, with her game performance last time in the Azeri behind Torpedo Anna, she literally just shows up. And to dive even deeper into the whole family affair aspect, Chassis also said that they do have a band of about 6 broodmares already, which obviously Free Like a Girl will join at some point, but that her brother Kyle is kind of managing that. And so Free Like a Girl has truly brought this entire family together, and it's a family devoted to racing and devoted to their Louisiana queen.
Bringing the family together as horses often will. That's the story. Richie, then the X's and O's on paper. What needs to happen to give Free Like a Girl to pull off what would be considered a monumental upset?
Well, I think it all depends on, you know, the race within the race, right? We've got Wild About Hillary has some speed on the outside, although speaking with their connections, that they're not committed to going to lead. They're going to come out running. I think it's what Where's My Ring does at some point in the middle of the race, and if Torpedo Anna and Where's My Ring really get engaged and things heat up in the middle of the race, that is going to help Free Like a Girl very much.
What a story, what a race. Tonight, the Apple Blossom on Fox Sports 1 as our coverage continues here from Oaklawn and much more from Aqueduct. Greg, gearing up for race 2.
Which, I mean, this really feels like a stakes race, even though it's just an allowance optional claiming group. Few of these we've seen in stakes before, and I think very short time we're going to see Just Beat the Odds in stakes company.
Well, we've got Surveillance, who's been running in stakes recently. We've got the 1 and 2 of both won stakes races, so you're absolutely right. And clearly this horse, and the public loves nothing more than a now horse. And both of us, I think Just Beat the Odds obviously can win. Even money in this field, in my opinion, is going overboard. I think the morning liner maker kind of knew it was going to be short, making him 7-5, but even money's awfully short.
Here's Bold Journey, and he is certainly graded stakes tested, former graded stakes winner.
He's handled wet tracks before. The concern with him is the lack of speed in the race, and he really hasn't gotten back to his good form. But maybe third off the layoff, he's ready to run his good races. Good races certainly win here.
Another battle-tested runner here, Rodney, 11-time winner for Mike Maker.
I'm just hoping he can pop the gate and wire the field here with Javier. He likes a wet track, and if he can get clear, he can beat these.
Ridgewood runner, 8-1 for Carlos Martin.
Should be forward in here, but even his very best race, probably not good enough.
5-year-old debut for this horse here. He became a different animal.
Yeah, we'll find out. Is he improved like Crazy Mason? If he is, he's going to win this race, but I would not take even money to find out.
And Surveillance, Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche, over $1 million in earnings.
Coming back just a week after the Carter, but Linda Rice has good numbers off of short rest, and he's another horse. While he hasn't won recently, he has run some fast races.
So even money, Just Beat the Odds, who look like a completely different horse, Paul, in that 5-year-old return. And we're going to see more of the same today.
Question, Greg. It's a good question. I was talking to Gregory Sacco's son, who actually, saddled the horse today, and he basically said this horse was a brand new horse after they gelded this horse in early March and then came out and just destroyed a field. You know, if you look at the horse's race record, Just Beat the Odds, he had a lot more seconds than he did have wins. So they decided to geld him, and they thought that that would get him past like the line a little bit or give him that extra punch. And boy, did it work last time out. So I get it. He's the one to beat in here. I'm kind of with Andy. I do think Rodney does enhance a little bit more with the speed, the inside post, and does a horse that does like the mud. And when you look at a lot of this field, a lot of these horses, besides the 5, Surveillance, who I'll talk about next for Linda Rice, you know, this horse gets Lasix back on, but this is the only horse that hasn't won over a sloppy racetrack and is 0 for 6 at Aqueduct. And seems like lately at age 8, he's just been punching in too many seconds and thirds for me. You know, I think the horse that's getting ignored is the one, Bold Journey. I don't understand why that horse right now is those odds. If you go back and look, I get it. This horse is back in 2023 was a really nice horse. Now it's tailed off, obviously, since going over to Dubai and going over to, Saudi Arabia and in Dubai, and he kind of just like went sideways. And in the Tom Fool last time, he bobbled really badly at the start. I just think he's the other horse in here. He's a horse that likes the mud, and I think this horse has got a big shot. And, you know, I don't think Mr. Mott would have put this horse in the Tom Fool if this horse wasn't ready. So I'm just looking for Bold Journey to get back to some of that late or that back form in 2023, Greg.
So Bold Journey, third off a long time away, and we'll see if he can break better. His first 2 starts back this year, said issues getting out of the gate in both.
Yeah, I have some concerns. Now, to be fair, he's coming out of a couple races that were dominated up front. Full Moon Madness was the speed. Cyclone Mischief was able to wire at Gulfstream at a very slow pace. The question is he going to get more pace to run at today? That's really the question. Now, since I like Rodney, I'm kind of hoping he doesn't, and Rodney's able to get away with the relatively soft pace up front. But I do think there's a lot to be said for what Paulie said. This horse has very good back form. I'm just wondering if and when we're going to see it. But we might see it today.
Javier Castellano on Rodney, the New York bred. Over $700,000 in his bankroll. And we will see if he does take command. Look at that start to the card at Oaklawn, by the way. Mo and Chan at 25.80 to begin the Saturday action in Hot Springs.
I didn't have it, Greg.
Nor did I.
I wish I did. I wish I did. I couldn't have had it. I'm looking at it now. I couldn't have had it.
Well, back to this even money favorite. So Just Beat the Odds. 10 prior starts. Certainly, it's shown talent. Had 3 prior wins, 5 runner-ups, but then comes back as a 5-year-old. A 97 career best, Beyer speed figure, dominates a field by 6 lengths, is forward, draws off, lot to like.
They knew. They absolutely knew. This was a race that had like 4 or 5 of them coming off significant layoffs, and this was the only one that got bet. He went off at 2-1, and he was bet the entire way through, and he certainly didn't look like a 2-1 shot on paper. He looked like a 2-5 shot during the course of the race, but he also got away with a soft pace. And while Ferrand can try to be aggressive here, I don't think he's fast enough to run with the likes of Rodney. If Rodney still has his speed, and even the horse inside him as well, Ridgewood Runner. So I don't see him getting the same kind of trip. Doesn't mean he can't win, but I do wonder a little bit if able to control last time the way he did made his job easier. And at 4-5, I think he's overbet in this race. You got to be careful with 1-number horses, and he is a 1-number horse at this point.
No question. And it gets, it's a different kind of track again this afternoon.
Tougher field,
no question.
He's going to be very tough if he runs his last race. I'm not saying that, but we'll see if he does. It's a very different circumstance, and for my money, he's overbet here.
He'll load next. Odds on. Very short price. See if he can back up that brilliant return. There he is. Back on March the 9th. Set for race number 2 here and kick off this early pick 4. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Surveillance. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broke well. Just Beat the Odds right out to the front and has company from Surveillance the Gray towards the outside. Getting the worst of it was Rodney. Just got shuffled back there as the two outer markers now came over on the field, and the top two have cleared off. It's going to be Surveillance, who's in front. Clears off from Just Beat the Odds, who's content to go back to second. Rotney is rushing up here for Castellano. It's just moving forward. Got caught in that traffic up the backstretch. Has now taken second. Really had to work to get there through a 23-second flat opening quarter mile. Shoved along towards the back is Ridgewood Runner, who's second to last, and Bold Journey is the trailer. Surveillance is in front and has the speed. Just Beat the Odds was stalking there for Giroux, and now here comes Just Beat the Odds. Is back for more, is to the inside of Rotney, who worked hard in that opening quarter mile. They reach the top of the stretch, 45 and 4. That half-mile time, Surveillance is trying to sprint away. Just Beat the Odds was confidently handled, is trying to make up the ground, but Surveillance is a very stubborn foe towards the inside and keeps going. Surveillance is holding off Just Beat the Odds so far. A 16th left to go. Just Beat the Odds is trying to time it up perfectly. Surveillance is holding on. Surveillance wins it. Surveillance over Just Beat the Odds. Then came Rotney to finish third in 1 minute 9.27 seconds.
It's Surveillance coming out of that race with Just Beat the Odds stablemate Crazy Mason, who's reeled off 3 in a row, who gets the win here. 11th win of this millionaire's career.
And a great job by Kendrick Carmouche getting clear in a very moderate first quarter with this horse. It seems like Rotney didn't really get out of the gate, and then Javier steadied him back to last, made a big middle run to get up that close pace, but he obviously can't be effective that way. And because of that, the pace ended up being tepid. Giroux was confident sitting second behind this horse. He's probably second-guessing himself now and thinking maybe I should have forced the pace a little bit more. He had the whole stretch to get by, and while he got close at the end, it never seemed like Just Beat the Odds had that sort of oomph in him to get by him.
5-4, 2-1 finish. Surveillance, Linda Rice, winning move stable. Kendrick Carmouche 5-2 to take the second on the Saturday card from Aqueduct. Prices when we come back. We'll look ahead to the feature as well. Where's My Ring? She faced Torpedo Anna twice last year. She was no match in the Kentucky Oaks and the Acorn. She seems a lot more ready for the task this afternoon. We'll have a preview coming up.
Not so much the trophies, but I love to collect her saddle cloths after she wins the races, and they're up along the ceiling up here. My husband had replicas made of the things they put over the horse's neck when they win, and these are all done in silk.
Will she take home an apple blossom saddle towel this evening? Judy Hicks, fascinating story, that feature on Fox Sports 1 later on this evening. And Richie, just what a journey for her, given her role in all of this with Torpedo Anna.
Well, she goes right back to the very genesis, the beginnings of this with planning the mating, and then...
That's not Torpedo Anna, by the way.
Wow, that's a really handsome dog, though.
Be about as heavy.
He's a lap dog.
Thanks.
But, you know, to foal Torpedo Anna out, to raise her there on their farm, what an incredible journey, a labor of love and a true passion. And you could just see how much all those mementos from her success means to her.
Mm-hmm. They're before the beginning, essentially. Judy Hicks, that feature tonight, Fox Sports. First running of the Apple Blossom. Let's meet the field for the second. 2 minutes out as they hit the track moments ago. The entry 2 for 1, you're getting 5 to 1. 'Twas Lola, Jane Elliott. Second half of the entry, Georgia on He's Mine.
Yeah, 'Twas Lola, probably the more fancied of the two, comes off a good effort, steps up in company.
Wampus Kitten, draws the rail.
Draws the rail, doesn't have much speed, but drops to the lowest level she's ever competed at.
No pay, no hay, claim from Kim Poole by Steve Manley.
Yeah, and he's just going to have to step up. 2 races back were decent, but it's going to have to find a little bit more.
Outsider, New Woman, then the lukewarm favorite here, Sthenic, 3 to 1.
Yeah, good effort for $20,000, drops to the $16,000 level, will be closing.
Charlena on race since mid-January.
That would be a surprise. Going to have to find a race faster than we've ever seen from her.
Spin the Breeze now with Danny Pish.
Has some races going back, was claimed for 12.5, steps back up, but current form would not get it done.
Louis Q aboard. The number 8 are ready for wine at 30 to 1 would be a big surprise.
Yeah, another one that would be pretty much a shocker.
Chica Arma, Christian Torres, second in the standings.
Yeah, started the day 1 behind Francisco Arrieta. These two are putting on quite a show. Would have to step forward a little bit, but last race was decent.
Speaking of which, there he is, Francisco Arrieta and Sabres.
And this is where I'd land because I want a new face in this crowd, and Sabres coming in from Southern California.
Chipotle Pepper to the outside at 9 to 1.
The main speed, Chipotle Pepper should be leading the way here, and speed's always dangerous, particularly in these lower level races.
Wide open, $16,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. For the second of 12 at Oaklawn, we check in with Maggie, trackside.
You know, Lafitte, I've been doing this job for quite a while now, and I still can't decide if it's a good thing or a bad thing. If I'm in the paddock and the horse that catches my eye repeatedly, and I look down on paper and I'm like, well, I might get a decent enough price, and then I come out and I look at the board and they're favorite. That is what has happened with Sthenic in here, and she looks phenomenal, and she is taking a lot of money. She is well muscled. She is one that doesn't, at least, you know, in her past performances, possess that much early speed, but she is fairly sharp today. She's been equipped with some earplugs, but nonetheless, she looks like a filly that maybe with a bit more of a drop in class should put herself, hopefully, in the mix a little bit, because there isn't at least that much apparent speed on paper. But from the overall standpoint, looking at her physically, she does look best in this field. Moving on to one that's your second choice, Sabres here. She's had a lot of chances, and I know she's coming in from Southern California, so maybe that's a good thing, but she's been competing at this level out there. And for the most part, I do think some of these Oaklawn races are a little bit tougher overall. And while she looks great in her coat, she's well turned out from that perspective. She's one that doesn't possess that much speed, at least in California, where they do go pretty fast. But she lacks a hind end. She just looks weak behind. And for me, that's one of my biggest, turning points of whether I like a horse or not. That steered me away from her. I do think number 11, Chipotle Pepper, is dangerous because she, as Mick said, looks like the speed on paper. She was saddled outside. She, obviously acting like a speed type of horse, can get herself pretty riled up. She didn't, though. She's held it together beautifully. She looks so strong in her hindquarters. For me, I respect the favorite wholeheartedly, but give me some speed on the outside with Chipotle Pepper. Lafitte?
Pedal to the metal right from the start.
Yeah,
Marty Schwann, Richie.
Chipotle Pepper's weapon is her speed. I wouldn't take it away from her. Let her roll on. One of her best races was her first start at Oaklawn when she opened up a 4-length lead, only to be collared late.
See if Maggie can up at the winner's circle, Richie.
I'm going to go with Sabres just because I wanted a new face, although I'm not as confident after listening to Maggie.
Nothing would surprise us here. Wide open. Race 2, Apple Blossom Day. Matt Ditterman standing by. Race 2, Oaklawn live on Fox Sports 2.
He'll be the last one to go in as they've loaded Chipotle Pepper. We're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful beginning. Chipotle Pepper from the far outside steps on the gas as an arrow lead early. 'Twas Lola to the inside, matching her. And these two get acquainted, putting a length and a half on Wampus Kitten, who runs in third with New Women. Charlene is in that group, and so is Chica Arma 4 deep. A gap of 3 to No Pay No Hay with Georgia on his mind. Stenik next in the field with Sabres. They're 4 clear of Spin the Breeze, hustled along in the second last position. And Ready for Wine has been out sprinted as they go into the far turn. Matchup on the lead. Outside it's the gray Chipotle Pepper. Inside 'twas Lola, now a half length back. Chipotle Pepper has the edge with 3 furlongs to go. 2.5 to Wampus Kitten sent along. A similar back to Georgia on his mind, who's plummeting through the field. Chica Arma under the stick at the quarter pole. Charlena being asked for more. She's 5 behind under a drive. Stenik gets to the outside, begins a move down the center of the track. They come down the lane. Chipotle Pepper still clear. Wampus Kitten chasing second. Far outside. Stenik into third. Furlong left to go. Chipotle Pepper gets to the rails, still clear. 'Twas Lola re-rallying into second. Wampus Kitten flattening out, but it's Chipotle Pepper and Martine Schwann to go gate to wire. 'Twas Lola second. Photo for the show to Stenik and Wampus Kitten.
The theft from the outside, pedal to the metal indeed. 7-1. Well done, Maggie. Chipotle Pepper, no catching her on this afternoon.
Yeah, nice price here on Chipotle Pepper. Good call, Maggie. And we've seen this consistently throughout this meeting here at Oaklawn Lafitte, where outside speed just seems to get the run of the race. They get into the race the right way. They get into the right kind of rhythm. And she was going comfortable throughout, opened up a clear lead, and she needed a little bit of a cushion. I think the worst thing a rider can do is wait on the closers. You don't want to outkick the kickers. You want to put some separation.
Creating that separation and holding Bay late. Chipotle Pepper was 9-1 at the gate, 7-1 at post time, 11-1-2-5 here. Chipotle Pepper taking it right to him right from the start in the second trip to the winner's circle.
Yeah, gets it done. Looked very comfortable. Nice effort from 'twas Lola. She looked like she was put away and actually tried to re-rally, so you got to give her high marks for how game she was.
Martine Schwann, however, didn't finish the race with all the equipment. Watch this, Richie. The crop.
Yeah. He's using his reins to motivate.
I missed it.
They're throwing holds at Chipotle Pepper, and sometimes it's
little bit of a glare. Take another look here. I didn't see where he lost the crop, but he loses the crop.
Okay, he switched to his left hand here. Got to use it one time left-handed there. Another time. He goes to go back to his right hand.
There it goes.
And it just went over the top. What you do is you'll change your rein, Lafitte, and then you'll come back and catch it with your right hand, your thumb. And he just didn't make the catch.
Didn't make a difference in the end on this afternoon. Chipotle Pepper, 11-1-2-5 in the second here at Oaklawn Park. When we come back, guess what? More Torpedo Anna. She's back at Oaklawn, perfect in 2 starts. Last year's Fantasy, last month's Azeri, and today the Apple Blossom for this highly decorated champion and Horse of the Year.
Tejolante to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Back on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, surveillance. Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice in the 11th victory of this 8-year-old's career. He's still going strong.
So what's Kendrick now, about 995 behind his 5,000th win? What does he do for an encore?
Just collected 4,000, a few days ago.
Get naked and run in the crowd or something. I mean, he's got to have something planned. I got to talk to him about
Quite
that.
a moment. Everyone's celebrating with him.
A lot of fun. And it's a lot of fun. Listen, great job by him, being aggressive, getting to the front. 2 can't get out of the gate. And I wonder if Laurent after the race saying to himself, maybe I should have pushed more. But, you're riding a 4 to 5. Got a perfect trip behind the horse. Just couldn't get by. Fast race, huh?
Yeah, 109-1 final time. It's moving pretty well. And this millionaire adds to that bankroll here for Winning Move Stable. Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche. As we move on, race 3 starts a middle pick 4. It's 14 minutes away. $16,000 condition claiming race. 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. And Z-Bear, Linda Rice, Kendrick with another one here with a big chance.
A little over bet right now, but probably the horse to beat. I took the 3 Perfect Flight, who's had his share of bad trips, hoping he gets a better one today with Katie Davis, but I don't have a strong opinion in this race.
Big one to come, obviously, later today. Grade 1 Apple Blossom, reigning horse of the year, returns, but there is just so much more intrigue with start number 2 of this 2025 campaign for Torpedo Anna, because it's going to be a lot tougher today with what Where's My Ring did last time out. She has a series, looks like a real rival now.
If she beats Torpedo Anna by 41 lengths today, in their 3 meetings, she'll have a slight edge.
She got drilled by her the 2 times they met in the Kentucky Oaks and the Acorn. She's a much different filly, though, it looks like now, coming back as a 4-year-old.
I agree. And, the wet track and in the Kentucky Oaks, she never really had a chance tripping there. And just probably a mistake to go on to the Acorn after that. She's a good one, and her Gazelle was a good one. She showed she didn't need to lead, and these are not the 2 speeds. You have to think the Wild About Hillary on the outside is going to go in here, who was scratched before the start of the Azeri. This was exactly what you want to see when you give a prep for the Apple Blossom, and I imagine the connections were thinking, she's going to have to run big for us to take on Torpedo Anna. Well, she ran big, and if she's able to run back to that race, she's a real problem for Torpedo Anna, and it makes this a much, much more interesting race. There's really nobody on paper that can run with Torpedo Anna at the finish, I should say. They're not necessarily speeds. Unless this horse can run back to that race, and if she can, this is a horse race.
Can we see, more of the same, or maybe even build off that for Where's My Ring? That was start number 2, coming back of her 4-year-old campaign. Obviously, she's a much different filly, and the man who will be aboard, it was a major struggle early on, really through most of this meet, but what a remarkable reversal of fortunes, Mig, it has been for Francisco Arrieta, who will be aboard Where's My Ring later today.
Yeah, it's been incredible since the middle of March. He is the hottest rider probably in North America. And, being here on a daily basis and watching these races consistently, I have been so impressed with Francisco Arrieta. He has no weakness. There's no hole in his game. He does everything well. He's good on speed types. He's good on closers. You could see that his preparation is solid. And, he changed agents to Cody Autry, who also has Christian Torres. And now Francisco Arrieta has actually taken a 1-win lead for leading rider over Christian Torres. And, Cody Autry, it can play off of each other. If you can't have Christian, you can have Francisco. If you can't have Francisco, you can have Cody. So he can kind of monopolize a lot of the better mounts. Obviously, it's a lot of work, and he's doing a great job at it. But I've been so impressed. And one of the things that came to light, and you kind of clued me into it, Greg, is the article where it talked about his valet, Cody Ungles. And, Francisco was a bit discouraged. Things weren't going well. He was thinking about just taking a break and packing it in for a little while. And he said, wait, take a breath, think it through. And kind of guided him. And that's a sacred relationship between jockeys and valets. So people don't realize how much the valets do for the riders. I'm so close with my valet throughout my career. He's the godfather of my daughter, Gabrielle, John Milano, and he was a great rider. You have no secrets with your valet. You're having a bad day. You're having trouble at home. Things aren't going well. They know, and they're there to pick you up and support. So Cody Ungles was able to talk Francisco Arrieta into taking that breath, resetting, and getting on track. And good thing he did, because look what he's been able to do over the past month. It's just nothing short of incredible.
It's incredible, and even more incredible, too, as hot as Arrieta has been, and he may win this riding title, beyond this meet, he doesn't have an agent right now.
Yeah, no, the agent, Cody Autry, is going to just focus and concentrate on Christian Torres for the Churchill Downs meet. So I was speaking with Francisco this morning, and he was saying how he thinks he's going to take a break. If he doesn't have a high-caliber agent to help him break into those Churchill Downs or Kentucky barns. And if anybody's out there, I mean, honestly, this guy is a talent. He can ride, and he's worthy of any top agent to be interested in him. He also said, though, that if that doesn't happen, he's going to take a break. Physically, he's a little beat up. And one thing you don't see riders do very often is just absolutely have to by doctor's orders. I really hope someone kind of picks their head up and takes a long look at Francisco Arrieta, because I think he can fit in any jockey colony in North America.
That'll be shocking, yeah. We shift to Kentucky, at least on that circuit, and he does not have anyone who wants to take his book. Mig, really interesting story right there. We appreciate it. Wow, what a hot, way Francisco Arrieta is going right now. 12 days, 27 wins. And getting mounts like this now, big opportunities, 8 stakes wins at the meet for Arrieta.
And last I feel like I looked, Torres was running away with the title, right?
Yeah, he was
way ahead of him. So it's kind of shocking to hear he's gotten that close. An interesting story from Richie, not just about the valets, which I found interesting as well, and I obviously know his valet from where she rode, John Milano, a good guy, see him around actually quite a bit, but he doesn't have an agent now because he clearly can ride. Interesting. Good story.
I would think that phone might be ringing sooner than later with the way things
Assuming
have been going
Migliori's not going to be his agent. If we see him show up in New York, then I'm going to be a little suspicious, Mig.
Mig, you're under contract, buddy. Ride of a lifetime continues indeed for Brian Hernandez Jr. What will we get from Torpedo Anna? Well, he's made all the right moves aboard her, no question. We'll have more on his story when we come back.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
Welcome to Hot Springs, Arkansas. We're here at Oaklawn Races. We're going to cheer on our favorite horse, Torpedo Anna.
Do you ladies know who Torpedo Anna is?
Well, hell yes, Maggie. This isn't our first rodeo.
We got up at 3:30 this morning and drove from St. Louis to be here.
Get here. To see Torpedo Anna?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we love her, and doesn't look like anybody out there can beat her.
That's why we're here. That's right, we did. I
All
came
the way
from Oklahoma just to be here for her. So, I mean, she's almost a cinch to win.
Right. That's why I asked if you were a gambling man, so like picking her is not going to pay you.
You got to bet $500 to make any money on her.
Right. And how hard are you going to root her home in the Apple Blossom?
So hard.
So what do you like most about Torpedo Anna?
Well, that run in the Travers was so thrilling. I know she didn't win, but it was so exciting.
Yeah, we're lucky to have the horse of the year right here in Hot Springs, Arkansas.
So I met a lot of people, big fans, big supporters of Torpedo Anna. For you, what's it like having such a fan base behind you?
You know, it's a lot of fun, especially come back here to Oaklawn with her again. You know, for her to start her year off last year in the fantasy and do what she did last year, and now to get another. Hopefully we can get a grade 1 here at Oaklawn with her.
We love you, Torpedo Anna!
And we love those fans. Maggie with us. Maggie, great stuff. So much fun. And you can really feel the energy today with all of the people coming to get a glimpse of the reigning horse of the year.
Well, Acacia, that's right. As it always is here at Oaklawn, we had the band behind me, and it's always a party. As you see, it's a glorious day here, and the fans are out in droves. And really, this is the Saratoga of the South. You have so much enthusiasm, and even if they don't know who Torpedo Anna is, I did run into a few of those, I'm not going to lie, they will know today, and they are so excited just to be here, to be a part of the action, and at the end of the day, it's bringing new fans into the game. And wow, Oaklawn is a really, really special place, and Acacia, I'm sure you feel the same way. We feel honored to be here in Hot Springs.
We certainly do. One of the best parts of our job, Maggie. Thanks. You love seeing all of the interactions with the fans and how crowded the apron is today. As we'll send it back over to our team at Aqueduct, Greg and Andy. The one thing we know for sure is that that excitement is only going to continue to build as we get closer to that Apple Blossom.
So much excitement to have this. She was the story in the sport last year. Just to have her back is tremendous. And we'll see. We're yet to see what kind of filly she really is coming back. She might be better than last year.
No, we'll find out much more today, especially. And you kind of hope that Where's My Ring shows up, whether she beats her or not, to give her a little bit of competition in there. And I just want you to know, Greg, I feel honored to be here with you. I don't want it just to all be about Torpedo Anna. I'm honored to be on the set with you.
I feel the same, Andy. You know that. Race 3, 6 furlongs here coming up as we get a look at Perfect Flight. Katie Davis, 4-1 right now. And what'd you like here?
I'm not going to give a big song and dance on a horse it's just a horse that she's been a bit unlucky. She's had some trips. She's in a little bit of a smaller field today. Maybe she doesn't get a little unlucky in the air. She's run races fast enough to win here. I have no knock on Z-Bear. I think Z-Bear is a logical horse, but 6-5, and I figured she'd take a ton of money. Even money is way too short because she's second off a layoff. He's second off a layoff. I don't think he's that reliable. And I just didn't like anybody else that much. I wanted to get a little bit of a better price and went to Perfect Flight. But I think it's a tough race to have a strong opinion on.
Meanwhile, next door, Paulie, Z-Bear, even money favorite as we approach his third.
Yeah, and an even money favorite that hasn't won since August of 2023 and has only had 3 races in the last 2 years. But if you go back to, a lot of his efforts, they do get the job done here. So I'm kind of with Andy. I got the respect of Z-Bear, but am I going to really land there or bet this horse? No. I actually like the outside horse in here. One Love Takes Over. I just think this horse with the outside speed, the way this racetrack is kind of playing, I don't know if you can come from so far out of it today. So I know this horse isn't a big win type 2 for 24 lifetime. I just think it gets a good draw from the outside slot and can be able to maybe control or just not control, just see how the pace sort of levels out here. And then I kind of like the 3 a little bit. I'm kind of with Andy. The horse looked tremendous on warming up before the race, but I don't know how far back the 3 is going to be. So I'm going to land here on the 6 When Love Takes Over.
So 3-1 from that outside post. Luis Rivera Jr. will be aboard. What do you think?
I mean, I think that I agree with Paulie, the notion the 5 and 6 are supposed to be the two speeds in this race, and that may give them an advantage. We haven't seen a lot of passing being done, but I think we've also seen somewhat logical results. So you could argue the first wasn't, and the horse that ran second did make up some ground. It's hard to know. If the track's playing a certain way, it's hard to know. But the 5 and 6, from a tactical standpoint, may have an advantage here. I don't like the 5, has been running in mostly cheaper races. Now it's the same trainer switch that we saw in the first race be successful with the number 4. Same owners and same trainer change with this horse and same rider and Matty Oliver. We'll see if Lightning can strike twice. I think that she'll be forward along with the 6 outside of her. If you want the speeds, they're the one. Z-Bear to me is wildly overbet. I don't know how you take even money in lower level claiming races on sloppy tracks where the variables can always, wet tracks play no favorites. For the most part, horses can handle any kind of surface. But, I mean, if you have an even money shot, when you're betting short price horses, you're more thinking about why you might not want to bet them. And what about this horse looks like even money in this race?
I don't get it yet.
I think it's nuts.
Dropped to this level last start.
Off a layoff.
But fair enough. Off a layoff. But distant third, behind When Love Takes Over.
Wasn't bid against the track, but didn't really run any better than When Love Takes Over. Was actually wider than she was, at least during some of the running of the race. I don't get even money. I'm not saying she can't win. I picked him second, but I don't think he's a good bet at even money.
There he is, stepping in the gray with Kendrick Carmouche. Hot Rod Rumble. When Love Takes Over, they both want to be forward from those 2 outside slots. Here we go with the third. Middle pick 4 starts here. Chris Griffin, the call.
When Love Takes Over. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Z-Bear is asked for speed. Hot Rod Rumble is right there. And on the far outside, When Love Takes Over, these 3 all head and head. And now, When Love Takes Over is trying to get out of touch. Is very keen on the front end. Is trying to be slowed down here up top and slow the tempo down, but cannot. And When Love Takes Over is going to sprint away. Luis Rivera Jr., they're up by 3.5. Just behind them is Hot Rod Rumble, who's to the outside here of Z-Bear. They're second and third, 22 and 4. That opening quarter mile, Co-Conspirator is going to ride the rails there, is towards the inside, with Perfect Flight, who starts to run on with a wide run, and the trailer, Big Rich. The leader, When Love Takes Over. Hot Rod Rumble is catching with every stride. Hot Rod Rumble is chasing When Love Takes Over, who approaches a quarter mile left to go, and the front 2 are still well clear. Perfect Flight is getting the shove from the back end of the field. Z-Bear's got to pick it up from there, but When Love Takes Over might have caught that breather, because When Love Takes Over is opening up once again, approaching a final furlong. Hot Rod Rumble is in full pursuit, and here comes When Love Takes Over, who's drifting out and wandering through the stretch, starting to come back to the field a little bit, but the line is approaching. At the rail is Co-Conspirator. When Love Takes Over is almost there. When Love Takes Over wins it. Co-Conspirator second, then came Z-Bear and Big Rich in 1 minute 12.20 seconds.
When Love Takes Over, 5-2, and collects the 3rd win of his 5-year-old career.
Able to control in the front end. Whether or not speed is carrying, I don't know. So it's an awfully slow race if you think about it. Just like with the 1 running second, I just don't know if anybody really ran behind this horse, but he got it done. He was clear the whole way. He was looking for some to pass him, but nobody obliged. Even money on the 4. Wild.
Way
wild.
over bet. Yeah, you brought it up before the gates opened. 6-1-4 finish, 5-2 upset of an even money favorite. Big Rich completing the super here at 9-1, but it's When Love Takes Over with the victory. Patrick Quickbarn, Luis Rivera Jr. here in race number 3 from Aqueduct.
Over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
The Big Cap, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we take a look at Superior Brewery. Built in 1916, the Superior operated as a bathhouse in downtown Hot Springs National Park in Arkansas until its closure in 1983. And after lying vacant for 30 years, the current owner reimagined the Superior Bathhouse into a craft brewery with a full-service, family-friendly restaurant. What a cool place.
There's so many cool spots in Hot Springs like this, and man, to sit outside on a day like this couldn't be nicer.
That's awesome. Well, we know where to find all of us after the show as we take a look at the field for race 3, maiden claiming for the fillies and mares. 6 furlongs on the main track coming up here. You've got several first-time starters that are intriguing.
Yeah, and the one that intrigues me the most is on the outside, the 9, Nancy C. We talked about it earlier, how outside flow and sprints seems to be a kind of successful tact here at Oaklawn. And I really am interested because of that 1:14.4 workout out of the gate. So you know she's got a lot of bottom, a lot of stamina placed into her in her training. You don't see that many long gate works, and you get Esquivel for his uncle, Cipriano Contreras, and she's taking money. So I think that makes her very interesting.
She is 9-2 right now on the board, but Maggie, it's Martingale who's 3-2 right now, finally gets that drop in class.
And Acacia, you know, looking at the 2 favorites in here on form, I definitely preferred Martingale because if you go 2 back, she was beaten by a horse that would go on and win her next race with an 81 buyer. And looking at the 6 furlong race, you know, she struggled to keep up, and then she made a move around the turn and then she flattened. So obviously I get them trying to stretch her out so she's not rushed off her feet. But that didn't work either. And she was with Chad Brown prior. And it feels like if they don't break their maiden in their first, second, or third start for barns like Chad or Todd Pletcher, then usually means they're not that good. But the drop in class helps. Now, based upon appearances, I do prefer Cruise Missile, who is your current second choice in here, as we've seen Martingale drop down to 3-2. But Martingale, you know, as I talked about in last race, she just lacks the hind end. She really does not look strong enough in her hindquarters, and she just doesn't move that fluidly through there as well. So we'll see. She also just feels like she's a middle distance horse where she went 7 furlongs or a 1-turn mile as opposed to the 6 she turns back to today. Talking about some first-time starters, number 9, Nancy C, taking a lot of money at 7-2. Personally, she's not for me. She has more of a turf pedigree, being by Flame Away, and there's more turf production and synthetic production on the bottom side. And while she looks okay physically, she looks fit, and I suppose she looks as though she could handle a dirt sprint, possibly at this maiden claiming level. She shows up wearing an extension blinker for her first start. I'm not a big fan of extension blinkers, and I'm even less of a fan for them wearing them in their debut. The firster that I did like, though, is number 1, Sperry Chalet in here, whom I like the pedigree. If you go back generation, there is some production from the dam, especially second generation. She's a half to a graded stakes winner. And Johnny Ortiz looks as though he has Sperry Chalet ready. She is fit, she is strong. She was a little bit sassy until she commenced her warm-up. And once she got going with Ramon Vasquez aboard, she really bowed herself up and was moving beautifully out on the racetrack, Acacia. I would take a swing with this debuter on the rail.
And a nice price at 14-1. Maggie, thank you. Sperry Chalet, Fort Johnny Ortiz will break from the inside. Almost all loaded in for race 3. Maiden claiming race coming up here. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
And we're ready to go. And they're off. Smooth dispatch for all the runners. I Am Beautiful gets the first call. Offensive-minded strides in front. Nancy C takes the second position early on debut. Sperry Chalet down on the inside taking the third spot with Get Frosty the Gray alongside as they head down the backside. 1.5 lengths to the favorite, Martingale. She's parked outside of horses within 5 lengths of the lead now. Cruise Missile alongside. Maximum to Excel is next, and the two at the back are Miracle Minded and Shaken Spice as they go into the far turn. I Am Beautiful puts the pedal to the metal with 3 furlongs to go. Neck in front. Nancy C right up on the outside to engage, and they pull 2.5 clear of Sperry Chalet, who's come under a hard ride. So is Get Frosty. Both runners under pressure. Martingale in the 5th position, still out of harm's way on the outside, as 5 lengths to gain with a 1/4 mile more to go. I Am Beautiful off the turn. Nancy C still in chase mode second. I Am Beautiful down the lane. Opens up now 2.5 lengths and goes for home. Martingale on the outside trying to get up into second, but I Am Beautiful has plenty for the final furlong. I Am Beautiful, Julian Leperoux by 4 now. I Am Beautiful with a beautiful run today. I Am Beautiful gets it, breaks the maiden. Martingale was second. Nancy C third, tight for fourth. Get Frosty and Cruise Missile.
I Am Beautiful. She doesn't race very often, Richie, but clearly they kept her in training for a reason.
Yeah, and a lot of changes here. The 3rd start of her life, 3rd different trainer, making her first start for Ron Moquette, and showed improved speed here under Julian Leperoux. And one thing you know, when Julian's in front, he's got horse under him.
She's the half-sister to a horse called Him, who actually won pretty impressively for Ron Moquette a couple weeks back. Well, she was ready off that big layoff. It's Richie. We're going to be taking a step aside for a little bit. We'll be back with America's Day at the Races at 4 Eastern, but what are you most looking forward to still to come?
Oh, absolutely, the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, and see how she handles the likes of Where's My Ring. I think it's just a tremendous race.
That was an easy question, I can understand. The Count Fleet still to come as well, though. Plenty more live racing that we'll be showing both from Oaklawn and from Aqueduct, still on America's Day at the Races, but here in Hot Springs, the sun is shining, and that Grade 1 Apple Blossom with the reigning Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, waiting in the wings as she will look to pick up another big victory, trying to defend that Horse of the Year title and put forth another big 2025 campaign. We'll be back at 4 Eastern on through 7:30. Check your local listings for America's Day at the Races. And anybody beat Torpedo Anna? Maybe it's Where's My Ring, coming off the back of that big effort last time out. And how about Free Like a Girl? She's always there. She always shows up. These big mares waiting in the wings, still to come.
Over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's fourth race. Race 4, 4 minutes away. Start of the pick 6, race 4 is next. Approaching the gate for today's fourth. Start of the pick 6, approaching the gate. Runners set to load. It's post time for race 4. My Lady Bay, She's Complicated. Wake Up Lauren. Parade Ring. Contract Law. To the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Contract Law towards the far outside. Tightly bunched up front, and My Lady Bay has got early speed, and towards the inside, Chocolate Chocolate is in the early mix too. She's Complicated in the yellow cap. These three across the racetrack for a pressured early opening quarter. And at the rail, it's Chocolate Chocolate who will now put a neck in front. My Lady Bay is stalking from second, is in the center of the racetrack, and She's Complicated towards the outside, still in third. Progressing is Wake Up Lauren. Christopher Elliott there on the move. They've taken fourth rate, 23-1, opening quarter mile. Parade Ring is in fifth, is trying to move forward here with the two back markers being Persuasive and Contract Law. They work into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to go, and here comes She's Complicated to put a neck in front. She's Complicated takes it right to Chocolate Chocolate, and they're 1-2. Wake Up Lauren starts to make up some ground from third. The rest are dropping back there. Losing ground was My Lady Bay. The leader, She's Complicated, is opening up now out in the center of the racetrack, well off the rail. 46-4 for the half-mile time, and She's Complicated looking very strong. Wake Up Lauren. Pink Cap is down towards the inside, just past Chocolate Chocolate, who's back to third. The rest are far, far back. She's Complicated will have to hold off Wake Up Lauren, but has a very comfortable margin. She's Complicated has a 16th left to go, and Kendrick Carmouche will gear her down. She's Complicated. She's a winner. She's Complicated wins it over Wake Up Lauren, Chocolate Chocolate, and Parade Ring in 1 minute 24-4. Order finish. First the 4, She's Complicated. Second the 5, Wake Up Lauren. Third the 1, Chocolate Chocolate. Fourth the 6, Parade Ring. 4-5, 1-6 in race 4. Winner of today's fourth race, the 4, She's Complicated. She's a 3-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Complexity out of Repeal and Replace. Winning owners, Team Penny Racing. Winning trainers, Bill Mott. The winning jockey, Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick Carmouche with 2 wins on the afternoon. Race 4, official. $1 exact to 4-5, $23.70. The double 6-4, $12.80. Quinella, $15.10, and trifecta, $42.75. Superfecta, $235 even. Pick 3, $36. Running time, 1 minute 24.93. Up next, it's race 5, today's 5th race. Some furlongs. Race 5 in 22 minutes. Hopping in the air at the start was Contract Law towards the far outside. Tightly bunched up front, and My Lady Bay has got early speed, and towards the inside, Chocolate Chocolate is in the early mix too. She's Complicated in the yellow cap. These three across the racetrack for a pressured early opening quarter, and at the rail, it's Chocolate Chocolate who will now put a neck in front. My Lady Bay, stalking from second, is in the center of the racetrack, and She's Complicated towards the outside, still in third. Progressing is Wake Up Lauren. Christopher Elliott there on the move. They've taken fourth through a 23-1 opening quarter mile. Parade Ring is in fifth, is trying to move forward here with the two back markers being Persuasive and Contract Law. They work into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to go, and here comes She's Complicated to put a neck in front. She's Complicated takes it right to Chocolate Chocolate, and they're 1-2. Wake Up Lauren starts to make up some ground from third. The rest are dropping back there. Losing ground was My Lady Bay. The leader, She's Complicated, is opening up now out in the center of the racetrack, well off the rail. 46-4 for the half-mile time, and She's Complicated looking very strong. Wake Up Lauren, pink cap, is down towards the inside, just past Chocolate Chocolate, who's back to third. The rest are far, far back. She's Complicated will have to hold off Wake Up Lauren, but has a very comfortable margin. She's Complicated has a 16th left to go, and Kendrick Carmouche will gear her down. She's Complicated. She's a winner. She's Complicated wins it over Wake Up Lauren, Chocolate Chocolate, and Parade Ring in 1 minute 24-4.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Great Prix Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's fifth race. Race 5, 4 minutes away. Today's fifth started the late pick 5. Race 5, 4 minutes. Approach the gate for race 5. Runners loading, post time for today's 5th. Elysian Meadows. Clancy Fancy. And Rock the Weekend. Clancy Fancy takes a step back. Now goes in. Rock the Weekend. Goes in. All set. And they're off. 10 Cent Town breaks with early speed and towards the inside. And Clancy Fancy's going to join that early leader holding the rail. Caldo Candy as Hard Scent is gunning for the front. And Caldo Candy has now put a neck in front. 10 Cent Town is going to stalk in second. Just chasing them is going to be Clancy Fancy from third. They're a quick 5 lengths in front of Rock the Weekend, who's alone in fourth, and the 2 at the back. It's Concord Spirit. They're with Elysian Meadows. Very strong out here as they went 22.47 for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Caldo Candy. Caldo Candy has 4 furlongs left to go, is hounded all the time by 10 Cent Town, who starts to move in closer. Clancy Fancy making hard work of it, just trying to keep up, and Rock the Weekend starts to move into the race, is right there in fourth, is getting closer. From the back, Elysian Meadows is trying to rally on too. The trailer, Concord Spirit, 45.56, the half-mile time, and the front 2 are nose and nose as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Caldo Candy's the gray towards the inside. 10 Cent Town has now put a nose in front. Elysian Meadows is making up a lot of ground from the back of the field. Rock the Weekend. Closers are getting closer, but running out of time. A furlong left to go. 10 Cent Town. Now Rock the Weekend's in full gear. 10 Cent Town has put away Caldo Candy, but here is Rock the Weekend. Rock the Weekend to push on by. Rock the Weekend at 10-1. Rock the Weekend wins it over 10 Cent Town. Then came a tight photo, Elysian Meadows with Caldo Candy. Final running time, 1:23.45 seconds. Order finish. First, the 6, Rock the Weekend. Second, the 2, 10 Cent Town. Third went to the 4, Elysian Meadows. Fourth, the 1, Caldo Candy. 6-2, 4-1 in race 5. Winner of today's 5th race, number 6, Rock the Weekend. He's a 5-year-old, bred in New York by Weekend Hideaway, out of Sarah's Kitten. Winning owners, Crone, Shiv Bengal. Winning trainer, Lolita Shiv Bengal. The winning rider, Katie Davis. Katie Davis wins today's 5th race, Rock the Weekend. Bred in New York by Purebred Funding, LLC. Exacta 6'2", $49.25. The double, $61.75, and trifecta $94.62. Superfecta $384 even. The pick 3, $138.25. Pick 4, $326 even. Early pick 5 returns $1,631.50. That running time, 1 minute 23.45 seconds. Up next, it's race 6. Today's 6 is 24 minutes away. Scratch the 1A, 2B, and 7. Race 6, late pick 4, in 24 minutes. Tencent Town breaks with early speed and towards the inside, and Clancy Fancy's going to join that early leader holding the rail. Caldo Candy, as hard scent, is gunning for the front, and Caldo Candy has now put a neck in front. Tencent Town is going to stalk in second. Just chasing them is going to be Clancy Fancy from third. They're a quick 5 lengths in front of Rock the Weekend, who's alone in fourth, and the 2 at the back. This is Concord Spirit. They're with Elysian Meadows. Very strong out here as they went 22.47 for the opening quarter mile. The leader is Caldo Candy. Caldo Candy has 4 furlongs left to go, is hounded all the time by Tencent Town, who starts to move in closer. Clancy Fancy making hard work of it, just trying to keep up, and Rock the Weekend starts to move into the race, is right there in fourth, is getting closer. From the back, Elysian Meadows is trying to rally on too. The trailer, Concord Spirit, 45.56, the half-mile time, and the front 2 are nose and nose as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Caldo Candy's the gray towards the inside. Tencent Town has now put a nose in front. Elysian Meadows is making up a lot of ground from the back of the field. Rock the Weekend. Closers are getting closer, but running out of time. A furlong left to go. Tencent Town now Rock the Weekend's in full gear. Tencent Town has put away Caldo Candy, but here is Rock the Weekend. Rock the Weekend to push on by. Rock the Weekend at 10-1. Rock the Weekend wins it over Tencent Town. Then came a tight photo, Elysian Meadows with Caldo Candy. Final running time, 1 minute 23.45 seconds.
Big Ray Tapit Trice right down the outside.
Tapit Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tapit Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tapit Trice is lunging. Tapit Trice wins the Woodward.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Horses step on the track here for today's 6th race. Race 6, 4 minutes away. Scratch the 1A, 2B, and 7. Race 6 started late pick 4, 4 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 6. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 6. Scat to tap. Moving forward. To miss. Badge of War. Devil's Key. Badge of War. Backs away. Devil's Key. Ragazzo Diabolico. Devil's Key, front of the gate was open there. Romero Mirage aboard Ragazzo Diabolico. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Badge of War has early speed. Timaeus in between horses. Yellow Cap is on the early kick too. Joining them, here comes Flat On. Is going to apply some pressure. Is now maybe going to take back as they get set to come out of the chute. They're well off the rail. Timaeus goes at it with Badge of War, and they're the top two still within ahead of one another. Ragazzo Diabolico is way out there on the far outside. Is now a shared third. Is at the rail. Patiently ridden is Flat On. Is going to stay close to that early tempo. A 23 second flat opening quarter mile. Running on a Scat to Tap. Is now in position, is in the fifth spot, is right in front of Devil's Key, but pretty tightly bunched as they work up the back stretch. They're well off the rail. Timaeus goes at it with Badge of War, and they're still 1-2. Timaeus is trying to put a nose in front, but Badge of War just continues to move along towards the outside and a neck advantage. Right in behind them, Flat On is looking for a seam and finds it. Finds the split here, is in the two path. Out wider there in the green silks is Ragazzo Diabolico. Scat to Tap is right in behind that leading group, and Devil's Key will have to pass them all. 46.43 for a half-mile time. Badge of War has dispatched of. Timaeus, who's all in, is at the rail. Flat On is trying to keep up too. Ragazzo Diabolico is shoved along on the far outside. Scat to Tap, Devil's Key. Badge of War, Eric Cancel. They turn for home when they're up by 2. Badge of War is now putting them away, and Badge of War is well clear. Ragazzo Diabolico starts to commence that grinding rally with a final furlong, and Scat to Tap has now found a lane, and here's Scat to Tap to the outside. Badge of War is coming back to the field, has to find a final 16th. Badge of War is now lunging for the line. Badge of War is almost there. Badge of War holds on. Ragazzo Diabolico. Set a photo there with Scat to Tap, and Devil's Key finished 4th. Then 1 minute 39 seconds flat. Order finish. First to 2, Badge of War. Second to 6, Ragazzo Diabolico. Third to 4, Scat to Tap. And fourth to 5, Devil's Key. 2-6, 4-5 in race 6. Running time, 1 minute 39.03 seconds. Winner of today's 6th race, the 2 Badge of War. He's a 4-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Warfront out of Bruges. Winning owners, Dub Caruso. Winning trainers, Rick Dutrow. The winning jockey, Eric Hansel.
Sunsplash Saturday afternoon in Hot Springs, Arkansas. One of the biggest days of the meet. Big crowd on hand on this Apple Blossom Saturday at Oaklawn Park. From the infield, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Second half of the Apple Blossom program coming your way, and still the main events are ahead. The Count Fleet, most prestigious race for sprinters here at Oaklawn Park. And then the main event, race number 11, 61st running of the Apple Blossom. Always an important race, takes on an entirely different meaning when you have a superstar like this, a reigning horse of the year. Last year's champion 3-year-old filly, number 6, Torpedo Anna, 2-5 on the morning line, and the only jockey who's ever ridden her, Brian Hernandez, in the saddle. As I am joined by champion Richie. It's always special, these kinds of situations, and seeing a horse's highly decorated return, her successful return to racing 5 weeks ago in the Azeri. Like, what did she show you that day? Like, is this the same filly we saw reach such heights last year?
Well, I think from the physical ability standpoint, it's the same filly and potentially even better. She didn't win fully extended. It was a perfect prep. But what I really liked, Lafitte, was the mental maturity that she showed. She was so much more settled and calm before the race. You know, last year in the Fantasy, her comeback race here, she actually kind of got really wound up and washed out. She still won. It didn't change anything. but you like to see when they're that calm and settled into their routine. And I just think it bodes well for her going forward this year.
That was her co-owner and breeder, Judy Hicks. A terrific story on her later on this evening during our Apple Blossom coverage on Fox Sports 1. That's race 11, post-time race 6 at the gate. These are 3-year-olds, but maiden claimers, $30,000, all for sale, all winless here, 6 furlong sprint. Even money favorite, Richie, towards the outside, American Litigator. Trustworthy, question mark?
Listen, this horse ran extremely well on debut, and you get the band back together, Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez. So American Litigator, is a very deserving favorite here.
Team Torpedo Anna, Team Mystic Dan, last year's Kentucky Derby victor. Post-time race 6 from Oaklawn, live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Z-Boss loading forward, American Litigator in the red. And to the outside post, Real Blues rounds out the field. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Joe Willie a little bit slow to go. Speechless had no problems. Joe Willie, after the bad break, is rushing forward to be part of the action here, taking the second spot. In fact, comes after the leader, Speechless. Joe Willie head in front of Speechless, and Double Burn wedges himself between that pair in a little bit of a tight spot. Has to tap on the brakes, in fact, takes back to third. Fine-tuned, joining him from the inside. Miracle on Central, American Litigator, the favorite. They're next in the field, a length and a half clear of Real Blues, a space of another 2 to Z-Boss as one runner beat. That's Noble Rain as they charge into the far turn. Joe Willie, after the slow break, had to use some energy to get to the lead. That's where he's at. He's challenging Speechless on the front end. Speechless in the white blinkers, head in front of Joe Willie now. Space of 2.5 to Double Burn, pushed upon from third. Fine Tune retreats to fourth. American Litigator needs to turn it around to win it. Real Blues joining him, top of the lane. Speechless down the stretch, a 2-length lead now. Joe Willie losing contact with him. Real Blues down the center of the track trying to run on here. It's Speechless drifting to the center of the course, but he's clear by 4 with a 16th left. Speechless, Martine Schwann with 2 wins today. Speechless, a runaway winner. Real Blues, second best. American Litigator, third across the finish. Joe Willie fades to fourth.
Martine Schwann, indeed 2 wins today. Earlier, a 7-1 shot, wire to wire. This one at 6-1, Speechless, Richie, in the 6th at Oaklawn Park.
And powered home down the center of the racetrack with some really nice effort. And this is the 9th try, and by far and away, it appears to me to be the best run. This horse was claimed last time, making the first start for Todd Jordan, so nice claim there.
The beauty of Oaklawn when you're watching just dirt racing and you're trying to get a gauge of how a track is playing, you just have that much more data on that particular afternoon. Have you noticed anything one way or the other is how this track is playing as we get closer to the Count Fleet, closer to the Apple Blossom?
We've seen several horses come with this outside late run. Chipotle Pepper in the second race being the lone exception where she was really up on the pace fighting throughout. I feel like it's a fair track that maybe has a little bit of an outside edge to it.
All right, something to follow, something to monitor throughout the course of the broadcast. Of course, it being Apple Blossom Day, and with Torpedo Anna, the focus is on her as we get closer and closer to post time and welcome in Acacia Clement to the broadcast. This was a couple of hours ago back at the barn with the reigning horse of the year.
Reigning Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna may be known as a superstar in the world of horse racing and have plenty of adoring fans. But right now, she's in her stall and in her feed tub and totally unbothered by everything else going on around her, which is the demeanor that you love to see of a horse on race day. She's been very carefully handled as far as her training is concerned since her win in the Azeri with some wet weather, some cold weather here at Oaklawn. Following that Azeri victory, Kenny McPeak opted to ship her over to Fairgrounds for a couple of weeks to train there before returning back here to Oaklawn for her final few preparations leading up to the Apple Blossom. In addition, 2 weeks ago on Arkansas Derby Day, not wanting to work her over a very wet track in the morning, opting instead to gallop her in the afternoon between races as she comes out to say, hello, I know you're talking about me and I know I'm ready for the big race day coming up ahead. How you feeling, mama? Torpedo Anna, she's been training strongly and has mentally improved so much here as a 4-year-old, and we'll get a chance to see her put it out there on the track and see if she can pick up yet another Grade 1 victory.
To call co-owner and breeder Judy Hicks interesting would be an understatement. The 74-year-old lifelong horsewoman, who is also a singer and entertainer, built Brookstown Farm with her husband from scratch, turning old tobacco barns into 99 stalls where she has brought countless foals into the world. One of them, that's where Torpedo Anna was born, from a dam by the name Satavies, who was just given to Judy, not making it to the racetrack because she was born prematurely, weighing only 60 pounds and standing 40 inches tall with a smashed hock to boot. Satavies wasn't given much chance. But then, when Judy decided to breed her to a son of Medaglia d'Oro by the name Fast Anna, well, magic would happen, bringing Torpedo Anna into the world. But Judy's life has not come without tragedy. But she says that with these foals being born on her farm, it has really brought purpose to her life. We'll learn more about Judy Hicks and her story a little later on in the show. Lafitte?
How she's maintained her strength all along, her connection with horses. Maggie, thanks so much. A feature on Fox Sports 1 later on this evening for our coverage of the Apple Blossom. Now, her being a co-owner and breeder, Richie, for newer viewers not as familiar with the sport, what is the difference between an owner who buys a thoroughbred and then somebody who's there from day one, actually involved with the breeding of the thoroughbred?
Yeah, I mean, it's always satisfying winning, right? You want to find the winner's circle. But breeding a horse has to be so much more satisfying because you're in on every point of call, right? You're planning the mating. So months before they're even going to be bred to a certain stallion, they're picking out where they're going to send the mare. Then they've got to wait 11 months, the gestation period. Have that foal hit the ground, then look at the foal, raise the foal through weaning, through halter breaking. You're in on every process. So I think having bred a horse like this is kind of like climbing the mountaintop.
And in this case, very much worth the wait with Torpedo Anna. But it's not a one-horse race. We're not conceding anything. Well, she is the horse to beat and the odds-on favorite. The competition and a filly by the name of Where's My Ring, Richie. Feels like there's a buzz. If there's going to be an upset today at Oaklawn Park, that she is going to be the culprit.
Look how well Where's My Ring breaks from the starting gate. That was not the case as a 3-year-old. Now, horses use their hind end to push off. They propel themselves forward. They don't use their front legs to drag themselves along. And it speaks to me of a filly that as a 3-year-old was not as strong behind, did not get away from the gate very cleanly. The only race she won as a 3-year-old was the Gazelle in New York. She broke her maiden in a stakes race. But even that day, she had to be hustled along to the front. This time, she just took jockey Rafael Bejarano right to the front, sprung from the gate with purpose. And even looking at her from a physical perspective, Lafitte, she just looked like a different filly. She, as a 3-year-old, her hind end wasn't as developed. Now it's big, rounded out, strong. You could see the musculature. I just think this is a different horse that was well beaten twice by Torpedo Anna in their 3-year-old season.
Where's My Ring? Finding her best stride, just the 2 career wins, but perhaps peaking at just the right time. If you're riding Where's My Ring, what is your approach and strategy today?
I am bouncing out of the gate with purpose. I want to get my position going forward to the first turn and basically throw down the gauntlet, because one thing about Where's My Ring, she has the ability to stay at a high cruising speed. She's not a horse that accelerates, at least from what I've seen so far, but she will maintain a pace doggedly. And I think you've got to take it to the champ. Make Brian Hernandez make a decision. Do you want to engage with me, or are you going to back off me and then maybe not reel me in? And then, of course, you've got Wild About Hillary on the outside, who was a late scratch last time, who could add speed to the affair. Although, speaking with her connections, they don't seem like they're set that they've got to go to the lead. They are coming out forward and running, and see how it shakes out.
Yeah, we'll take a deeper dive strategy, race shape, a little bit later on as we get closer to the Apple Blossom this evening. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Highlights: Oaklawn, the Count Fleet Race 8 and the 11th. The main event, Grade 1 Apple Blossom, 61st running on Fox Sports 1, plus races 7 through 9 in New York from Aqueduct. Sloppy track at Aqueduct. In case you haven't signed up, plenty of time before the stakes racing here at Oaklawn to get involved. Do so, Naira Bets, and when you do so, use that promo code 25TV. Sign up and claim your $25 free bet today only at NairaBets.com. That paddock relatively empty. The paddock at Aqueduct is not. Horses have arrived for the featured event. The Top Flight Stakes is next from the Big A. Is our coverage just getting started? America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Blue Prize is second. Verve's Tale third down the center, closing the gap with 4.5 lengths to make up and a furlong to do it. Frostwise in front. It is Blue Prize second. Verve's Tale still with a lot of work to do, but trying to close in. Frostwise taken on by Blue Prize. Verve's Tale's down the center. It's Blue Prize collaring Frostwise. Blue Prize, Frostwise, Blue Prize over Frostwise in the Top Flight.
That was a 2018 Top Flight Invitational. Jose Ortiz said he kept asking Blue Prize for more. Didn't really get a lot more, but she kept grinding away to run down your pace setter and actually get this win. She'd go on, of course, the following year to collect the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, she wasn't like a real sensational, jaw-dropping filly, but she was very consistent. She always showed up. She ran her race. And in her final race, she did that same thing. It wasn't like this big standout performance. She just showed up and won the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, beating Midnight Bisou, Serengeti Empress in the process. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin with you here in our studio in New York. Our Top Flight Invitational Saturday feature coming up next. Reduced with a couple of scratches in here. We have a heavy, heavy favorite in here. Brad Cox, Florent Geroux. Are there any weaknesses against this field? She's not exactly a superstar. She's been good, but against this field, she looks like she's going to be very tough.
Yeah, well, you look at the past performances, and a lot of people start at the top at the 1, and they work their way down. As soon as I saw Alpine Princess with the 4 to 5 morning line next to her, I thought, oh, I can't wait to try to find somebody to beat her with. And I couldn't find anyone.
Yeah, and as a result, 1 to 4 now. Florent Geroux, he's got a lot to smile about with that Dubai World Cup victory just the other week with this trainer, Brad Cox, on Hit Show at 41 to 1. I guess headline numbers, there's some upside there. She's somewhat lightly raced in a figure that's in the ballpark of what Alpine Princess can do.
Yeah, I mean, she had that great race. She had that really good race at Saratoga. And I thought to myself, well, if she can find that performance. But then you're kind of hoping for a horse that's 2-1 who on paper probably isn't as good as the 2-5 favorite. So you have to try to find a way to leverage your opinion here, whether it's playing a cold exacta using the 1 or playing a multi-race wager. But I can't just give you the 4 because it's a little bit of a better price than the 1.
So here's the huge favorite in here, 4-time winner and closing in on $500,000 in earnings.
Yeah, she's the best on paper, and the inside draw actually kind of helps. You'd like to think that Florent and Brad Cox will be a little bit more forward from that inside.
Yeah, first turn comes up almost immediately here. Here's Elliptic, Amelia Green.
I wouldn't try to talk anyone off of the way that this horse ran last time. I just prefer the other 2.
Here's headline numbers. Chad Brown, Klarovich, Stable Silks, and Dylan Davis.
At least does have a nice draw against the main competition of the 1, trying to maybe pin that one in or just kind of sit there right under her throat laps the whole time.
She is touting herself right now on the racetrack. She makes a great appearance. Here's Miss Spitfire, 12-1 outside.
Yeah, never been on dirt before, and the first time will come against a group that definitely outmatches her.
Paul LaDuca with us as well. Let's head downstairs as we take a look at this 2-5 favorite. It looks pretty tough here, Paulie.
Yeah, she's going to be really tough to beat, especially with the scratch of the 5 in here. Well, I thought her was her main danger, but now when you look at the Brad Cox horse, the Chad Brown horse in here, the 4 headline numbers, maybe she's a horse by Gun Runner that wants to buy Curlin on the bottom side, so she should love the slop. They do designate that last race at Laurel as a wet track effort. It wasn't that wet that day, so she might enjoy the slop and maybe can close the gap on Alpine Princess. But yeah, Alpine Princess, she holds all the cards. She didn't get the best of breaks in her last start against Torpedo Anna, and obviously Torpedo Anna is a champion. So Florent Drew, I think, just got to get her away from the gate. And then I think ideally he wants to get her maybe outside whoever gets to the front end in here. And I would think that's going to be headline numbers, So you make a good point, Greg. I would think he's got to use the 1 a little bit early here to get positions just so the 4 doesn't get away. But I'm going with Alpine Princess here to win the top flight.
As is the majority of the betting public here, is a huge favor. Yeah, 2-5 in here. Let's take a look back at the Comely. This was 3 starts ago. Short rest, just missed as an odds-on favorite.
Yeah, she was trying to close into a slow pace, which, if you think about the math of that, a horse is on the front end, have a little bit more energy. You got to work a little harder to get into position, and that's what happened with her there. I think that the kind of the race dynamics of this race are at least a little bit interesting with a 4-horse field. First of all, Brad Cox is a trainer. He's one of those trainers that will never take speed away from a horse. If he's got an advantage of trying to get forward or be forward, he's usually one that's going to take it. And Florent Giroux, who rides for him as much as he does, has kind of inherited that as well. What I would do in this situation, and who cares what I would do, because I've never ridden a horse before, I would be forward away from that inside position. And if the 4 decides they want to go, it's a small enough field that you're going to be able to maneuver a way to get off the inside. If they let you go, you're on the best horse, you're in the clear, you're not getting kicked back in your face. Both things work out well if you get your position forward. I'd be shocked if Florent and Brad Cox don't do that.
1-4 favorite. Apologies, too, for that playback. We had some issues there with that race, that Grade 3 Comely. Wound up just missing, though, in that performance. And that Houston Ladies Classic, 3-5. Here's another try at it. After that race, Houston Ladies Classic beat it at a short price again next time out. But a track that may not have been to her liking that afternoon, the way it was playing.
I just think she's been unfortunate in her last 3 starts. And I think that she's got back races that make it really tough for her, tough for others to beat her in here. And like I said, yeah, the 4 headline numbers make sense in here, but this is a filly in the 1 Alpine Princess that just, she always shows up and runs, might not always get her picture taken, but if she shows up and runs here today, I think she'll be very hard to beat given the circumstances.
Any concern with this wet track with her?
I mean, I look, she didn't run particularly well last time on a muddy racetrack. And look, she was down on the inside as well. So maybe there is something to be said about that. But I also think that, she was 8-1 in that spot. So her running 4th, beaten 10 to Torpedo Anna is not necessarily something that she should be embarrassed about. She shows up here now. She's 2-5 on this racetrack. So I would think that most horses will love any racetrack when they're 2-5 on it a lot more than when they're 8-1.
Good deduction.
See what I'm saying there?
Yeah, very good. This one's interesting. Look, Amelia Green, she spent a lot of time with Todd Pletcher. Learned a lot, I'm sure, a lot of great lessons from one of the best to ever do it in here. And she's made an immediate impact here in the New York circuit. And we'll see if Elliptic can move forward off an impressive run first off the claim for her.
She ran extremely well last time, and she ran a lifetime best depending on what numbers you look at. So she obviously improved moving to Amelia Green's barn. Now, I will say this. If you're going to try to beat the one, I think it makes a lot more sense to me to try to beat the one with the 3 than with the 4 because of the price you're getting. The 4 might be more likely than the 3, but getting 7-1 to beat this 2-5 shot and the 9-5 shot, I think makes a lot more sense.
And then really the one we haven't talked about much, it's going to be first time on dirt, Miss Spitfire, the 6th. There's really nothing that you can recommend there, is it?
Well, there's the unknown.
Yeah.
Maybe all along, Miss Spitfire has just been crying out for a sloppy racetrack and an outside draw, and today she finally got it. I would need better than 17-1 to find out.
Top Flight Invitational on this sloppy racetrack. Alpine Princess, massive odds-on favorite. We're going to have another massive favorite in this Distaff division we have coming up. Our reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. Just a few races away in Hot Springs out at Oaklawn, and a real rival, it looks like. It was a cakewalk in that comeback in her 4-year-old debut, but Where's My Ring has looked very good in her second start back. It looks like a completely different filly from when they met a couple of times before in the Kentucky Oaks and the Acorn.
Torpedo Anna is interesting because she was so dominant last year, but the one thing that she never really did all that great was her final times in the races she was dominating horses. She was doing enough to win. Now, she jumped up and ran a really fast number in the Travers, and then she kind of came back to earth a little bit. Where's My Ring is very fast on paper. This could be one of her biggest tests she's had since maybe even the Travers.
That is still to come in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. First things first, Top Flight Invitational. 1-2 favorite, Alpine Princess from the inside for Brad Cox with Florent Giroux. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Is in. All set for the Top Flight. And they're off. Headline Numbers is intent on going to the front. Elliptic is right there as well. At the rail is going to be Alpine Princess, is going to be in behind the leaders as Headline Numbers will be on the front end and now crosses over and gets rail position early. It's Headline Numbers who's got the lead. Miss Spitfire is now stalking towards the outside in this tightly bunched field. Alpine Princess, Florent Giroux, they're at the rail and now in third. Little Keen there wants to move forward as they now hook up with the backstretch. 23 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. The trailer is Elliptic. The leader is Headline Numbers and slows down the tempo. She'll control the pace, and Headline Numbers is in command. Is up by a full length, almost a length and a half, as Miss Spitfire's trying to keep up the long shot there from second. Progressing all the time is now Alpine Princess and the favorite. Has that rail position, has moved on through, is now a neck in front of Miss Spitfire, who's losing some ground, just got passed by Elliptic to be the trailer. 47.75 for the half-mile time. Headline Numbers is in front. Alpine Princess is right to the outside, is engaged, and the front two start to sprint for home. Elliptic is all in third, is trying to keep up with the top duo, and far back Miss Spitfire is tailed off. Headline Numbers is shrugging off Alpine Princess so far. It's Headline Numbers in front, is up by a length. Alpine Princess is all in towards the outside. They're well off the rail, and Headline Numbers is kicked away. Headline Numbers is sprinting away from Alpine Princess, who's second. Elliptic is trying to rally on from third, but opening up here, approaching a final furlong, is Headline Numbers. Headline Numbers is now 4.5, almost 5 in front, and just opening up the margin. It's Headline Numbers will be Top Flight winner and win this one on a front-running score. Headline Numbers wins it over Alpine Princess, Elliptic, and Miss Spitfire in 1 minute 51.20 seconds.
Minor upset, the Top Flight Invitational. It is headline numbers, and what a crafty ride, especially out of the gate, from Dylan Davis to take command of this race on the front end.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was getting that position forward. I thought Florent would be able to do it from the inside, but it was Dylan in headline numbers who took advantage, was sending away from there to get that inside position. And headline numbers ran really well today, so I don't want to say that this is the only reason, but you got to think that the position that the one Alpine Princess found herself in the early part of the race was not a comfortable position, that's for sure.
7-5, beating a 3-5 favorite. Headline numbers: 3 wins now, 6 career starts, and now the first stakes win on the resume for Chad Brown for this filly and Clarvich Stables. And Dylan Davis, well done by him to out-quick this one to the front. And that was a difference. I mean, she ran huge. Maybe in the end, who knows, would not have made a difference, but it certainly seemed like it did.
Yeah, and the game within the game, from a breeding standpoint, a gun runner filly that's now a stakes winner, the cash register starts to go up a little bit.
Yes, it does. Her value has just gone way up with this win. So 7-5 headline numbers with the victory in our Saturday feature from New York in the Top Flight. Still to come. What a story she has been. Free like a girl. Top earner all time in Louisiana bred history, and more to come, and another chance to go against the reigning horse of the year coming up.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm. Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com. Great to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. The Display Spring, located directly behind the Maurice Bathhouse. The spring fissures out a hillside and flows into a shallow pool below, shaded by trees, surrounded by moss and blue-green algae. Great place to relax and listen to the sounds of running water. USA, Richie, USA.
Okay.
Zen-centered focus handicap. And try to find a winner in the 7th race at Oaklawn. $12,500 claimers. Fillies and mares, mile and a 16th. It's 50 shade time out. You like Grace Given, 9-2, the second choice. Wide open betting board.
Well, because she's coming off a really nice effort. I think she's going to place herself well. She's trained by Jinx Fires, who got his 1,500th career win here earlier in this meeting. His brother, Early Fires, who rode over 6,400 winners, a Hall of Fame jockey. And you get Francisco Arrieta, who I've just been very, very impressed with here.
You saw the Railbirds. This crowd, this field will break right in front of them. Mile and a 16th, just like the Apple Blossom later this evening on Fox Sports 1. To Acacia, trackside.
We'll start off with a horse that's the tepid favorite at 7-2 and Make Me Believe. And I think the board is just reflecting kind of what this race is, Lafitte. A very evenly matched bunch, but this is at least a horse that is taking a bit of a drop in class versus some of the others which have been running at or around this level. I thought Make Me Believe, who was off of a layoff last time, hustled from an outside post, was caught 3 wide and ended up fading to 4th that day. Picks up Manny Esquivel. Just from a purely physical perspective, she looked the best. Great substance, great coat to her, just the picture of health, and I can understand why she's appealing in this spot. A nice warm-up out there as well, and I do think that she will be stronger now, second off of that layoff. But the number 4, Grace Given, I'm with Richie. I thought that she ran very well last time out, and at a bit of a price as well. That was over a muddy sealed track where she was mid-pack and just really had the best momentum closing late. She's a rather lightly framed type of filly, not much to her, not much in her hind end, but she's one of those horses that looks so much better when she started moving, when she was able to warm up out on the racetrack. Now the big question is, can she repeat that 65 Beyer speed figure that she ran last time out and coming back into this level of competition after winning in the non-winners of 2 condition in that last start? She certainly, I think, is a player in here and has been cool, calm, and collected throughout, though she did get a touch warm in the preliminaries. The horse that was second to her that day was the 8 Bump in the Night, who adds blinkers today, and I think that she's a bit intriguing because of the equipment change. It's a short cup, like a French cup blinker going on today. Not the biggest filly, and one that previously had been running on synthetic, and so I think she has some dirtied up form, but clearly appreciated getting back onto the main track. And while she was forwardly placed, pressing the pace, she was not that quick out of the gate, and as a result was forced to kind of hustle up into position, and she got sharper when she got on the track as well. I would imagine with those blinkers going on for Robbie Medina, the hope is to see her break a bit better. The plain one part of the entry, Liltown Sis, who will break from the rail, they're a price. I know that she did not run very well last time out, just up for 4th, not much of a rally in there, but she just looks so good. And prior to that, she was kind of running over her head and out of town in some bigger races. Maybe this is just the right spot for her. We know Steve Asmussen likes the action, as she was claimed back in November for this $12,500 tag. Lafitte?
And this crowd, Acacia, lots of smiling faces, enthusiasm, the energy on an Apple Blossom Saturday, even just before a $12,500 claiming event as they file into the gate. Legally Lucky, who they're doing their very best to coax forward into the gate. Jane Elliott is off. And yeah, this is it. Sometimes, Richie, it takes a village.
Yeah, and listen, the gate crew knows this filly. This is obviously something that they've had to deal with in the past, and they wouldn't load the other horses until they get her in because it would be an unfair advantage. Horses could be sitting in the gate for a very long time while they tried to load this filly. At one point, it looked like they had about 6 assistant starters trying to push her in. And
she can't go any further back than that.
Nah, she's really having none of it right at this point. And listen, we got to give a lot of credit to the gate crews all over the country. I mean, these men and women put themselves in positions to try to get these horses loaded in an orderly fashion. Would you want to be one of them guys locking arms behind a 1,000-pound racehorse?
No, I'm good here wearing makeup in front of the camera, man.
You know, it's said that a kick from a thoroughbred racehorse would be like if you put together the 4 best heavyweight boxers in the world: Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, George Foreman, Mike Tyson in one punch.
I'm good.
One kick.
I'm good. Like I said, takes a village.
That's a village right there.
And that's again, this is a Legally Lucky number 9, and then once in the stall, she'll be there a while, and you hopefully fingers crossed that she behaves herself once in the stall.
Yeah, stays settled in there. And you even saw what the Outrider was doing with the pony. He walked right up to the opening of the starting gate with her. Horses like company. They're a herd animal. And that might have helped her as well. Oh, it's okay for him to do it. I can do it as well.
You had a final thought on the filly who will break to her inside, bump in the night?
Yeah, bump in the night. Adds blinkers. Acacia spoke about that. This is a filly that has one win, 5 seconds. And in a couple of those seconds, it looked like she was just very happy to run alongside horses. That's one of the reasons to put blinkers on a horse. Try to get them to get more focused and run by a horse.
Filing in, wide open. This $12,500 claimer. Make Me Believe Now, the tepid choice at 7-2. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Post time, race 7, Oaklawn live on Fox Sports 2.
Cajun Aces goes in. And to the outside post, Royal Laughter to round out the field. We're ready to go. And we're off. Royal Laughter on the far outside. Shown rain to show speed today. Littletown Sis down on the inside. Quick as well. Snatches the lead early on from Class Code. Bump in the night. Joining her going into the first turn run. Dream Princess parked 4 wide as they corner. Her stablemate, Littletown Sis, has the lead. Littletown Sis, the leader a length from Bump in the Night, who takes the second position. Dream Princess running in third. Class Code to the inside. Right alongside. There's a gap of 2 back to Big Bad Diva. Grace Given to the inside of her. Royal Laughter, the gray, has been taken back to midfield. A gap of 2 to Make Me Believe. Then comes Legally Lucky, Cajun Aces, and Lady Mercedes is at the back of the field. 10 lengths off the lead. They're down the back stretch. Littletown Sis, Eric Asmussen carving out the fractions. A length and a tail ahead. Bump in the Night. Julian Leperoux on a snug hold. There on the outside. Now 3 parts of a length behind. Gap of 2.5 to Dream Princess. Class Code to the inside approaching the turn. Big Bad Diva. Grace Given still together as they corner. Make Me Believe in midfield, trying to get outside of horses now as they go into the turn. Royal Laughter alongside of her, then Legally Lucky. She's shaken up. Lady Mercedes second to last. Cajun Ace is not being persevered with, has dropped out of it as they round the far turn. Littletown Sis, 5/16 to go. Half length edge on Bump in the Night, who's sent hard coming to the top of the lane. Make Me Believe has made her way into third now. She's under the stick trying to gain position though, still in with a shot as they come down the lane. Littletown Sis, 3/16 to go, is asked for her best, and she has a response. Opens up 2.5 lengths, 1 furlong left to go. Bump in the Night second. Make Me Believe not going to get there third. Then Grace Given to the inside, but it's Littletown Sis clear. Littletown Sis made every pole a winning one. Littletown Sis by 3. Bump in the Night was second. Grace Given third. Make Me Believe fourth.
You don't get many $16 winners at Oaklawn trained by Steve Asmussen, but that's what just happened with son Eric in the saddle. Littletown Sis steals the 7th.
Eric Asmussen, very aggressive from the inside, took advantage of that inside draw. 7-year-old mare has not been showing this kind of speed recently, but it made all the difference. And it's so important, particularly with lower level horses, Lafitte. They get more discouraged more easily. And when he put her on the lead, you could just see how comfortable and happy she got, and she just kept finding it.
And you can't find a race on paper of which she's been in front, where she's been in control.
No, I mean, she did have some sprint races where she wasn't that far back, but even last time she had her opportunity to be more forward. Today, the inside post and intention, Eric Asmussen, nice heads-up ride there, and speed's always dangerous.
7-1, 1847, race 7, Oaklawn, back at Aqueduct, where headline numbers takes down the top flight. Greg, for those powerhouse connections.
Yeah, indeed. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, they win a lot. As Mig just said, speed is dangerous. Dylan Davis proved that here, taking command early in this race, going to the front and leading every step of the way for the upset win. Let's go downstairs to Paul.
With winning rider of the Top Flight handicap here, Dylan Davis, who rode headline numbers. This filly was really in hand most of the way.
Yes, she was. We had Chad had her ready today, and instructions were to come out running and get forwardly placed on the lead, and that's what we did. She broke well. Had to help her a little bit there before the turn to establish the lead. Once I was there, just making it tough for the one horse to get through there, and a little just as difficult as possible, but. Got an easy lead, fairly comfortable, and then from there it was just cruise control. She really took dominance and just galloping down the lane there for the victory.
Were you a little surprised that the one didn't go after you earlier? You were able to lock Flo in on the rail?
Yeah, a little tactics into the first turn to box him up and then, move off the rail because the rail is not good late here today. So I was hoping that some of my other contenders could make it a little more difficult for him. And so I took a peek there, entering the backside, and that's where he was at, stuck in there. So I was able to do what I wanted after that, and my filly was there for me.
You're getting a lot of frequent flyer miles going back and forth from here to there, but this cold weather, is it following you?
It is. I can't get away from it. I went to Keeneland yesterday. It was raining. It was cold. And the day before, they said it was nice and warm, 60s. So I'm waiting for it to warm up like it was at Gulfstream. But this is home, and I'm happy to be here.
It's good. Plus, your sister got a win on the card as well. So Dylan Davis gets the job done here in the Top Flight handicap.
Last summer, really changed the trajectory of his career. Now in all these big positions, he's going to have a Kentucky Oaks mount with Lacara for trainer Marcassi. Grade 1 win, first Grade 1 win of his career at Keeneland just the other week. So he's in some big positions now as a jockey.
Well, this is a perfect example. Chad didn't used to ride Dylan at this rate, and now he's on a stakes winner for him here. You mentioned Lacara. It's a situation where Marcassi's always kind of, used Dylan. But there's owners in this game too. And when a trainer goes to an owner and says, hey, I want to use X rider, the owner has to like X rider, or owner says no. But when Dylan has the year that he had, now it's much easier for trainers to bring someone like Dylan Davis to these owners, and they're going to say, oh yeah, that guy that had that unbelievable meet at Saratoga, he can ride my Oaks filly.
He's in demand certainly now with that summer he had in the last couple of years, really, how he's just continued to move forward. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. Still to come, the reigning horse of the year. Absolutely all eyes on Torpedo. Anna, her first Grade 1 test of 2025. Coming up in the Apple Blossom.
Game winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Apple Blossom stars of yesterday, Latruska, front-running Wrecking Ball. Come and catch her if you can, and they normally couldn't. Zenyatta, she'd catch everybody. From Barback, a two-time Apple Blossom winner. What a monster. Anna Zeri, record holder, 3-time Apple Blossom winner. The last reigning horse of the year to win an Apple Blossom. Richie, you see some of the list of the winners in the past for this race. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to understand why this is such a prestigious horse race.
Oh, it's the biggest race for fillies and mares up until this point of the season, and it's been a proving ground. I mean, Zenyatta was noted for winning on synthetic tracks in California, but some of her better races were right here on dirt in the Apple Blossom.
And while all the attention is on the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, the competition is solid. Where's My Ring? And then Free Like a Girl, the richest all-time Louisiana bred. This is David meets Goliath, Free Like a Girl. It's one of the best stories in racing. Like, you can't root for this mare. Where's your soul, man?
She is just a throwback kind of thoroughbred. Today will be her 50th start. The record speaks for itself. 21 wins, 13 seconds, 5/3. She is so honest. She shows up, gives an effort every time. And the richest Louisiana bred in history. And you think about the long, vaunted tradition of racing in Louisiana, to have her alone on the mountaintop, pretty special.
Mom trains, daughter co-owns. See that every day, right? In a storyline leading up to a Grade 1 race.
It truly is a family affair, and it really, again, I said it earlier, Lafitte, I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hardworking, and she is that, and then some.
Terrific race, mare. What does the race look like in order for Free Like a Girl to be in the best position possible to either hit the board in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, as she did last year, running third, or even potentially test Torpedo Anna?
In a perfect world, Julien Leparoux, who retains the mount on Free Like a Girl, sees Where's My Ring and Torpedo Anna hook up someplace in the middle of the race and really heat the pace up and sit back there and just hope they come back to you. Almost in a position, rider to get a check, because it's a huge purse, and 20% of that purse goes to the second place finisher, 10% goes to the third place finisher. Plus, it continues to enhance your value. Free Like a Girl is already a multiple Grade 1 winner. So when her foals are born, they're going to be worth more money the more black type that she is able to create.
Padding that bankroll. We'll see what she does today in the Apple Blossom on Fox Sports 1. And the stakes racing to get started shortly. There's North America's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen, who's won this race 6 times. Seeking a 7th, he has a pair in here with Rivet and the odds-on favorite Booth. Pictured 1-9, 16 minutes out till the count fleet.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as Open Company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As they come off the turn, Skelly, 3/16 to go, has a 3-length lead. Happy as a choice second. Tejano Twist rolling down the center of the track. Skelly, furlong to go. He's gone 5 ahead now. Tejano Twist unleashed with his late rally, but Skelly is too far ahead. And Skelly coming to the line is going to do it. He's going to win the Count Fleet. He's back in the state.
Catchy name, lightning fast, Skelly 2024. Count Fleet winner in a dazzling 2025 debut here yesterday.
He just exploded from the starting stalls yesterday and widened down the backstretch. Had as much of a 7 or 8 length lead at one point and coasted home. Skelly came back in good fashion. A little too late with his training to make a, the Count Fleet, a defense of his Count Fleet title, but Steve Asmussen well represented with Booth.
Yeah, well, we see Booth's name on that list in what would be a 7th Count Fleet victory for Steve Asmussen. Perhaps Maggie can lend us a clue.
Here in the paddock as Booth, is tacked up, ready to go. Got the assist from his Hall of Fame trainer, of course, Steve Asmussen, who is looking for yet another win in this Count Fleet. Now, he did give his son, Eric Asmussen, his first greatest stakes win in the Whitmore last time, and he just looks so happy, so comfortable out there on the front end, ears flicking back and forth, and then would go on and win much like he did in that Commodore by open lengths and beating some grizzled veterans, if you will, such as Tejano Twist, and Giant Mischief isn't any slouch either. But looking at Booth here in the paddock, he's your quintessential Steve Asmussen horse where he takes his time, knows what he has, and develops them into these deadly sprinters. And this guy, he just looks like the equine version of a pit bull. He is so well muscled, so kind of stacked and broad. He's just everything you want in a sprinter, but is nicely composed here in the paddock. And Lafitte looks like he's saving it all for out on the racetrack.
Keeping a lid on it is Booth, 1-5 favorite in the first of 2 graded stakes races, the Count Fleet next Oaklawn. Greg, as we get set for the 8th on tap in New York.
We do, and thank you, Lafitte. Here is a look at Quick Hammer. Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche will team up in this starter optional claiming race 1-turn mile.
This is where I'm going to go. I mean, the 2 Quick Hammer and the 1 Flat Out Flying, they look pretty similar in terms of their figures, some of the consistency. They just kind of feel the same, and I just like the price a little bit better until it clicked now to Quick Hammer being the favorite, but I prefer the draw. If I'm going to have one of these 2 horses, give me the one on the outside. It gives more options.
Meanwhile, Flat Out Flying, the 8-5 favorite on the inside. Paulie trying to make it 4 straight trips to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I mean, this is filly's in unbelievable form. It's gelding, by Flat Out. And, it seems like the inside draw, and Christopher Elliott has been very good with this horse, a really good fit. So this horse gets the rail, but I'm in agreement with Jonathan. I think the 2 in here, Quick Hammer. Linda Rice came into the paddock. She was like, wow, this is a great betting race. She was all chipper here and there. So I have a feeling the 2 might run very well in here, and I would not dismiss the 8, although the racetrack's not playing for somebody to come from way, way ahead of it. I have a feeling both of Linda's horses are going to run well here, but I'll land on Quick Hammer, Greg.
Little saddle adjustment there with Flat Out Flying as Christopher Elliott gets saddled back up here for Rob Atras. Quick Hammer, 2-1. What about the 7 here towards the outside, High Tide?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like closers in sloppy racetracks. I mean, they can win sometimes. It's just a little bit harder. They need the race to kind of fall apart, and it could be a good recipe for that with the 2 main competitions down to the inside, hooked up right next to each other. They could run a little bit, but the 7's going to have to handle that, and is 0 for 2 on a dirt track not listed as fast.
We'll see if Ice Road, last time out, it was a slow pace. Tried to apply some pressure, probably not near as quick as the 1 and 2. And going to be shortening up a little bit as well. Ruben Silvera for Linda Rice, first off the claim from that outside post. Set for the 8th, 8-5 favorite, flat out flying. This 9-year-old trying to make it 4 wins in a row. 22 times he has been to the winner's circle. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
High Tide goes forward. Ice Road. Ice Road is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Quick Hammer right to the front. Allure of Money in the early mix too. They're tightly bunched towards the far outside. As taken back is going to be Flat Out Flying. It's going to be the trailer, but it is Allure of Money challenging their Quick Hammer and their 1-2. Just off of them is going to be High Tide. Is going to take back here as comfortable third. Shoved along as Ice Road trying to keep up from fourth, and Brooklyn Strong. Flat Out Flying is the trailer through a 24-second flat measured opening quarter. It's just mild pressure for Quick Hammer. Kendrick, Carmouche, and Quick Hammer, they're up by 3/4 of a length. Allure of Money is trying to move in closer, is bringing High Tide. These two are in second and third and continue to chase Quick Hammer as they approach a half-mile left to go. Brooklyn Strong starts to make a move to the inside of Ice Road, who's now shoved along once again. Less than a half-mile to go, 47.46 for a half-mile time, and Flat Out Flying still patiently ridden at the back. Quick Hammer is in front. Allure of Money has lost ground. High Tide is looming to the outside, is ready to challenge. To the inside, it's Brooklyn Strong, who tries to pick it up, is now a challenging third. Ice Road still towards the outside. Flat Out Flying's gotta go right now, is still 8 lengths at the back end of the field. Quick Hammer trying to run them off their feet right now. Controlled the pace up front, and Quick Hammer is skipping away. It's Quick Hammer just opening up here now. 4 lengths on the rest of the field. Trying to hold on for second is High Tide, but a host of pursuers in behind. Quick Hammer just has that comfortable margin, got right to the front, and Quick Hammer is going to win this one easily. It's all Quick Hammer to win it. Brooklyn Strong up for second over High Tide, who's in a photo with Flat Out Flying. At 1 minute 37.69 seconds.
It's hammer time here in the 8th. Quick Hammer, Kendrick Carmouche out quick early, and no one can keep pace with his horse on the front end.
Yeah, look, being forward on a racetrack like this goes a long way. And having an outside draw, or at least an outside draw of a horse that has some pace around you, goes a long way as well. And it gives you more options. We saw it in the prior race with headline numbers, being able to pop away from there and find the front end. So when it's a sloppy racetrack, I want a horse that's going to be forward, and Quick Hammer was absolutely that.
Quick Hammer, the win. Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice. Meanwhile, back to Hot Springs as Booth looks for his 3rd stakes win in a row at Oaklawn.
And Greg, we love that image here at Oaklawn. When you see that, the horses in the infield here, Richie, you know something important is about to happen. You know an important stakes race is just around the corner.
Yeah, they bring the horses for the graded stakes out to the infield, and the infield's been very, very crowded and busy today, and boy, Booth looks a picture, doesn't he?
As Maggie just mentioned, settled, the 1-5 favorite. Booth. As for the competition, Maggie, what about Anarchist in from Southern California?
It is kind of an odd entry in here, right, Lafitte? And it feels like they're trying to resurrect this horse who showed a lot of promise earlier on in his career. But when he shipped to Korea in 3 starts ago back in September of last year, finishing 3rd, sometimes that's a halfway around the world type of trip, and it takes horses a lot of time to overcome that. Will he ever be able to? Well, he ships in here to Oaklawn for Doug O'Neill, looking as though at least pre-race he could. This is a very brawny horse. He has a lot of conditioning, and 2, I just like his energy level. He's bright. He has not, flicked his ears back. He's looking at everybody. He just seems very engaged and ready to hit the racetrack. So he looks a picture here. If he can find some of his former form for Doug O'Neill and some other connections, then I think he could make some noise here, as he has that
tactical style coming in here. Probably won't be challenging Booth on the front end. One that's going to be looking to close, though, from way out of is number 2, Happy American. I know he's a big price in here for David Jacobson, but he's had him in a couple other spots, and he opts for what looks to be the toughest spot. Last time out, we saw him not being able to keep pace early. That's typical when he's in a sprint race, but then he ran on mildly in between horses behind some good ones in Hoist the Gold and Arrow Smash. Now, David buying him for $70,000 from a digital sale, Fasig-Tipton digital sale, looks fantastic here, Lafitte. Really well defined and well conditioned heading into this one. He's going to have to hope that somebody softens Booth up, though.
Just bouncing out there, Maggie. Happy American, first start, owner, trainer, David Jacobson. Jacobson with a pair in this Count Fleet Sprint Handicap, $500,000 purse. The call to post, and with Booth on this roll, on the ascend, what's at stake for him today, aside from the Grade 3 status of the race of the $500,000 purse?
With Booth?
Yeah.
Well, to really lay claim to that he is one of the upper echelon sprinters in the country, that Whitmore, his prep for this, certainly appeared to indicate that he is one to be reckoned with for this entire year in that division.
Maggie referenced Eric Asmussen. That was his first career graded stakes victory in the Whitmore. Now got that confidence going with that win in the 7th race. That has to go a long way for a young rider in a big stakes race.
Oh, absolutely, and just did it for his dad. Here he is back in the saddle for his dad, and long-time patrons for Steve Asmussen, Bill, and Corinne Heilig-Brodt.
Hook 'em horns. The Heilig-Brots who campaigned Matoli. Matoli, the sire of Booth. Another look at him in the post braid. There's Devil's Tower, 8-time winner here at Oaklawn.
Hard knocking, consistent, should be sitting a good inside pocket kind of trip. Gonna have to step up, though.
Jockeys on fire. Top 2 leading riders tied at the top of the standings. Arietta, Torres to break side by side. Torres on Happy American.
Yeah, horse that was purchased for $70,000 out of the Fasig-Tipton digital sale in February. More of a closing type. He'd like to see some speed on.
Following in the footsteps of Daddy, Matoli, Count Fleet winner. Can Booth do the same?
Boy, he's just a striking son of Matoli, and he appears to me to be controlling speed here.
Tejano Twist, always a late threat.
Yeah, just a hard-knocking, consistent type, over $1.5 million in earnings, and he's a closer, too. He'd like to see some pace on as well.
Payne, the second of 2 trained by David Jacobson.
The 10-year-old Payne, 2 starts back. That was a scintillating performance under Keith Asmussen, a closing type as well.
Anarchist for trainer Doug O'Neill.
He's the horse that makes things interesting because at times he can show very high speed. And to me, he's the only horse that could give Booth a little bit of pressure early.
Rivet, Asmussen, 4th in last year's Count Fleet.
Horse that also possesses speed, but he has the outside post, and it's the same ownership. Bill and Corinne Heilig-Brodt from Steve Asmussen. They're not going to go head and head with their uncoupled stablemate.
Strong representation. Booth, Rivet, for Steve Asmussen, live with Acacia.
And I was joking with Steve that he's sending out equine and human children here. Steve, Eric will be aboard Booth. What an incredible run this horse is on. Do you think using that speed has made a big difference with him?
Well, we're definitely not going to change what has got him in the winner's circle his last 2 times. He ran 2 extremely visually impressive races. Numbers came back excellent. Horse is obviously confidence level where we want it to be. Hoping for a clean break, and Eric knows to let him go, and he's responded extremely well for him.
And Keith will be aboard Rivet, and they kind of have complementary running styles, it seems, in this group.
Oh, absolutely. I think that, Rivet's biggest win's probably the Steel Valley race where he came from off of it behind, obviously, a contentious pace. Rivet's got several victories here at Oaklawn himself, and I think, as you mentioned, I think they complement each other.
Well, you obviously have 2 strong chances in here, but we saw yesterday Skelly come back, a winner of the last 2 years in the Count Fleet. What were your thoughts on that performance?
It's so great to have him back, so what an excellent sprinter he is. Gave him a break off the Breeders' Cup, the winter we had with some freezing temperatures, all the water we had over the winter. I'm a little later getting him to the races than I had originally planned, but nonetheless, yesterday was very impressive for his first race of the year.
Certainly dazzled. Well, best of luck with the runners here. Thanks for the time, Steve.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Lafitte?
Skelly, scary good, scary fast yesterday. Successful return Asmussen looking for that 7th count fleet. Rivet, Booth. He was talking about a horse's confidence, Richie, for a newer fan, a viewer who doesn't watch horse racing on a day-to-day basis. They're thinking, like, what is that all about? Like a horse's confidence.
Well, you know, they're athletes, and even though they're equine athletes, they kind of build into taking on the tougher competition. And if you've ever gone back to a barn after a horse has had a race where they've been defeated, a lot of them will be in the back of the stall. They'll be sulking. They won't want to come up and get any attention. They're mad, and their confidence is a little bit, you know, knocked down. When they win, the attitude is different. The people around them are different, so they feed on that energy. And you know, to me, it's one of the things that Steve does amongst many things so well, is building a horse into the next challenge. It's not all about today. It's about, you know, he's playing chess. It's about 2, 3, 4, 5 moves down the road.
You mentioned confident rider is mentioned. Eric Asmussen on the odds-on favorite, won the 7th race. They're going to go back-to-back here aboard Booth. What does Eric need to avoid? Is there a potential pitfall or a scenario that he needs to stay away from in order to maximize Booth's chance to win this Count Fleet?
Well, in this particular case, he's just got to play to his strength. Just like Steve, you know, his dad just said, you know, we're not going to change anything that's been getting him in the winner's circle, and that's allowing him to use his speed. The other thing is he's not just speed. He's not just fast. He's got gate speed, meaning his first step, he moves with the doors, and that just helps a rider immensely. I guess the fly in the ointment would be if Anarchist went on an all-out send to try to, you know, run with him. But he can't change tactics. He's got to go with the strength, and that's his speed.
They're about to see some kind of show. All about speed, speed, speed in this Count Fleet. Booth odds on. Maggie, horseback.
Yeah, out here with my main man, Boomer, as we are watching warm-ups and taking a look at Anarchist. You guys mentioning, is he going to show that speed that once upon a time he had? Well, jockey Kyle Frey warming him up solo, but not that aggressively, more or less just to get Anarchist kind of moving, if you will, loosening up out here. So there wasn't much intention shown from the warm-up that they are going to try to challenge Booth on the front end, guys.
Something to watch right from the start. I know it's apples and oranges and 3-year-olds in the Arkansas Derby, but the way the race unfolded early, that dictated the finish and how things wound up. Same in this Count Fleet in the sense that watch the action early, watch Booth, watch Anarchist to give us an idea of what to expect in the second half of the race.
Yeah, and, you know, earlier on in the day, I thought maybe a little bit of an outside flow. I think this is as fair a racetrack as you can have. We've seen horses win wire to wire on the rail and horses close on the outside, so I don't think that's going to play a factor. Listen, Booth's fast, and I'm looking for him to be in front and hopefully clear from Anarchist.
Do you think he can't? Do you think he'll clear?
I do.
Odds on. Booth. Steve Asmussen looking for a 7th Count Fleet. Eric Asmussen seeking a 2nd career graded stakes victory. Matt Ditterman with the call post time. $500,000 Count Fleet live on Fox Sports 2.
Hand to the outside post. Rivet. We're ready to go in the Count Fleet. And Laroff. Booth sent for speed. As expected, he's on the lead. Anarchist keeping tabs on him early. A neck behind as Booth leads the way from the Southern California Invader. Anarchist, who's keeping up with him now. These two a neck apart down the backstretch. They open up about 3 on Rivet. In the 3rd position, Payne is next in the field with Devil's Tower. Happy American under some pressure already with a half mile to go is plummeted back to the 2nd last spot. And stretch running Tejano Twist is last. They go into the turn. Booth, the leader, a neck. Anarchist really turning up the heat, and they sizzle on the front end. 21 and 4/5 seconds. Booth inside, Anarchist outside, and they're going at it as they hit the quarter pole. They're 5 ahead of Rivet. Payne in the 3rd position. They're off the turn. Booth, Anarchist, stride for stride. Booth digging down deep. Anarchist trying to get by him on the outside. Inside it's Booth. Outside it's Anarchist. And here comes down the center Tejano Twist, and also Rivet's getting involved here. Booth and Anarchist. They need to find more. Booth's finding more. Anarchist done. Rivet coming on late, but Booth's going to do it. Booth, a gold star in the Count Fleet. He took him the distance, took all the pressure, and just kept rolling. Rivet might have got second there to give Mr. Steve Asmussen and the Heligbroats a 1-2.
You saw the reaction, the pride of the Heligbroats. Booth, tested, digging deep, showing that moxie. Eric Asmussen going to work, imploring him to dig deeper. Booth somehow fends off all challengers in the Count Fleet.
Like Booth passed this test with flying colors. He took intense pressure from Anarchist early and just kept finding. And one thing you don't know about a horse until they're in that kind of fight, how will they stand up to the pressure? He's had things his own way, kind of smothering fields. Well, today he showed not only is he good, he'll fight for it. And a nice effort by Rivet, the other Asmussen runner, to get up for second. So they're Bill and Corinne Heligbroat, and a very nice afternoon for them. 1-2 in a $500,000 race.
Watching their colt fight to the wire. They won it with Mitole, Mitole's son Booth, a 7th for Steve Asmussen, and what a moment for his son, Eric Asmussen, with Maggie.
I can't tell you how many kisses Eric has given Booth here as we pulled up. Eric, here's your first graded stakes winner, and you get another one here.
He's just a special, special horse, and just so blessed for the opportunity to be able to ride him. Thank you to Mr. Green. Thank you to the Heligbroats, and thank you most to Booth. He's special.
He had to dig down deep and fight today, Eric. Were you expecting that pressure from Anarchist?
He didn't break as good as I would have liked him today, and he had to take the pressure, but he proved his quality in his class late.
Eric, you've been involved in some of your dad's most special horses. How is it to be now riding them into the winner's circle?
It's so cool. Him being by Mitole, I grew up in the barn with him, and for him to carry so many characteristics of Mitole and just to be especially as fast, it's an honor to be a part of.
Well done, young man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Miss Maggie.
I love it. Miss Maggie, guys.
Can't make it up. Storybook, fairy tale stuff in today's Count Fleet.
It's just fantastic. And what always strikes me, but from both Eric and Keith Asmussen, is their appreciation of the horses, their understanding of how hard it is to get them there and to have them give these efforts. And, they've been raised in one of the greatest racing families in North America, the Asmussen family, going from their grandparents through their Uncle Cash, their dad, their mom. And you could see they give all the praise and credit to the horses. These horses elevate all of us.
Fired up, the salute, Eric Asmussen, all smiles. Booth, the Michael Jordan tongue wag. Every reason to throw in the towel, Booth, every reason.
He took the heat and he kept finding, and this was a huge effort because Anarchist did not give him any free ride whatsoever. And it was interesting. I was, waxing poetic about how Booth jets away from the gate, and off the break, I turned to you and said, he didn't break as sharp as he normally does, so he had to use him to make sure he secured the lead. And again, no easy rides. And the one thing you never know about a horse until it happens is how will they take that kind of pressure.
Can't wait to hear from Steve Asmussen. There he is. And can't wait to hear from the Heligbroats also, who won the race with Mitole, and now his son Booth, standing by live with Acacia.
Finishing 1-2 in here, Bill Heligbroat joining me, and what a race that was. Booth was all heart fighting down to the wire.
He was that on a really fast fractions. Kind of looked like Mitole.
It has to feel really special when you have the offspring of a horse that you campaign and was so good on the racetrack, and you see that carry over.
It's unbelievable. But I knew he'd do it.
You run 1-2 as well with Rivet finishing, and that was a strong finish from him. It seems like he really needed that race today.
Well, I don't think so. I don't know what's the matter with Rivet. He shows up in stakes races. Every time there's a stakes race, he runs well. So anyway, he's a nice horse, and obviously he came out of the Texas sale, so he's very special for me.
Can understand why. Well, he knows when it's game time, as does Booth. Congratulations on the great finish.
Thank you so much. Nice to be here.
Lafitte?
From that Texas sale, hook 'em. Oh, yeah, the exacta for the Heilig Broats and the Asmussens. Booth, Rivet, 3-7, 6-2. So now you know that Booth, yeah, he can deliver a knockout punch. But when counterpunched, you know he'll stay in the fight, which we don't always know until a horse is truly challenged, especially against that kind of competition.
This is so well said, Lafitte. A lot of horses can throw a punch. They have their speed. A lot of horses. Well, he got in a barroom brawl, and he was the last man standing here. And for the Heilig Broats, took down $400,000 of this $500,000 purse.
To the winner's circle, the Count Fleet in the books. Booth strikes. He was the heavy favorite. Will the heavy favorite deliver in the Apple Blossom as we get closer and closer to post time? And for jockey Brian Hernandez, what a 2024. That first win in the Derby, the first win in the Oaks, this magical ride with Torpedo Anna, a date with the Horse of the Year. Torpedo Anna in the Apple Blossom.
And they're off at the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Crowd still buzzing after that stirring edition of the Count Fleet. Welcome back. Maybe this will calm anxiety. Hot Water Cascade, located at Arlington Lawn. It's the largest visible spring in the park. Hot water emanates from the hillside near the Grand Promenade and flows under the path down a steep cliff into the pools. Namaste, Richie. Namaste.
Another similarity with Saratoga, though, with the springs, right?
See? Another look. Top of the stretch. Booth. Hounded from Jump Street by Anarchist.
Yeah, he took intense pressure. Anarchist was taking no prisoners, was under a drive by Kyle Fry, trying to keep him honest, tried to get by him here. One thing that Eric does so well, and his brother Keith does as well, and I'd like to think they got it from their Uncle Cash, they always save a little bit of horse. They got a little bit something left for that final drive.
He could have, say he breaks sharp, makes an easy early lead, and does a Skelly impersonation in the Count Fleet. I'm more impressed by that and the moxie and class he showed us in victory.
And it's the first time he's ever had to do that, where he's had to get into a fight and show his character. You know, there are a lot of horses, just like a lot of people, when things are easy, they look like world beaters. It's when they've got to actually work for something you find out about them.
Warrior. That gentleman trains a warrior. Torpedo Anna. Kenny McPeak. A look back at Torpedo's Anna's 2025 debut in the Azeri as we get closer to post time for the Grade 1 Apple Blossom.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races here, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power. Passion, performance. Race 9 here in New York. 7 furlongs in this entry-level allowance race. A rider change here. Javier Castellano on Master of Arms for Mike Maker.
Yeah, look, this is where I was going to pick down on the inside, and this horse makes a lot of sense. I just don't like the price, but if Javier's been paying attention in the room of what's going on out here on this racetrack, I'd imagine he'll be forward.
Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche, and this is Eliminate's 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, this one doesn't have a lot of early speed, but Kendrick will probably try to get as much of it out as he can.
Shipsational just went by for Eddie Barker.
Just always been waiting for this horse to be a little bit better.
Huge effort and a win last start for Quick to Accuse.
Yeah, but now he's switching barns, a concern.
Go Irish off since July of last summer.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of speed 2 races back, but it's going to have to get faster.
Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, President Z, the 7.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran well going 7 furlongs last time. Just got a little bit tired late.
And New Gelding, Heir of Defiance, start number 2 of 2025.
Yeah, reluctantly, I'm picking this horse. He just hasn't seen the same since leaving Brad Cox's barn. But Chad Summers is off to a little bit of a hot little start right here. And is doing well as of right now. The outside draw and an aggressive ride could get Heir of Defiance back to that old form.
Second to fierceness on that wet track in the debut for that one right there. 2 minutes away from this 9th. Get signed up right there at NYRA Bets. Get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Use the code TV25 to claim your free $25 play today only. Right there at NYRABets.com. So 8-1 Heir of Defiance from this outside post, JK.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where once upon a time this horse was really fast. His debut was good. When he ran into fierceness, like you had mentioned, beating 11 lengths. Then he comes back and runs extremely well, runs fast. Those 2 performances you can't fake. It's not as if those weren't real. Those were 2 back-to-back performances that I thought were good. Then you switch connections to Chad Summers, and it just kind of all fell apart. The horse wasn't very good after that. Gets a break from January, shows up here with a nice draw, and it's just a price play for me here. I mean, I think the 1 is a significantly much more likely winner of this race. I just like where the 8 drew, and I'm hoping that eventually he can find his form, and the trainer, Chad Summers, has been pretty hot as of late.
Let's go downstairs to Paul.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the one in here in Master of Arms. I actually think he's the one to beat, but I'm also with JK in here that you saw in the last race, if you looked at the last race, it probably should have ran 2-1, but Christopher Elliott ran the one up the rail. Dylan Davis said after he won the stakes race, the middle of the racetrack's where you want to be. I love Master of Arms. I'm just worried now that this horse gets stuck down on the rail. I'm hoping that this horse can get out from underneath there. And Javier Castellano, the new rider, like you guys were saying. Now, the 4 Shipsational for Eddie Barker, I'm kind of with JK, been waiting for this horse to fire a big shot, and maybe today will be the day. Should show some speed. And then Quick to Accuse. You know, a good claim here from Michelle Giulio here out of the Brad Cox barn. I think that's always a worry, but this horse has run some good races. Not that many good races over a wet racetrack, but I do think your 8's got a big shot, JK. I actually went 1 with 4-5-8 here, so I'll land on the 1 in this spot. Master of Arms. Hopefully, Greg, he can get out from that inside.
So Javier Castellano with his work cut out for him here from that inside post to try and get off the inside.
Yeah, but he's got enough tactical speed. I mean, if you look at that race 3 back, I mean, that's some good speed right there to get away from there. It's all about intent at this point. Javier's got to want to pop away from there and take that early position. We saw that earlier with Dylan on headline numbers where he wanted the lead. We saw it with Kendrick and Quick Hammer where he wanted the lead. If Javier wants the lead, he can get it from there. I think there would be a mistake if he didn't do that. Hold that position on this racetrack that I'm not saying that there's a bias to the racetrack. I'm simply saying when a racetrack looks like this, plays like this, being forward is an advantageous position.
There's the 5, the favorite, 3-2 stepping in. That huge career best effort last start, but that was with the Brad Cox barn, one of the best barns in the game. There's the 5. And now moving to Michelle Giulio's barn, since claimed off that winning effort. And we'll see if that form can hold for this 5-year-old with Dylan Davis in the irons. Set for the 9th. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Go Irish, President Z. And Air of Defiance to the far outside. Air of Defiance is in. All set. And they're off. Off slowly was Eliminate, the early trailer. Shipsational right to the front, and Master of Arms is at the rail, is shoved along, and Master of Arms will get to the front. It's Master of Arms with a neck advantage. Right there is Stalking and Shipsational. Air of Defiance out in the center of the racetrack is a close-up third, and at the rail is Quick to Accuse, who's in a nice spot just tucked in behind Rivals, is in 4th. Out wider comes President Z, is applying pressure there to Go Irish, second to last, and Eliminate, the early trailer. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Master of Arms is in control. It's Master of Arms up by a half length. Shipsational is encouraged to keep up here as they move into the far turn. Air of Defiance still 3 wide. Quick to Accuse has had a nice journey, is at the rail. A ground-saving journey so far for Dylan Davis, and Quick to Accuse is now ready to pounce on Master of Arms, who's still in front. Master of Arms, Quick to Accuse into the 2 path, just gliding along here, and Quick to Accuse is ready to challenge. Eliminate has also gotten into the race, and Eliminate is right in behind the top duo. A quarter mile left to go. Master of Arms has got more. Master of Arms is trying to kick away from Quick to Accuse, who has every shot. Eliminate was off slowly, but has momentum grandstand side. Down to this trio as they approach this final furlong. Master of Arms confronted by Quick to Accuse, and Eliminate is charging down the center of the racetrack. Here comes Eliminate. Eliminate with a last to first move. Eliminate wins the finale. Kendrick Carmouche 4 on the afternoon. Eliminate over Master of Arms, then came Quick to Accuse and Shipsational in 1 minute 22 and 4.
Huge Saturday, as you heard from Kendrick Carmouche, 4 wins. This horse did not get out good. Able to overcome it and win impressively here in a sharp final time.
Yeah, a great ride by Kendrick. Just sat right in here behind these horses that were vying for the lead. One of the best trips you can get. Tips out at the top of the stretch and then just grinds down the leader. I mean, look, Javier was right. He did the right thing with the 1, was aggressive away from there. It was just took a better horse on the day to beat him in that spot. Eliminate had some back races and didn't mind that kickback. You can see the chest and the face covered on the 3 with that dirt from sitting in that pocket position and behind the leaders.
3-1, 5-4 finish, 9-1 on Eliminate, who goes 122-4 for the 7/8 of a mile. There he is entering your picture. And those Rapoli Stable Silks, owned in part by Spendthrift Farm as well. Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche. This is a 4-year-old debut for the son of Curlin. So beats this group off the bench.
They always thought, highly of the horse, though. If Todd's tossing one in the Gotham and the Bayshore, there's obviously a little bit of talent there, a little bit of ability, and some high hopes.
So Eliminate picks up just the second win of his career. Covered in mud, but Kendrick will not mind at all with the huge Saturday he is having. Let's go back to Hot Springs,
where the horses are on track for this 9th race. $20,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. All for sale, all one for something. Mile and a 16th the distance. Wide open, Richie.
It is a wide open affair, and like most two-turn races, position in that first turn is so important, especially when they're this evenly matched.
As you look at Redbird Nation to kick things off, and Tyler Bacon aboard.
Certainly part of the pace here. He's moving up off a nice effort for 12.5.
Touch of Glam, Team Torpedo, Anna Hernandez, McPeak.
Yeah, this is an Argentine bred, so Southern Hemisphere. He was actually born in July, so he's technically 4, but not quite yet.
Contender, Tis Wicked Strong, the tepid favorite.
Yeah, comes off a poor effort up to Brad Cox's claim, but his previous races would all put him right in the frame.
Long shots side by side. Famous final scene. Second start off the layoff, and then big gain, and Nick Juarez takes over.
Yeah, he's going to have to get back to his 2-back race, which was for cheaper.
Wicked Melody, 1 for 16 lifetime.
Yeah, another one moving up in company off an even effort.
Money Shot virtually eased in his latest.
Yeah, he was eased, so he drops in class, but his previous races would all put him in the frame as well.
Indy Charge, quick, likes to mix it up early.
I think he makes his lead here. He appears to me to be the main speed.
We saw Redbird Nation. There's Tis Charming, Steve, and Eric Asmussen seeking a third straight.
Well, the Asmussen barn on fire, and they're looking for that rolling triple.
Gluckstadt out. There's Higginsville and Rafael Bejarano.
He's a major player here. Just really don't like the post. He's got to work out a trip.
Yeah, trip is everything. And 10 days later, draws in.
And another one that is a player here at 7-1, but what a difficult post. Just got to try to avoid being caught extremely wide.
9th race of 12. Apple Blossom will be the 11th on Fox Sports 1. Completing that post parade and circling back to Touch of Glam with Brian Hernandez. What a season in 2024. A first Kentucky Derby victory, sweeping the Kentucky Oaks with Torpedo Anna and the Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs that first weekend in May. The highlights, remember going back to that Breeders' Cup Classic win on Fort Larned on his birthday. That was way, way back. And while you've always known just how good it is, these wins, that last season for him, it almost felt like a rite to passage for the rest of the world to recognize just how good he really is.
You know, within the confines of a jockey's room, the other riders know who the top riders are. And it doesn't necessarily pan out in the standings. A guy may not even be in the top 10, but you know. And the other guys know, and this guy's a real good rider. But you need a dance partner. Mm-hmm. You're not doing this solo. You've got to have the vehicle, the horse, to take you there. And he proved last year under high-pressure situations just how good all the other riders know he's been for all these years.
Yeah, he'll have a real good dance partner in the Apple Blossom. Torpedo Anna, odds on. Touch of Glam here. 5-1, drawn inside. Maggie, what is Touch of Glam showing you?
He's showing me that he's a horse that fits nicely with this crew that he meets today. The lowest that he has started for in his career for this non-2, 420, and just a really well turned out horse, as you do expect to see from Kenny McPeak and his team. Strong, well muscled, and like I said, sometimes it's not who you are as an individual, it's who you have to face on the day, and I do think that he could be quite competitive against this field. Now, number 2 is Tis Wicked Strong. He's one of the favorites in here, and obviously connections having something to do with that. But he's one that is 1 for 16 as Brad Cox takes over training, but I do think Lindsey Schultz does a very good job, and he was a beaten favorite last time. He had absolutely no response. That many of these horses come out of that common race back on March 1st. Fear of the Union would return and win his next start with a 79 buyer, but Tiz Wicked Strong does struggle to get out of the gate. Now, we do see Christian Torres giving him a nice warm-up out on track, away from the pony. He's framing himself up well, but he's a horse that does not carry that much conditioning across his top line and into his hindquarters. He's a horse where that sacrum and those lumbars across his back are fairly weak. And as I always say, a horse needs those to propel themselves out of the gate. So I do like him in this warm-up more, though, than what I liked him in the paddock. As we'll jump all the way to the outside. This is a full field here. And number 12, Higginsville, has spent most of his career running on a surface that's not the dirt. But overall, when you look at his body of work as a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old, mainly a 3-year-old, I should say, his races on the dirt, overall, I think collectively a bit better, at least from a numbers standpoint. He is a bit faster on this surface, and he looks it too. Now, Chris Hartman was on his head in the paddock, leading him around a horse that might be a little bit more high energy, so he's staying with the pony there, but he's keeping a lid on it. Things I like to see, and really well turned out. If he can get to some of his better dirt races, I think he's a major player. Now, the 13, a bit of a wild card in 10 days later. Overall, this horse has faced much tougher company, and at times he's run races that are a lot faster than what any of his competition has run in the past. But he has a layoff to contend with. He does look a bit soft to me. Now, could he just win on muscle memory alone? Yes, that happens. And I will say, since the last time I saw him, which was going over a year ago, he's grown and he's filled out. And he looks as though he's reached his full physical potential now as a 5-year-old, as horses do. I just wish Lafitte, he looked a little bit more fit, a little bit more defined, but 8-1 is a good enough price given his class.
Ready to roll or racing into shape? We'll see. She's always ready to roll. She's back there in the shadows, lurking. What is the star of this day, the star of this show up to? Torpedo Anna. Killing time, tucked away in her stall for now. You think she knows?
Oh, absolutely.
Think she knows?
She knows. Yeah. You know, their routine is slightly different. Their feeding program's slightly different, and horses are so in tune with their routine. So once their routine gets interrupted, they know it's game time.
She'll be unleashed before long. Torpedo Anna, race 11, Apple Blossom on Fox Sports 1. That team, jockey-trainer combination, represented by the gelding you're looking at. Touch of Glam, Hernandez, McPeak. There's Kenny McPeak. And I would imagine for jockey and trainer, leading up to that big event, with all that pressure packed, all that pressure involved, that you'd much rather stay busy. For him, having horses running, for the rider, staying busy riding the undercard.
Oh, absolutely. I think both for trainer and jockey, you know, for me, I was always much happier if I had several mounts, stay busy, don't overthink it. I've done my homework. I've prepared. I've got scenario A, B, C, and probably D and E as well. But I don't want to overthink it and dwell on it too much. I want to get in a rhythm. I want to get a sweat on. I want to be in the zone. So it's so important to have mounts. And Brian Hernandez, 7 mounts today. So, you know, he's going into it, you know, focused, in tune, limbered up. Getting back to the 2 horse quickly, Lafitte, Tiz Wicked Strong, he does have a bad tendency to break badly. There are a lot of reasons why horses don't break well from the gate. Sometimes they're just not as strong behind. They need that big warm-up. Tiz Wicked Strong has a tendency to shuffle his feet a lot. He gets a little bit antsy in the starting gate. So when the break comes, if you've got a 1,000-pound animal whose 4 feet aren't set and balanced, they've got to reset in that split second, and that's when they get left. And horses, like water, flow to empty space. So if you've got horses on either side of you and you don't occupy that space, there's a tendency for them to flow to that space and pinch you back or take your ground.
When that starts to happen, when you're in the gate and you feel that going on underneath you, that shuffling, is there anything you can do to assist?
Well, you're communicating with the official starter and the assistant starter who's helping you in the starting gate. What I had a tendency to do, and it worked with some horses, some of them just are too antsy, is I would try to back them up to the back tailgates so they would feel that against their hind quarters and almost steady them a little bit. When you have space between their hind end and that back tailgate, a horse that tends to shuffle his feet will shuffle their feet more.
So a few things. Watch number 2, Tiz Wicked Strong, a lukewarm favorite. Watch his feet, see how he breaks. All right, you don't want to see the shuffle while he's in the stall. And to the outside, watch Higginsville, watch 10 Days Later. On paper, they're competitive, but what kind of trip will be worked out early on?
Yeah, just tough posts. There's certainly players in here, but they've got to figure out a trip into that first turn.
Lots going on. Same distance as the Apple Blossom. Mile and a 16th. Post time for the 9th. From Oaklawn, here's Matt Dinneman.
One back, 10 Days Later to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good beginning. Afterwards, Money Shot has to take up and drops to the back. Wicked Melody on the lead today. Indy Charge flashing early pace. Famous Final Scene trying to move forward on the inside. It's going to get way too tight. He has to absolutely slam on the brakes. Famous Final Scene got really tight for him down in there as they cornered into the turn. We come back to the lead. Indy Charge is setting the pace here from Redbird Nation, who takes the second spot. Big gain to his inside. 1.5 lengths to Wicked Melody. He runs in fourth. Higginsville is next with Famous Final Scene. 10 Days Later between that pair. Then Money Shot, Touch of Glam is running 7 lengths off the pace, down on the fence, swinging up the back stretch, 2 back to Tiz Wicked Strong, and that leaves Tiz Charming to trail the field. 11 runners head down the back stretch. Indy Charge paving the way, 1 length and a tail ahead. Redbird Nation running in the second position. Big gain third to the inside. Wicked Melody next with Higginsville, who gets a good trip from towards the outside, and he's running 3 lengths off the lead. Another 1.5 lengths to 10 Days Later. He finds himself on the rail. Money Shot shown more rain to get into the race. Touch of Glam is following his move. He's 6 lengths behind. Gap of 2 to Tiz Wicked Strong. Famous Final Scenes had enough. Plummets to the back with Tiz Charming as they charge around the turn. Indy Charge, Redbird Nation, all of a sudden they're even coming to the top of the lane. Higginsville sent along 3 wide. Big gain behind the leaders and is searching for racing room, and now he just weakened there. Lost a lot of momentum coming off the turn. In the meantime, we come back to the lead here. Redbird Nation's in front, getting really tight on the inside there was Redbird Nation. Here comes Touch of Glam, and here comes Higginsville, and even deeper is Tiz Wicked Strong. Touch of Glam gets the jump on Tiz Wicked Strong, who's into second. It's Touch of Glam, Brian Hernandez Jr. for the Kenny McPeak barn to win it on the class drop. Tiz Wicked Strong second. Higginsville was third. Wicked Melody fourth.
Sign of things to come. We'll see. Touch of Glam, Brian Hernandez, Kenny McPeak strike in the 9th, and the big filly is still back in the barn awaiting the Apple Blossom.
Nice to get this win, though, right? You want to go into it in good order. They've got a good shot in the next race as well before the big mare. And Brian Hernandez, you could pick up about the 3/8. Well, he had a lot of horse with Touch of Glam. He got to save all the ground on the first turn from that inside position, and he was trying to stay in. He didn't want to tip out too soon, and finally, he just had too much horse. He was going to run over the horse in front of him, so he tipped out about 5 or 6 wide, as did the 2 Tiz Wicked Strong.
We saw the shuffle.
But he was shuffling his feet in the gate, as is his wont to do. But inside post positions, 2 turns are such an advantage. Lafitte, one of my principles of riding was you can't be wide on 2 turns. So they got to save all that ground on the first turn. It gave them the luxury of tipping out and gaining momentum, even though they had to lose some ground into the stretch.
The old Bobby Frankel adage, 1 turn is fine, not 2 turns. And for Kenny McPeak, trainer of Touch of Glam, we know he won't get shut out today, Richie. We know that.
Listen, I'm sure he's thrilled with this victory. He wants the big one.
That Apple Blossom with Torpedo Anna, Touch of Glam, Brian Hernandez. Yeah, we'll have much more on them in the next hour and a half or so, and much more on her. And we'll be stalking her from now until post time. It's the rock star treatment. She has to be used to it by now. Torpedo Anna, she takes the stage soon in the $1.25 million Apple Blossom. She's back there, we promise.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal
and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you. We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown. There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game. I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Mike Repole spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Hard part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there. Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on America's Day at the Races, and a race away from the main event. The reigning horse of the year set to be back in action in her first Grade 1 of 2025. And the Apple Blossom, that is coming up next. Her first start back of 2025. That was in the Azeri. We mic'd up trainer Ken McPeak and rider Brian Hernandez Jr. on what to talk about going into the beginning of that comeback race for her.
Brian, I'm sure you've looked at it till you're blue.
Yeah. A few times.
I think the biggest risk I think you got is that if they, you're not going to see them slow the pace down.
No.
But she should be faster than everybody leaving there.
Yeah.
Let her run first turn.
That's what I thought. Let her run into the first turn. If somebody wants to go crazy, then
Yeah, I think the key is at how she breaks.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking as well. As long as she stands up in there really well and leaves square.
Some of those others have one going 48 and change on the lead. She's faster than that.
She's
So
quicker than that.
leave it with you. You notice how much calmer she is now, the older she's getting?
Yeah.
She used to be like,
Oh, I mean, like about to explode.
yeah,
but
she'd make you question. She'd make you question your wager before.
Yeah.
Like, oh God, is she washing
No,
out?
because I
Yeah.
loved her for the fantasy, but she's still a little bit of an unknown
Yeah,
at
she
that
wants to get
point. And then
nervous.
I'm like,
She's
guys,
not
oh my
nervous
gosh,
anymore.
she's freaking me out.
She doesn't get nervous anymore.
No, she doesn't.
From this point in time, I can't control anything, right? It's up to Brian. But I think the worst nightmare is that you get behind horses, you get stuck in a box, and you can't get out. And that's kind of what happened in the Cotillion. I mean, she's had a couple of races where she didn't leave all that clean, and that's where she's beatable.
We're ready to go.
Let's hope she leaves clean, you know?
And Laroff getting squeezed at the break was Jody's Pride. Torpedo Anna broke right on cue. She's on the lead early on. Brian Hernandez Jr. lets Torpedo Anna get in a good rhythm. She's got those ears pricked up.
24-1, that's easy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they didn't go with it.
Torpedo Anna, 48-2 for the half, coasting as she goes into the fourth turn.
And those are soft fractions.
Torpedo Anna, Brian Hernandez Jr. asks her to go, and just look at her go. She hits the furlong pole, accelerates, opens up 3. Torpedo Anna just gliding over the Oaklawn soil today, and she is back, and she is back in business.
Congratulations. Thank you. You had to get her in gear a little bit.
Expectation so high, the bar so high, and that wipe of the brow, he can breathe, he can smile, and make his way down to the winner's circle where the champion filly awaits.
Looked like she was getting tired at the head of the lane
A little bit, yeah. Because that's when I knew it was Julian next to her, I was like, that filly's tough. So I was going to just try to sneak away from her.
Yeah.
I never had a whip on her or anything.
Yeah.
She could feel it just like.
You didn't whip her?
No, I didn't.
Looked like you were getting ready to.
No, I just kind of kept flying.
Yeah. All right, ready?
So that was the comeback effort for the reigning horse of the year in the Grade 2. Azeri did what she needed to do. It was an easy time of things. Probably going to need better today against Where's My Ring.
I mean, look, like I've said it's kind of Torpedo Anna's lifetime story of doing what she needs to do, which is pretty darn impressive to be able to do that so consistently. But she hasn't really consistently wowed me with the speed in which she's doing it. And I know that it doesn't matter how fast she wins as long as she's winning, but she's got a real opponent. And Where's My Ring here today? And who knows? Usually when she gets pushed a little bit harder, she shows up. When she ran into Fierceness, she almost beat him, and he almost was Horse of the Year. So I do think that there's a way that she can kind of continue to improve, but she's going to have to show it to us.
Well, we knew that performance, too. Her first start back, they weren't going to, by any means at all, empty the tank. It was a starting point. It was do it as easily as you can. She did it pretty easily. There's probably a lot more there.
I would think so. I mean, look, she's been sensational. Like I said, whenever they ask her, she shows up and shows up more. But I just want to be clear that there's a lot of times she runs, it's a foregone conclusion. I do think that she's got something to prove today.
That is coming up one race away from the reigning Horse of the Year back in action. Grade 1 Apple Blossom to come. Wrap things up here in New York. Eliminate, and what a Saturday for Kendrick Carmouche. 4-win afternoon. And closes things out at 9-1 on Eliminate, who did not get out good at all. Was very far back early and rallies for the win.
Yeah, this horse has always had a bit of talent. They seem to have kind of figured it out. He got a nice little trip in here sitting behind the main speeds and tipped out at the top of the stretch. One of the best trips you can get in racing is that pocket trip in behind some speed horses. And it took the entire stretch, but once he got here, he started to run away from him late.
So Eliminate, 4-year-old debut, the new gelding. Appreciating that off going $20, 80 cents for the victory to close things out here in New York. Master of Arms, Quick to Accuse, underneath in second and third, $2,700. Pick 5, pick 6, over $14,000. as our Saturday action comes to a close here at Aqueduct, but the main event still to come out in Hot Springs. I'm out. Andy Serling stepping on with you as you guys will talk us through the big one to come. Let's go back to Hot Springs.
Changing on the fly in New York. We're here on set, Oaklawn, and there is the winner of the 9th race. Moments ago, McPeak, Hernandez. They're pretty good together. And on this day, Touch of Glam, pretty good. Racking up a second lifetime win, losing ground far turn, but gathering momentum.
Yeah, he had so much horse, and you could see Brian was trying to stay disciplined, stay inside, not tip out too soon. And it just got to a point where he was going to take too much run out of his horse. And he said, well, lesser of two evils. Keep my momentum going, tip out to the clear. He had got to save all that ground in the first turn with that good advantageous inside post. And a nice effort here. Touch of Glam taking that appropriate drop in class. And nice to get a win for the team. Torpedo Anna kind of confident going into the big
she wins the Apple Blossom. She's not going to pay $13.60.
No,
that I can tell you.
Not even nearly a fraction of that.
Good effort from Higginsville from that bad draw to complete the trifecta, turning the page. Penultimate event before the Apple Blossom. Good allowance race. Mile and a 16th. Older horses, like a stakes type of purse here. $131,000. I know we're supposed to switch to Fox Sports 1, but the Yankees and Giants aren't done doing their thing, so we're sticking around until that game is in the books. But this is a good race, and Baddest Good Boy is the early favorite at age 5. What do you think?
Listen, Baddest Good Boy won his first 2 starts, and he did something that's very difficult to do. He broke his maiden sprinting and came right back and won the first level allowance stretching out. Then he was thrown to the wolves a bit in the Razorback. Now he comes back to allowance conditions, adds blinkers. He's very logical, although I think he's got to beat Team McPeak and Hernandez here from the inside with Lat Long.
Asmussen's went back-to-back. We'll see if Hernandez and McPeak can go back-to-back. And then, of course, the Apple Blossom. 3 weeks from today, for Saturday in May, in the 151st running, like the logo, of the Kentucky Derby. The leaderboard, the points, how it stacks up. The Lexington earlier today. Keeneland. Richie, what is the story of the leaderboard? What are you looking for specifically over the next 3 weeks?
Well, I don't think you're going to see too much movement. Obviously,
not earning points, but still, what do you think the story is of how the points lay out as of now?
Well, the story is that the horse Baeza, who was run up to journalism, who's 3rd on the leaderboard and probably your Derby favorite at this point, is on the outside looking in. He's not even in the top 24. And he's a horse that has been kind of improving for John Sheriffs, who knows how to win on the big stage. Obviously, Giacomo winning the Derby at a huge price and his handling of Zenyatta. But journalism's the horse as far as I'm concerned.
In a groove, 4 straight victories. Journalism. Sandman is in as a result of his victory in the Arkansas Derby, that nuclear pace. He was far back, no trouble at the start, no traffic whatsoever, and a head full of steam turning for home.
Yeah, I mean, he's been threatening to do this, and he finally got a pace that he could take advantage of with his closing style. Now, he may not get as fast a pace in the Kentucky Derby. You saw him duck out there.
What about that? Is how much of a concern?
Well, I think he just hit the front and lost his focus a little bit. And you saw that when Jose Ortiz went back to his right hand and
left hand
flagged him, he went on about his business. It's something that Jose, probably a learning experience for him too. This is the first time he's ever won on Sandman, and something that he'll have to be aware of. But even though he may not get the pace that he got in the Arkansas Derby, in the Kentucky Derby, I still think it'll be too fast a pace for the distance, and I'm certain that he will stay 1.25 miles.
For Mark Casse, who has won an Arkansas Derby, that was a classic Empire, who got wiped out at the start of the 2017 Kentucky Derby. Hopefully, better luck at the start for Sandman in the Kentucky Derby. If you're Jose Ortiz, are you reluctant whatsoever to go to the left-handed crop if you want to in the stretch?
I think if you hit the front, I think he's got to be very aware of it. I don't think that he would have done that if he had a horse in front of him, because his focus would have been on that horse. It's when he got by himself. He's a deep closer. He's not used to hitting the front before, up by the 8th pole where he has 220 yards to think about things.
Every Metallica fan is going to unload. Sandman, serious contender, Arkansas Derby winner, 3 weeks from today. Derby 151. 11 minutes till the 10th race. Apple Blossom Saturday. Field updated odds. competitive race. Baddest Good Boy, 9-5 favorite. We check in with Maggie standing by with this race 10. Paddock Report.
Thanks, Lafitte. And we'll take a look at your current favorite, number 6, Baddest Good Boy. And as you guys were saying, he was fighting an uphill battle last time out in that Grade 3 Razorback. It's like a college athlete being drafted in the middle of their freshman season, having a great year so far, and then being asked to play in the pros, fresh out of college, and it just didn't go well, facing some really tough customers, such as Alexander Helios and Banishing, who we're likely to see next week in the Oaklawn Handicap. So Baddest Good Boy back to reality today, as he will put on a pair of short cup cheater blinkers here for trainer Norm Cassie. Now, he was very impressive in winning that January 25th effort and posting a 98 Beyer speed figure. So he kind of got bumped around at the start. It was like he got intimidated. He didn't know what to do in that last effort. So maybe looking for him to get away cleaner and quicker with those blinkers going on. Now, number 1 in here, Lat Long, I don't know him very well, and he does bring some credentials to be one of the favorites in here off the back of a blowout performance and winning last time out on March 29th. And why I said I don't know him at all is that he is fired up in here. I mean, he has been kicking the stall. He has been dragging his handlers around this paddock. So this might just be how he normally is. I will keep an eye on them and how he behaves out on the racetrack, as I'm going to try to make myself small here as he's about to come by me. But let's take a look here at the horse who actually caught my eye being saddled out in the winner's circle today. Number 8, Willie Dees, another horse that comes in here off of a big performance, though in defeat as the beaten favorite in a lesser spot. So stepping back up in company here for Mike Maker, but ran a very fast figure. I love what I'm seeing from Willie Dees. He looks fantastic here for his new connections. Lafitte?
5-1 shot, Maggie says, looks the part. Called to post, Willie Dees. Julien Leparoux to ride will meet the field with his good allowance race, mile and a 16th. Keep an eye on Lat Long, Hernandez, McPeak, and how fired up, how pumped up he is as a second choice at 5-2 here. Richie, who did you, I think you just told me in for some reason.
No, I
don't recall. Who did you
Lat
go
Long
with?
is the horse
All right.
that I think is the one I want. Inside draw. Brian Hernandez knows how to take advantage of that. I will keep an eye on him in the post spray to see how he settles in. Sometimes the paddock here, the saddling paddock at Oaklawn's a little bit tight, and some horses get a little claustrophobic. It's more important to me to see how he reacts once he gets out onto the racetrack.
You heard Maggie keeping her head on a swivel.
Yeah.
Tight quarters in that paddock. Now the field front side in front of this big crowd at Oaklawn Park. One of the biggest events, one of the biggest days all season long, Apple Blossom Saturday. That's next on Fox Sports 1 as soon as the Yankees and Giants are through in the Bronx. We'll meet the field first for this 10th race. And Lat Long, who is 5-2. I was such a fan of his sire. And look at that shot. Picture perfect. Spring afternoon in Hot Springs, Arkansas. I was such a fan of Liam's Map. A Woodward winner, a Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Would have loved to have seen him run in that 15 Classic against Triple Crown winner, American Pharoah. Liam's Map, the sire of the colt you're looking at, Lat Long.
Yeah, really worked out a beautiful trip last time, and I see him working out a similar trip today, right in behind the pace.
On the stage, Keith Asmussen, second aboard Rivet in the Count Fleet, then Wrecker Point, 10-1 with Rafael Bejarano.
Certainly adds some speed. His last couple races, turf, sprinting 5.5. He's getting back to doing what he wants to do, and that's run 2 turns on the dirt.
This level, Awesome Aaron just missed at a price.
Now, here's a horse that possesses a lot of natural speed as well, but they take the blinkers off, and maybe that's in an effort to get him to relax a bit more.
Underhill's Tab needs to finish, doesn't have that knockout punch. Then the favorite, Baddest Good Boy.
Yeah, both of his first 2 starts were terrific. Probably in over his head a little too much too soon in the Razorback. Back to earth here.
Unload. Winchell Thoroughbreds and the Asmussens.
Well, did his job for Red Route 1, his uncoupled stablemate in the Essex, where he was basically a rabbit. Now he's probably left a little more to his own devices, but we'll be forward.
Maggie loved what she saw. Willie Dees to the outside. That's the field. 10th race of 12 at Oaklawn. Post time 6 minutes. When we return, you'll see this live and then all the hype the build-up, the horse of the year. She runs in the 61st Apple Blossom.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, Drain the Clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 in the back.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
This is my Oaklawn.
Tucked away in her stall. She'll leave before long. She's back there. Torpedo Anna. The Yankees are going to put this thing away already.
She's stealing some of my thunder. I'm
You
the
know?
reigning horse of the year.
Everybody's waiting for it. The nation is waiting to see Torpedo Anna and everything pre-race. As you mentioned, that these thoroughbreds, we discussed confidence earlier, and the fact that you believe that they know when it's game day, when it's game time.
Well, absolutely, and you can see the attention that they're, the operation. The groom's in there. They're making sure if she wears bandages, the bandages are on. That she's groomed impeccably, and they leave no I undotted or any T uncrossed. For people that don't know the way these horses are taken care of, they have a personal valet. Mm-hmm. That's their groom. They have a doctor that makes house calls, the vet. They have manicures that. The manicurist comes to the house, the blacksmith, right? They get chiropractic work. They have massage therapists, and they're bedded in.
She's a rock star.
Yeah, they're bedded in 2.5, 3 feet of straw and every detail. And the groom turns down their bed twice a day, does up the stall, and leaves a mint on the pillow as well.
And when things are going this well, and the wins at the highest level, I imagine that routine, that you want to stick as close to it as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Why would you change anything that's been working swimmingly all of this time? And listen, she creates her own trip. She has natural speed, but she doesn't need the lead. So you look to her to be forward and, again, create her own trip. That's what good horses do.
Trying to become the first reigning horse of the year to win an Apple Blossom since Azeri 22 years ago. Azeri, a 3-time Apple Blossom winner. See what Torpedo Anna does. Perfect at Oaklawn so far. 2 for 2, the fantasy win, the Azeri win. Coming up, the Apple Blossom. And here for McPeak and Hernandez, another look at Lat Long, the 2-1 co-favorite a minute out.
Good inside draw. Should take advantage of it in a big effort last time.
Lat Long, we check in with Maggie Horseback.
Well, Lafitte, I'm sure Kenny McPeek and Brian Hernandez are looking to, well, complete their own hat trick as they're looking for another win here with Lat Long. Now, Brian did take this horse away from the crowd. Didn't take him away from the pony, but definitely got him away from some of the other horses and just is trying to keep a lid on it, so to speak. And it is working. He is more calm since hitting the track here, so that's always a good sign. Now, Norm Cassie, he'll send out 2 in here, and Baddest Good Boy, the more fancied of the duo over Awesome Aaron, who we'll get to in a moment. But taking a look at Baddest Good Boy on track, Ricardo Santana did take him away from the pony immediately, gave him quite a vigorous warm-up. And like I said back in the paddock, with those blinkers going on, he is a horse that I'm sure they're trying to get him more forwardly placed, much like he did in winning his start 2 back. But it's not like his entry mate uncoupled entry mate, I should say, is devoid of speed. And Awesome Aaron, though the blinker's coming off of him. So maybe that speaks of intention not for Awesome Aaron to be as forward as number 6, Baddest Good Boy. If anything, though, watching them warm up, watching them physically, I almost prefer Awesome Aaron, and just he's very calm and reserved out here, moving really well, Lafitte, and just really well muscled, making an excellent impression. So it could be the longest price of the Barnes duo.
Looks the part, the right signals. Awesome Aaron at 9-2. Christian Torres to ride. Another look here at Lat Long and pumped up, fired up, as Maggie mentioned, just trying to keep it together as we have reached post time. Is the filly he'll ride next in the Apple Blossom with Kenny McPeek. Being handled, tended to there, and activity, and before long, it's Release the Fury out of the stall. She'll make her way over, and the racing world's attention on this filly, the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, seeking what would be a 6th Grade 1 win in the Apple Blossom in overall.
She's just sensational. I mean, 9 wins from 11 starts with 2 seconds, and ran Fierceness in the Travers to, a desperate head, and was, just as good as could be. I love that distinctive brow band and, nose band that Kenny McPeek runs his runners in, that white and blue is very distinctive. You can pick them out. Lafitte, I will say, Lat Long, I've been here. I don't remember him being this worked up in the past. On edge, but he feels like he's almost simmered over a bit. And he is coming back on a pretty quick turnaround of a big effort in March 29th. He's back in basically 2 weeks.
We're about to find out and how he performs. A co-favorite in this 10th race at 2-1. Matt Duneman with the call. Post-time 10th race at Oaklawn Live on Fox Sports 2.
Willie Dees to take his spot. Willie Dees goes in. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Baddest Good Boy getting squeezed a little bit at the break is going to take back here to midfield. Awesome Aaron to the lead at once with Record Point. They share the top spot early. Unload stalking the pace today in third as they corner into the turn. Willie Dees is parked deep now trying to cross over here and successfully getting towards the rail. He's 4 lengths off the lead early. Another length back to Lat Long. Then comes Baddest Good Boy in the third last spot. Underhill's tab on his tail, and he's 5 clear of On the Stage, the gray, who's well out of it early, detached from the rest. Approaching the backstretch run. Pretty contentious tempo signed on the lead here. Record Point inside, neck in front. Awesome Aaron right there to the outside, pestering him. There's a gap of 3 to Unload in the third position. Then Lat Long, Willie Dees, Baddest Good Boy, 7 lengths off the lead in midfield. Niggled along a little bit now by Ricardo Santana Jr. with a half mile to go. Is pushed upon here pretty hard. Baddest Good Boy as they approach the far turn. Underhill's tab is joining him, and there's a gap of 4 to On the Stage as they go into the far turn. Battle continues on the lead. Awesome Aaron, Record Point, noses apart. Awesome Aaron with a nose in front now. Record Point to the inside. Game for the fight right there at this point. 5/16 to go. These two are 4 lengths ahead of Willie Dees in the 3rd position. Lat Long in 4th on the rail. Baddest Good Boy swings wide for the stretch drive. They all have to catch Awesome Aaron, who's doing it nicely, putting away Wrecker Point, who's out of gas. Baddest Good Boy, Willie Dees trying to move together, but they're 4 lengths behind the front-running Awesome Aaron, who keeps finding more on the lead, and he's got plenty for the final furlong. Awesome Aaron for the Norm Cassie barn, 5 ahead with a 16th to go. Baddest Good Boy into 2nd. Awesome Aaron, though, dominant in race 10. Baddest Good Boy, 2nd home. A 1-2 finish for Norm Cassie here. Willie Dees was 3rd best, and then Unload, who was 4th.
He touted himself pre-race. Maggie liked what she saw. He runs accordingly. Awesome Aaron, Christian Torres, the Cassie, Norm Cassie Exacta. I didn't see what price at post time.
Yeah, Awesome Aaron, and great job by Maggie identifying, just how composed this horse was. They took the blinkers off. He still had all his speed, but he looked much more comfortable, much more relaxed doing it, Lafitte, even though he was taking pressure from the 3 Wrecker Point, and he just strolled away under Christian Torres, who now has a 1-win lead over Francisco Arrieta now. But this was a big effort.
That was easy. Good field, good confidence. That was an easy win.
Very easy win, and this was a real solid field. Baddest Good Boy, a little bit unlucky, didn't break particularly sharp, but he had his opportunity. There was no doubt about who was best today, and it was Awesome Aaron.
That narrow defeat, facing similar company last month, defeated a neck, left no doubt about it on this afternoon. A daylight win, Awesome Aaron. Hard to believe, just his 5th career victory in 33 lifetime starts.
And this is the first time in a very, very long time that he competed without blinkers, and it had the desired effect. Like I said, his speed was still intact, but he was doing it in just such a nice, comfortable rhythm.
Awesome Aaron, Christian Torres, and yeah, another subplot we'll be following closely as we wind down the meet here at Oaklawn Park after today, I believe, 9 racing days, and how close it is atop the jockey standings here with Christian Torres 1 clear of Francisco Arrieta. Meantime, Acacia with the star of this show with Torpedo Anna on the walkover.
That's right, Lafitte, right behind me, starting to make her journey from her stall to the track is reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. Now, through much of last year, trainer Kenny McPeak described her to me as a taut banjo string, typically a filly that's pretty high strung, very high energy as well. He described her, though, from this year as being so much more mentally mature. And as we see her start to walk over, I'm astounded at the difference from last year to this year and how much more settled she is. Now, she was still able to put together a Horse of the Year campaign with being a very energetic type. And we even saw her here at Oaklawn when winning the Fantasy, getting hot, really revved up in the paddock before the race. She is cool, calm, and collected, a true pro heading over for the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, Lafitte.
These images of this highly decorated filly, everything she's accomplished, felt like the industry narrative. The question was before the Azeri, can she possibly be as good? We discussed, who knows, maybe she can be even better. It's possible. What we do know, as Acacia just touched on, the professionalism, a more mature version of Torpedo Anna.
Look how composed she is. The way she's walking over, and her ears are up, and she's basically scanning the landscape, looking at everything. Good horses not only have great physical ability, they have an intelligence about them. And it's so evident here. Not only does she have this elegant walk, she is just kind of checking everything out, and the composure is absolutely a stark contrast to some of what we saw as a 3-year-old for her.
When the idea came about, you wonder what Judy Hicks would have said. Judy Hicks, her breeder. Going back before the beginning, if somebody would have told her then who Torpedo Anna would eventually become.
I don't think anybody could ever predict, even though you may have that hope and you see a horse that really, well, this foal has all the pieces fit right and they look the part. But you just don't know. There are so many variables that go into making a top racehorse, and she checks all the boxes. She's shown she'll fight. She showed that she has natural speed. And now the composure she's showing as a 4-year-old filly, I just think it's spectacular.
Yeah, a once-in-a-lifetime filly, Torpedo Anna. Much more on Judy Hicks. Her story during our coverage on Fox Sports 1. Once the Yankees and Giants are through, I believe they're in the top of the ninth. One way or the other, the Apple Blossom is coming your way. And yeah, you wonder about, you've been in these situations when you're talking about a heavy favorite, a horse who's supposed to win a big race at the highest level. It's a $1.25 million horse race. The pressure, like, what's going through the mind of Brian Hernandez right now in the room?
Well, there is pressure, and I think when you ride a big favorite in a situation like this, you get it done. It's probably more relief than it is jubilation.
That's what it felt like after the Azeri.
Yeah, and basically you're going to drive a little bit defensive because you've got a big X on your back. Everybody knows the path to the winner's circle is through you. And a jockey's job is to compromise your rivals as much as possible within the boundaries of the rules. So, again, she's a horse that makes it easy for a rider because she creates her own trip. We did see in Saratoga, she acted up a bit in the gate and the Mother Goose got left and was still able to kind of glide up into position. We haven't seen any of that kind of shenanigans from her since that one day, and we hadn't really seen it before. So I don't anticipate that being a problem. But for Brian Hernandez, the biggest thing is get a clean break. Get away cleanly, get into the first turn in good shape. Even if somebody goes on a mission and they want the lead, then you can adjust. But you need to get away clean to set up your position.
It's interesting. You point out how he also has to ride defensive. Nobody gives anything away in horse racing. Not in Grade 1 races, not when you're talking about $1.25 million purses. Another look. Torpedo Anna on her way over. So you have to look around and wonder which riders are going to do their very best to make things as difficult as they possibly can on you, which is just part of the game. Comes with the territory.
It is just part of the game. It's not personal. You go back to the same locker room with the guys you're riding with. It's much different than any other sport. But you have to understand the difference between race riding and what I would consider a cheap shot. You don't want to make them as uncomfortable as possible.
When Brian gets a leg up, will he know in terms of what he feels underneath him? Do you know right away that, okay, the familiarity, only jockey who's ever ridden Torpedo Anna in all 11 career starts, do you know when you jump in that cockpit, you say, okay, this is all familiar, everything feels exactly as it should, or if something's different?
Oh, absolutely, particularly if something's different. You know her energy level. You know the energy that she exudes from her. If she wasn't to show that, then it would be a little bit of a cause for concern. And it's a fine line between, what we talked about her last year, getting a little over amped up, but you want to feel that energy, that power underneath you.
Yankees win? The Yankees win? Is that what I'm being told? Yankees wrap it up, defeat the Giants in the Bronx. We'll see you over on FS1 for the 61st running of the Apple Blossom starring that filly. Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Welcome to our viewers who just watched the Yankees defeat the Giants 8-4 in the Bronx. Easiest segue ever from Torpedo Bats to a filly named Torpedo Anna. The horse of the year runs next in the Apple Blossom. What is it about certain athletes? Can't take your eyes off the screen. What might he or she do next? It's the same reason right now a little leaguer somewhere just knows he'll become the next great slugger.
Morton to Judge with a 3-1 and to the wall and gone. Aaron Judge does
the same reason she can dream big and believes one day she'll change the game. Now this is horse racing. Of course it's different. But once in a while it happens. Horse comes along and doesn't just run fast, doesn't just win. She inspires.
Torpedo Anna is back in business
by making the difficult look easy.
Torpedo Anna dominates the 150th Kentucky Oaks.
Time and time again.
Torpedo Anna, what a year for her.
Isn't this why we love sports? Because every time he steps into the box, when the ball's in her hands,
Clark again.
when she loads into the gate, you can't look away because the next moment might be the moment. This is the Apple Blossom on Fox Sports 1. And that's why they're here, so they won't miss a moment. This incredible Oaklawn fan base, many part of Torpedo Anna's adoring fan base, as showtime for the main event fast approaches. One of the biggest days every season at Oaklawn Park here for the Apple Blossom. This is every year. It's a Grade 1 race. It's an important horse race, but this is different with the presence of a Torpedo Anna, like the face of the sport in North America, the most popular horse right now in North America, the reigning horse of the year that changes, that elevates everything. And she runs in moments, trying to remain perfect here at Oaklawn, where she's already 3 for 3. So we take a look at the field for the 61st running of the Apple Blossom. Mile and a 16th, $1.25 million purse. Number 6. That makes sense. 1 to 9. Torpedo Anna, odds on with the only jockey to ever have ridden her back aboard, Brian Hernandez. So I'm joined by a champion jockey on set, Richard Migliori. Richie, for Torpedo Anna, everything she's accomplished, all the hardware, the horse of the year, the 5 Grade 1 wins. So what's at stake for her today?
Well, she wants to kind of keep herself at the top of the leaderboard, right? She's the reigning horse of the year. I think she has a real challenge, particularly from a horse right inside of her, Where's My Ring? And, to keep her, basically, her record intact, right? We saw what we needed to see in this area, that she made a good comeback. But this is the next step up, the next level. Now we're back in Grade 1 competition.
Yeah, Torpedo Anna, we can tell you just how good she is, right? But then you have these stats, the data to back it up, what she's accomplished. Look at this, 9 for 11 lifetime. She's banked more than $4 million. Her competition must feel like there's more than one of her out there. Horse of the year, 7 graded stakes wins, and perfect at Oaklawn for now. Will that trend continue? This was a scene, Richie, 5 weeks ago, the Azeri, right here, Torpedo Anna's 4-year-old 2025 debut. What did you learn from her comeback?
That she came back in good order. It's not always a given when a horse goes on a vacation after a championship season like that they're going to come back with the same enthusiasm for the competition. She shrugged off a strong and a $2.2 million earner herself and strolled away, and this was a perfect comeback. You don't want to get to the bottom of them. You want to use it as a building block. I think this was a terrific building block.
She's a rock star, right? Torpedo Anna. And she's proven she can handle that rock star treatment, because that matters, because we're going to follow her every step of the way as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast on Torpedo Anna Detail all afternoon long.
That's right, Lafitte. My view for much of her walk over here was the view that many of her foes have seen throughout the past year for Hind End. But I have to say, as she made the journey from her stall along the track and into the paddock, we've seen that change in the mental maturity for Torpedo Anna. While she's now gotten a little bit more forward in the paddock area with all of the crowd and the excitement, she is so much more relaxed this year as a 4-year-old. She has progressed so much. We've heard Kenny McPeek talk about it, and from the walkover to here, it's just amazing to see the change of what we've seen from her last year in Saratoga, particularly in that fantasy win here last year as a 3-year-old. She's starting this season off much stronger and showing how she has grown and flourished into a woman now facing these older horses. But Maggie, for all of her connections, this has been quite the journey, including her jockey, Brian Hernandez.
That's right, Acacia. And Brian, someone who virtually grew up on the back of a horse, a father who was a jockey, his brother that's a jockey. Heck, even in 2004, he won the Eclipse Award for Outstanding Apprentice Rider. So over 20 years as a professional jockey, yet he wasn't really a household name until last year when he did what only 7 jockeys prior to him have done in the 150-year history of the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby. Derby. He won them both on the same weekend. Of course, aboard the champion today, Torpedo Anna, but as well the next day on Mystic Dam, but he could find himself right back where he was last year. The Kentucky Derby winner's circle this time around with Burnham Square, who's actually atop of the Kentucky Derby points leaderboard with his win on Tuesday in the Bluegrass Stakes with a style that often works in the Kentucky Derby, a late finishing closer. So looking forward to Brian coming up here in about a little less than a month in Kentucky, but it's all about Oaklawn today, where he is with his main squeeze, Torpedo Anna.
It is main squeeze indeed. Brian Hernandez last year, as she mentioned, that win in the Derby, the Oaks, this run with Torpedo Anna, Richie, how has it impacted his career?
Well, certainly from a business perspective with other owners and trainers, it certainly breeds confidence to give him more opportunities. And now the Ian Wilkes, who he won the Breeders' Cup Class 4 in Fort Larned, now he's got a Derby mount for him, winning the Bluegrass on Burnham Square. And also, though, you win the Kentucky Derby, and particularly the Oaks and the Derby in the same year, it kind of transcends our sport. It makes you a little bit more mainstream. People will be more familiar. You know, as a jockey, you get out in a cab, you know, you go into a racetrack, and the first thing that inevitably you're asked, did you ever ride in the Kentucky Derby? Then a lot of guys can say yes to that, but then the question is, did you ever win the Kentucky Derby? Well, Brian Hernandez can say yes to that now as well. Again, it hasn't changed him. He's still the same humble, hardworking guy, a rider that other riders respect, a rider's rider, if you will.
3 weeks to try for a second Kentucky Derby. Brian Hernandez today trying for a first ever Apple Blossom, as we welcome in our friends in New York, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, yes, okay, it feels like the Torpedo Anna Invitational going in, but this is far from a walkover.
Yeah, I think one of the worst things that happens sometimes in these situations, Jonathan, is people act like it's a fait accompli. And you don't want people watching at home that don't have a great familiarity with racing to say, you know, they guaranteed me this horse was going to win. Because a lot of good horses, most of them, they lose. And we don't want to act like it's a one-horse race, because it's not. Because if Where's My Ring runs this race, Jonathan, I think Torpedo Anna is going to have to find a race a little bit closer to her Travers race than her last race to beat her.
Yeah, it's funny because we're talking about Where's My Ring, who Torpedo Anna, who was Horse of the Year last year, beat Where's My Ring twice on the square on the racetrack.
To be fair, it was only by a combined 40 lengths, so it was close.
It was close.
41 lengths today, and she's in front.
The performance you're seeing from Where's My Ring here, she is a completely different animal. And arguably, well, not arguably, this race that she ran was better than Torpedo Anna's last race, but Torpedo Anna obviously has some hardware on her shelf at home.
Yeah, listen, Torpedo Anna's done it. She's danced the dances. She's delivered in a big, big way. But this is a good horse, and, you know, to put a comparison to it, Torpedo Anna prepped for the Kentucky Oaks, which she won impressively at Oaklawn. This horse prepped here in the Gazelle. Her race in the Gazelle wasn't much worse than Torpedo Anna's race in the in the Fantasy. Torpedo Anna went on and things went well for her. They did not go well for this filly, but she has a right to take a step forward.
Well, she's got a chance to grow up, right? I mean, she did grow up, and she ran extremely well last time. And her Beyer speed figure was high. It was a good figure that was competitive to what Torpedo Anna has been running. And if she can match that, we could see something special down the stretch.
Right, and the other thing is you want to see competitive horse races. We want to see the stars, but you want to feel like after the race, Lafitte, she not only won, but she really accomplished something in doing so.
It's very, very high, Torpedo Anna, but yeah, these opportunities, stars over bet the result value elsewhere. And here's where you can take advantage. NyraBets.com. Sign up now. We're just going to give you $25. $25 to play with, and wait. There's more. You use that promo code TV25. You get the $25 plus a $200 deposit bonus today only. Sign up now. NyraBets.com. We're just getting started, and we're also getting closer. The Grade 1 Apple Blossom in 16 minutes. Still to come, we know all about the star of this show. What about the competition? Who's poised for the Apple Blossom upset? Where's My Ring? She's found her stride. As talented as her name is intriguing, we'll learn a lot more about both in the next hour or so. Plus, Free Like a Girl, richest Louisiana bred of all time, David and Goliath, rags to riches, and that's just part of the story. And you'll meet Judy Hicks, Torpedo Anna's co-owner and breeder, her journey, her connection with a once-in-a-lifetime filly through triumph and tragedy. Those stories and much more on this Apple Blossom Saturday from Oaklawn Park.
Goliath to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen front. Elite Power to the front at the 60th pole. Goliath is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Bird's eye view, horses in the infield for the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, America's Day with a Horse of the Year. You know, there are so many layers to this story, from the horse to the trainer to the jockey, and then the co-owner and breeder, Judy Hicks. Her love for horses dating back to her childhood. 6 years old when her family first owned a horse. As she grew up, came time to choose a path. 2 options for college. She could study animal science at Cal Poly or music at Berkeley. In the end, her love of horses was just too strong. Never waned to this day. And throughout her career, throughout her life, there's been triumph and tragedy. And through her connection with horses, that's how she's maintained her resilience.
Bringing the new life into the world was just so fascinating to me. And the connection that I made with the horses.
You're gonna come see us? Are you?
This is where I wanted to be and where I love to be and where I was meant to be. RW and I together bought this farm and we developed it. I love this farm with everything I got. So I hope to stay here for as long as I can. Come here. There, she can barely get her head over the fence. So this is Satavis. This is Anna's mother. My night girl called me, I think it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and she said, Satavi's getting ready to foal. She delivered a very healthy, strong filly. So I decided to prep her for the sale, and the hammer went down to Kenny McPeek, and I immediately went up to him and said, may I stay in for part of her? Could I have maybe 45%? And he looked at me and laughed, and he said, I'll work something out. She put me on cloud 9 when she won the Oaks. The pride I have in that success, it just goes untold. She is an unbelievable individual. So as you can see, I've collect her saddle cloths after she wins the races, and they're up along the ceiling up here. I just have a bunch of pictures around here. I have 2 kids. This little girl here is Christy, and the boy in the bucket, Dusty, he was 2 years old at the time. I guess we knew right then he was going to be a swimmer. The hardest time in my life was when I was taking a trail ride with my 2 kids, my daughter Christy and my son Dusty, who was 17. And Dusty said, Mom, I want to go take a little swim. So I said, that's fine, Dusty, just don't dive deep. And he said, no, Mom, I won't. He dove into the pond. We looked, and he was face down, and he wasn't moving. Dusty had broken his neck. I decided to have him cremated and put at the farm in a lake. The thing that helped me was every time I brought a new foal in the world, it was like renewing life. We put a memorial Christmas tree, and there's a big star on the top of it. I see him every day because when I travel to that barn across the hill, I see his tree. So I keep him close, and I talk to him all the time.
She has dealt with so much, the type of loss that you never get over, and in all this time and her association with sport, she's always gone back to the horses to maintain and to garner strength.
Yeah, just an unspeakable type of tragedy, and that's something, as a parent, I can't imagine the hurt, the pain, but I can relate to the comfort and solace you get from horses, because I know the darkest or toughest times in my life, that's always been my comfort zone. So I mean, a very touching and extremely well done piece there.
And now with Torpedo Anna, the level of pride for Judy, not an owner that went out and spent a ton of money on a racehorse that happened to be very talented and succeeded at the highest level. Like, she's been involved before the beginning, right? Involved with the actual breeding, the breeder.
Yeah, and actually, she campaigned the sister to Torpedo Anna, so she's got a sister that, by just the connection, by the family, is worth a lot of money, and those foals are, so the cycle continues, and hopefully Torpedo gets to go back home to Judy Hicks's place, a beautiful farm.
There she is, live look Torpedo Anna. And yeah, let's go back to the beginning. Torpedo Anna, what better place to start than the day she was born? Look at the baby, look at the baby. January 28th, 2021, a star was born, and then eventually sold at Fasig-Tipton at a bargain price. Kenny McPeek, he's really good at doing just that. Her first win in the fall of 2023 would not be her last win. Breakout performance right here at Oaklawn. This is when notice was sent that she was one of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country last year. That runaway win in the Fantasy, only to do more of the same. 5 weeks later, Churchill Downs, the run for the Lilies, wire to wire in the mud in the Kentucky Oaks. Stellar at the Spa, a pair of Grade 1 wins at Saratoga, the Acorn and Coaching Club American Oaks. You know what it took to beat her? A champion. Torpedo Anna that close to becoming the first Travers winner, female Travers winner, about 150 years, and she did dazzle at Del Mar. Her crowning achievement, Breeders' Cup Distaff victory, 3-year-old filly champion, and the highest achievement in this sport for a racehorse, 2024's Horse of the Year.
Just incredible. And to give people some context, since 1877, in our sport, transcends time. Only 13 females have been named the horse of the year as opposed to their male counterparts. So what she's done is nothing short of miraculous and well-deserved. She earned it. She went out on the racetrack and did it on a consistent basis. And in defeat, her Travers may have been her shining moment, her best race.
And you remember Rachel Alexandra, right? A household name, as good as she was at 3. She was defeated in her first start as a 4-year-old. She was never as good as she was during her 3-year-old campaign as she got a little bit older. Torpedo Anna, we'll see. She won that Azeri. What will she do today in the Apple Blossom? You'll see her in the post parade. We start with Sweet Alyssa, first of 2 for trainer Chassis Pommier.
Stepping up big in company. Is she in there maybe to add more speed to this affair? I don't know, but a big price.
Neon Beach, never dismiss the Asmussens at Oaklawn.
No, and even getting a placing in a grade 1 like this enhances a filly or mare's value immensely.
Free like a girl, history-making Louisiana bred.
Just love this mare. 6 years old, shows up, brings her lunch pail, goes to work. Gotta respect her.
Where's my ring? Coming in hot, Richie.
If there's going to be an upset, I believe this is the most likely upsetter. She just looked like a different horse to me compared to the way she looked at 3. Filled in all the right places, much stronger in her hind end.
Torpedo Anna, right now, the face of North American racing.
Well, the champ is here. This is the champion, and they've all got to try to unseat her. But she's great, and there she is in equine form.
Wild about Hillary, her presence impacts the way this race will unfold.
She has speed. Now, speaking to Tracy Tanner, her trainer, they're not just hell-bent on the lead. They're going to allow her to run her race. Last time she was scratched in the Azeri because she acted up in the gate. They've been schooling her extensively, not only at her home base at Fairgrounds, but here at Oaklawn as well. And she's been minding her manners, at least in the morning schooling.
Big crowd, lot of energy, something to keep your eyes on at the start as the field starts to load. Wild about Hillary. How will she behave this afternoon? To Acacia.
And I'm here with trainer Kenny McPeak, who, of course, sends out Torpedo Anna. Kenny, I know last time you instructed Brian Hernandez, don't get cute, go to the lead. What's the game plan today with a little bit more speed in the race?
Similar. You know, the biggest thing is we talked about keeping her out of trouble, and I think the only way she probably gets beat here is if a horse steals it in front of her. But in Brian we trust. I mean, but this is a game. There are no givens. It's not the graveyard of favorites here, but it makes me nervous. Actually, I'm more nervous when I have a 1-9 or 1-5 or even money or whatever it might be than I am if I'm 20 or 30 to 1. So anyway, it's an enviable position.
She's been incredible, and of course, coming off that Azeri win, what is different with her today versus that now second off the layoff?
Well, if you've looked at her closely, she's thicker. I mean, she's just really just matured into just a full woman of a horse. I mean, she's just fantastic. She's dappling head to toe. I mean, we're not coming over here with any excuses whatsoever. You couldn't do much better with the way she is physically.
Thanks for the time, Kenny. Best of luck.
Oh, you're welcome.
Lafitte.
Confident Kenny McPeak, Torpedo Anna's trainer. Andy J.K., despite how confident he is, despite how good she is, despite everything she's accomplished, you're both predicting the upset this afternoon.
First of all, Kenny McPeak is confident that he's going to find a pearl whenever he orders oysters. So he's a man of great confidence. I think, Jonathan, you and I both sort of feel as though from a betting standpoint, the odds standpoint, there's just too much value in betting Where's My Ring not to bet a few dollars.
Look, I'll give you a sports analogy. You might think the better football team is the Chiefs, but if you're giving 14 points to another team, sometimes the best bet is to take the 14 points. That's how I look at this. I do believe Torpedo Anna is a better horse, but do I think she's going to win today? I'm not confident, and I'll take the 6-1.
Yeah, I agree. I think today is a good day to take a chance. I don't think we learned a lot in her first race. She certainly did what she had to, but Where's My Ring? Her last race was very good, and she's an upset chance here, Lafitte.
Poses a dangerous threat. Where's My Ring as Judy Hicks, breeder co-owner Kenny McPeak, up the stairs to get a better view. Nobody with a better view than Maggie Wolfendale. Now horseback.
I definitely consider myself lucky to be out here trackside aboard Boomer watching these Grade 1 fillies prepare for this Apple Blossom, and we'll check with the superstar, your reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, as she commences her warm-up trackside. And when track announcer Matt Dinnerman announced her name in the post parade, there were some hoops, hollers, and applause, rightfully so, from the crowd. As watching her, I agree with what everything Kenny McPeek has said. She has filled out, but she's also taken that step forward mentally in that she's just a lot more settled. She's doing everything that you want to see from her pre-race, much like she was in the Zeri. Little food for thought, though, watching her local workout for this race. She struggled to keep up with, granted, a male counterpart, but just kind of an upper-level claimer. So we'll see. Sometimes horses, and the good ones often, won't give you everything they have in the mornings. They save it for the afternoons, and one that definitely does that is number 3, Free Like a Girl. She is an easy one to root for, the highest-earning Louisiana bred ever. And I'll admit, when she ran second to Torpedo Anna last time, and she ran well, she tried to go with her. She was just second best. I didn't particularly love the way she looked. She just looked as though she had that drab winter coat to her. Well, that has come around. She is sporting her spring dew, if you will. She is dappled. She looks so much more rich and hydrated. She got a lovely warm-up out here on track as well. Now, where's my ring? As you heard Richie saying, she's definitely filled out. She was more of that long, tubular type of filly last year as a 3-year-old. Well, the hind end, the shoulder, everything has blossomed with her. But the other difference I'm noticing, at least on this particular day, relative to what I saw from her as a 3-year-old, she was fired up from the word go. She actually blew both of her hind shoes and had to receive a shoe repair in the paddock prior to making her way out to the infield, and she has remained on her toes. But Acacia, she's also had to overcome a lot just to get to the races, and she has some human connections that are easy to root for too.
She certainly does, Maggie. She adds another very interesting layer to this already stacked Apple Blossom field. As far as Where's My Ring, we saw her come back with a sprint race, then stretching out last time out and running one of her best races to date. As Maggie touched on, she's had to overcome some things. A hind tendon injury after the Kentucky Oaks, a bout of colic in coming back as well. She's been able to overcome all of that and more for her trainer, Val Brinkerhoff, who's a cowboy from Utah originally, and her owner, Michael McMillan, who was looking for a hobby when he purchased a house close to Del Mar. He ended up in the sport of horse racing and ended up with a horse like Where's My Ring, who brought him to the Kentucky Oaks, one of the biggest races you can possibly participate in, and now a contender in this Apple Blossom Lafitte. She's spicy on the track. Maybe that means she's ready to roll.
Val Brinkerhoff, hoping she's ready to roll, hoping she's ready for the moment, trying to upset the horse of the year, Torpedo Anna. Where's My Ring? Wild About Hillary. Here's a scenario. A Zeri, her last start, she was entered. She was supposed to race. She's fast. She would impact the pace, but blew up in the starting gate. She flipped in the starting gate. She's okay, obviously. She's pictured. She's fine. You spoke with her trainer earlier today and some of the adjustments that have been made, hoping to avoid the same issues today. Watch her towards the outside in the gate.
Yeah, and despite the mishap last time, she's come back and trained extremely well at Fairgrounds, and then her last work being here at Oaklawn Park, and they've schooled her extensively, and she did paddock school here the other. Very composed.
To Maggie.
Guys, so far, so good for Wild About Hillary. She didn't lose it until going into the gate, but luckily she's the last one, and she looks as though she's behaving beautifully.
Something to watch, and she's something to watch. The reigning horse of the year, perfect at Oaklawn, seeking a 6th lifetime Grade 1 victory. Kenny McPeek, for all he's accomplished, never an Apple Blossom win. Val Brinkerhoff has brought Where's My Ring. It's post time for the Apple Blossom.
Apple Blossom handicap. Sweet Alyssa was slow to go. Torpedo Anna didn't have a terrible break, but she didn't get away necessarily too quickly out of there. Wild About Hillary, she's going to go to the lead here. Not a fast pace as they hit the first turn run. And Wild About Hillary is the leader here, getting towards the rail. Torpedo Anna taking the second position. Where's My Ring running in third? Free Like a Girl is down on the inside next. A gap of 3 lengths further back to Sweet Alyssa and Neon Beach at the back. They go down the backstretch here. Wild Bout Hillary carving out the fractions, a length and a tail ahead. Torpedo Anna right behind her, placed perfectly today by Brian Hernandez Jr. in a good gallop. And Torpedo Anna is in the second position. Free Like a Girl third to the inside of Where's My Ring, who's patiently ridden. And she's right behind Torpedo Anna as they hit the half-mile pole. Gap of 3 to Neon Beach and Sweet Alyssa as they go towards the far turn. No excuses here for Wild Bout Hillary. She's gotten a clear lead, but she's gone in a pretty good clip and hits the turn a half length in front. There goes Torpedo Anna, though. Brian Hernandez Jr. lets her stride to the front, and she effortlessly goes by. Wild Bout Hillary second. Free Like a Girl trying to come on into the second position. She goes as Wild Bout Hillary weakens. Where's My Ring in the 3 path? As they come to the top of the lane, she's shaken up. Torpedo Anna off the turn. Length and a half in front. Free Like a Girl trying to reel her in. Where's My Ring is third. Switching leads does Torpedo Anna as she comes down the lane. 3 lengths ahead with a burst. Free Like a Girl is second. Where's My Ring is third with a 16th to go. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna. She's a class act, and she adds another Grade 1 win to the resume. Torpedo Anna, an Apple Blossom champion. Free Like a Girl was second. Where's My Ring third. Neon Beach fourth.
Another saddle towel for Judy Hicks to take home. She is one of those athletes, not just fast. It's not that she just wins, she inspires. Torpedo Anna, a first Apple Blossom victory for a 6th Grade 1 tally for the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna.
She just does what needs to be done. She didn't break particularly good. She got right into perfect position. Brian Hernandez gave her a little bit of rein into the far turn. She disposed of Wild Bout Hillary. When he set her down, she just kept finding. She's one of those horses that rises to whatever challenge is placed in front of her. Maybe she's not always going to dazzle you, but she's going to do what needs to be done.
3rd graded stakes victory at Oaklawn Park. Last year's Fantasy, the Azeri, the Apple Blossom. Brian Hernandez, first win in the Apple Blossom crop on Cock. Brian Hernandez in live with Maggie.
I feel like this is deja vu. Brian, she delivered emphatically yet again.
Yeah, she just keeps amazing us every time. We think she's good. She just gets better and better. And you hear it all the time, a once-in-a-lifetime mare, but she really is a once-in-a-lifetime filly. And she wants to be a good horse, and she wants to show how dominant she is. And that's all her. All I got to do is sit up here and stay out of her way.
That you did again. She was chasing as opposed to setting the fractions last time in the Azeri, but you took over with ease around the turn. And like you said, is that just something you just let her do because you know how good she is?
And that's a testament to a really, really good filly like she is. When you're able to overpower other horses like she does, it kind of takes the heart out of them. So when she decided to jump on that horse going into the second turn, I let her do it, and knowing that she kind of went around the second turn with her ears up, that she was just going to kind of cruise from there.
Brian, well done. It's so fun to watch you guys win like you do.
Thank you, Maggie. It's been great.
Lafitte, Torpedo Anna breaking hearts all over again.
And Brian Hernandez, only jockey ever to have ridden her in a race, 12 races. Brian Hernandez in the cockpit for each effort, and for Judy Hicks. We documented her story and what each of these wins and what this journey must mean for her, the breeder of Torpedo Anna.
Can't imagine the sense of accomplishment to again, plan the mating, bring this horse into the world, and see her rise to the heights that she has risen to. Just sensational. I feel very privileged to be here witnessing this.
Normally you see jockeys give a horse their cue. You couldn't even see it. Just let it rain a little bit, and the instant acceleration took over the leader, and from there, it was only a question of how far.
Imperceptible, moves a finger, and she's right there.
The horse of the year delivers. Grade 1 Apple Blossom victress. The salute. Brian Hernandez, we'll see you over on Fox Sports 2. Not done yet here at Oaklawn Park as Torpedo Anna rolls in the Apple Blossom.
In September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
In case you missed it, pretty big race just took place at Oaklawn Park with a star filly, Torpedo Anna Judy Hicks, her breeder alongside Brian Hernandez into the winner's circle. Apple Blossom victory, 6th grade 1 win, and remained perfect at Oaklawn Park. Alongside champion jockey Richie Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Look, it's sports. There's nothing like this. We just had a chance to see more of that from the reigning Horse of the Year, 2 for 2 this year, another win at the highest level.
You know when you know a horse is really, really good? When they go to put the blanket of flowers on them, and they almost kneel to get them on. They don't react negatively. She's had so many blankets of flowers on her. It's just like something that she's almost expecting at this point, and the ovation she got from this Oaklawn Park crowd. Matt Dinnerman came on the speaker and said, "Here's your Horse of the Year," and the crowd erupted. And you used a word earlier that just fits it perfectly: inspiring. When you witness greatness, whether it's in human or equine form, it's inspiring.
Some athletes are just different. She's one of them. Torpedo Anna, and this is what it looked like from high above. Torpedo Anna rounding the far turn, takes command, takes the lead, and won't give it back.
It's just so interesting. Brian barely moved his hands. She bounded past Wild About Hillary.
Look at the other jockeys and look at Brian.
Well, just right. Their bodies. Look, they're already pushing, going to the crop, extending themselves, drop down. And Brian just there started to move on her, and she started to bound away. She's such an athlete. She's got impeccable mechanics to her stride. Covers a lot more ground for a filly that isn't the biggest filly. She's got an immense stride. This was fun to watch. He almost gave her a breather after he took Wild About Hillary. And to be able to turn a horse on and off like that, most horses, average horses, have one move in them. Really good horses have two. She has multiple moves in her. This seems like an endless amount of moves in her.
We are far removed from the Forgos of the world, his personal favorite, the John Henrys of the world. It's rare in 2025. I guess how rare is it to see a racehorse maintain that level of excellence for this extended period of time? We're going on about a year and a half now, Richie.
Yep. And comprehensive campaign, not where she's just showing up 2, 3, 4 times. She's showing up consistently, and it is rare, especially in this day and age. But the one thing she has in common with Forgo for me, she makes me feel like a fan. She makes me feel like that kid that was falling in love with racing in the 70s.
Creating of a racing fan. Torpedo Anna, Brian Hernandez encouraging her late. She has it put away. Another Grade 1 win in Apple Blossom win. First reigning horse of the year to win in Apple Blossom since Azeri 22 years ago. It's been a while.
It's been a while, and it just shows you, just how rare it is and how difficult it is to hold that form that you're talking about. And it's just a great job by Oaklawn Park to lure her here and have this enthusiastic crowd, which is, you've been here. Every weekend there's an enthusiastic crowd. The Arkansas racing fans are really into it.
And this is going to be fun. Trainer Kenny McPeak, Judy Hicks, breeder, co-owner, live with Acacia.
What a winner's circle celebration, Lafitte. Judy, let's start with you. Can you describe what the emotions are right now for a horse that you have been with all along and to see what she's doing on the track?
She never ceases to amaze us, and I think we come to expect it, but then each race is a different race. It's like the first day of the rest of her life, and she performs every time.
How special is it being able to walk her in following a Grade 1 Apple Blossom?
It's just part of what I do now, I guess. It'll be different if the day I don't do it.
Well, she's been doing it every step of the way. Kenny, you said we have no excuses coming in. She shrugged everybody off in the stretch today.
Yeah, well, she's just amazing. I've got a great team of people that help me. There's a lot of details to hit every day. And just being around a filly like this is fantastic. Judy's raised a really great filly for us to handle, but she really does make our job easy. It isn't complicated with her. It's very straightforward. And you really do. I've said it before, but I wish every trainer in America could have a horse like this. I feel really honored to be around her.
Of course, I know race by race, she got the win today. Do you have any ideas of what the rest of her season might look like moving forward?
Well, the next few days we'll watch her close, and I've got every intentions of coming right back into La Troyenne. She's an old school type filly. I've never been scared to race my horses. As long as she eats up tonight and she has a good next couple of weeks, we'll give her a little maintenance breeze, and they can expect to see her at Churchill Downs.
We look forward to it. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you. We can't wait to see you again.
And we can't wait to see Torpedo Anna again, and in front of on a massive stage, in front of a massive audience, as it should be. It's in May, the next stop for Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, and one thing about it, Brian Hernandez doesn't make too much use of her. He does what's necessary with her. And I've always been under the idea or the belief that horses only have so many A efforts in them. Obviously, your better horses have more A efforts, but he's allowing her to win with B and C efforts. So when she has to go deep to the well, like a race like the Travers, that effort is still there, and that'll help keep her form intact, lead to her longevity. And one thing about Kenny McPeak, not only is he a great scout of young talent, buying horses for not a lot of money that go on and do great things, he's done something that only 3 trainers in the history of the sport have ever done, winning the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby in the same year. Now, it was done 4 times, but Ben Jones with the powerhouse Calumet Farm, he did it twice. So Kenny McPeak only doing it, being the 3rd trainer to do it in history, and he's on the Hall of Fame ballot this year. He is absolutely a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Torpedo Anna, another sensational performance. Results are in. Are you seeing anything different? I'm comparing wins to wins here. Are you seeing anything different in how she won her races last year and how she's winning her races this year?
As easy as she won some of her races last year, I almost feel like she's winning at least her 2 starts, the Azeri and the Apple Blossom, in even easier fashion. She's not hard on herself. She's doing it well within herself. What do we say? It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Going fast comes very easy to this young lady.
Free like a girl. Another grade 1 placing. Richest Louisiana bred all-time best story in racing. Another grade 1 placing. Third last year, second this year in the Apple Blossom. Incredible.
Well, maybe as a 7-year-old next year it'll be her turn. But she just added another over 200,000 to her bank.
Result to today's Apple Blossom with Torpedo Anna and Free Like a Girl. The exacta. Today's races. Today's race brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The 12th. Just around the corner. And then that's it. Then we say goodbye. But if you want to play that race, right, get involved. NyraBets.com. Sign up now. Use that promo code 25 TV25 and claim your $25 free bet today only at NyraBets.com. And Richie is going to tell you who to bet in the last race, who to spend that $25 on, because he says he has the mortal lock of the century.
I do, huh? Well, just bet on the jockey with the white pants.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Which jockey will wind up at the Kentucky Derby winner's circle? We'll find out right around now. 3 weeks from today, the 151st Run for the Roses. Stay tuned.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
A terrific day to be a horse racing fan. Terrific day of racing at Oaklawn Park. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. In case you didn't know, we're at Oaklawn Park. He's Richie, I'm Lafitte, and 3 weeks from today, we have the Run for the Roses, the Kentucky Derby. The preps are in the books. You have the Kentucky Derby leaderboard. 20 can race. There is one scenario in particular that I know you're keeping a close eye on in terms of potential defections, so that a couple of horses might get in right now on the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's always a difficult thing when Connections have a horse they feel is good enough to compete in the Derby, but they haven't accumulated enough points. That being said, it's a long year, and we got a lot of great races that horses can point towards. I think the one horse that Baeza, the runner-up to Journalism in the Santa Anita Derby, a little bit of a disappointment there because I think he's a major player. Journalism will be the favorite, I believe, in the Kentucky Derby, but Sandman off a big effort with a fast pace here in the Arkansas Derby. Burnham Square, you get Brian Hernandez, last year's Derby winning rider, looking for a back-to-back.
And Metallica is popular, man. Like, globally popular. Remember My Boy Jack? Like, every guy named Jack, everyone who had a brother, uncle, father, grandfather, Jack Benton, My Boy Jack was the second choice in the Kentucky Derby. Second choice or something like that in the Derby. Sandman. Enter Sandman. Needs to run straight, shine from that crop. A breakout performance in the Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, I mean, he did swerve a little bit from a little bit of left-handed pressure from Jose Ortiz, straightened him right up, went about his business. Probably the first time that he ever had that much time to think being on his own without the herd, because he had blown by them at that point, and just not a familiar situation for him. But a talented horse with a pedigree that says 1.25 miles is well within his scope, and a style that says that as well. And the pace for the 10 furlong distance, 1.25 miles.
Because that's going to be the pushback. Jose Ortiz seeking a first Derby win. Marcassi looking for his first Derby victory. Had Classic Empire won the Arkansas Derby. Just sawed off leaving the starting gate. Never had a chance. Still ran 4th in the 17 Kentucky Derby. I think the critiques are going to say, yeah, but everything went perfect. They could not have drawn things in the way things unfolded in the Arkansas Derby. Like, that will be the critique.
Well, that's completely understandable, and I agree, but I also know how the Kentucky Derby is run. A 20-horse field lends itself to riders being more aggressive per position. A 1/4 mile straightaway to the first turn lends itself to horses picking up more speed. They pick up speed on straightaways. And it's the Kentucky Derby. No rider is immune to getting caught up in the hype. So it lends itself to them going much too quick for the 1.25 miles. So I can see a very similar scenario, maybe not quite as fast a pace, as the Arkansas Derby, but also another furlong. So I think it mitigates, the fact that it might not be quite as fast as that. It's still too fast.
And when the thing, I like how he accelerated on the turn, improved position on the turn. You need to do that in a Kentucky Derby. Even closers that win, that come from 16th, 17th, 18th, normally by the time the field is nearing the 8th pole, they're right there in the thick of it. Like those Giacomo types of finishes are very few and far between.
Usually it's a horse that can make a long sustained run, which Sandman has proven that he can do, or a horse that has the distinct ability to make 2 different runs, a run to position idle, get a little bit of a breather, and then a run to finish the deal. I think Sandman checks the boxes for the style to win the Kentucky Derby.
And I guess you could say he was due some luck as far as racing shape, given everything that's happened this winter leading up to it, that brutal start in the Southwest. Things didn't come together in the Rebel. Sandman on to the first Saturday in May Arkansas Derby winner. Energetic, enthusiastic crowd here all afternoon. It is one of the best days of the meet, and it's not done yet. Horses in the paddock for the 12th and final post time in 14 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races, Apple Blossom Saturday on Fox Sports 2.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
You got to be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Hard part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there. Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Mark your calendars. April 22nd. How good does that look? Thanks to Glory on Netflix. That first voice sounded awfully familiar. Awfully familiar. Well done, Jonathan Kinchin. That's coming up very soon. Perfect time of year. The Derby beckons. Call to post one final time. Good allowance. Sprint for the ladies. You see the field and updated odds. The favorite just went by the screen. A Gloriette, Richie, at 2-1.
It's kind of interesting, this board, because Demi Danu, the one horse, beat her soundly, but she did have an outside draw that day. Maybe people are looking at that inside draw and thinking that Gloriette can turn the tables. But isn't that a big disparity? 2-1 and 7-1 for the horse that
Absolutely. Had a Caitlin Clark influence theme today. She's an Iowa-bred Demi Danu. Francisco Arrieta, who's this torrid pace that he's on, to have emerged as a current leading rider with 9 racing days left, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a nice battle down to the wire. The only person not concerned with the jockey race is their agent, Cody Autry.
He's
he
good.
handles
He's
both.
good.
Francisco Arrieta and Christian Torres. And for people that don't know, Cody Autry, was a terrific horse trainer before he turned to being a jockey's
He's
agent.
a high percentage trainer, and a lot of damage at Lone Star, I believe, and and doing a fantastic job in an enviable spot. Top 2 riders slugging it out to the finish. Francisco Arrieta, Christian Torres, who will take home the 2025 Oaklawn Winter Spring Jockey title. We'll see. Demi Danu will make the turn. If it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. There she is, Demi Danu and Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, best race of her life. Last time was a big step forward. Does have to work out a trip from the rail. 7-1's an overlay.
Gloriette, favorite in Tyler Bacon.
Just a consistent, hard-knocking filly. Her winning streak was ended last time by Demi Danu.
Stellar Lily and Julien Leparoux.
More of a closing type. Ron Moquette having an amazing meeting. His personal best in wins here at the Oaklawn Park stand.
Hot Pink Silk, so Gary Barber. There's Itzel.
Here's the speed. I think the speed of the speed with Christian Torres for Peter Miller.
Cantex and Rafael Bejarano, contender.
She is 5 for 6 at the distance, and she is a closing sprinter. She's got a huge chance here.
Dashingly Abel Cedillo.
Add some speed to the affair. Should be involved early.
Can't believe it. Double Down Stable. They had the the boat race, we called it yesterday, the Boat Exacta.
And Jimmy DeVito really is barn heating up late in this Oaklawn Park meeting.
Nick Juarez to ride for D. Wayne Lucas. American Promise in the Derby here aboard our keepsake, that big white blaze.
Yeah, real nice effort last time against Itzel. Just couldn't cut into her margin. Nick Juarez, a good rider, seems to ride even better for Wayne Lucas. I just feel like Wayne instills a confidence in him, and you could see it in his riding. You know, most trainers don't understand. If you instill confidence in your rider, you're going to get better efforts from them.
He's decades Wayne Lucas. Derby just better with the coach involved. It's a great time of year to be a racing fan and a great day to be a racing fan. Here at Oaklawn Park, such a loyal, strong fan base, and what a show Oaklawn put on today with the Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna, in the feature Apple Blossom.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Nightcap on tap. Apple Blossom Saturday, picture perfect afternoon in Hot Springs. And the 12th in 3 minutes, horses warming up. And Gloriette, the current choice at 2-1, two-time winner here at Oaklawn Park. Tyler Bacon in the saddle. To Maggie and Acacia trackside, great job as always today, you two.
Oh, well, we're always in good company when we're on with you and Richie too, Lafitte. But Acacia, you and I turned to each other when we were discussing which horses to talk about here, and we both said the 2's the favorite.
Yeah, a little bit surprised as Gloriette, who was 2-5 last time and was beaten by Demi Danu, and I wonder if we're going to see a similar case again today. I don't know about you, Maggie, but I thought Gloriette, she looks a little bit long and wispy in her coat just for the favorite, just not really what I would love to see for the appearance she made pre-race.
And just unassuming looking. Like, she does not look like the favorite. Now, I get taking her. She showed at least some adaptability last time, where she seemed like a horse that wanted to be on the front end to do her best running. At least she did close. So I think a feather in her cap, but there were others that I preferred much more from a physical perspective, including the overlay, as the guys were talking about in here, Demi Danu.
Yeah, my only notes I wrote on her when she walked by was strong. I mean, she is the quintessential sprinter build. She's blocky. You can see even with her on the track right now, just in her hind end, the power that she has, and that big white face where she's easy to spot. Now, I can understand, too, she ran a gaudy by her speed figure last time. That was a little bit of an outlier versus what she'd been running prior to that.
Yes, but I feel like some of her Prairie Meadows races added up to that. And, two, she beat many in here fair and square. Like, there wasn't that much trouble by anybody else. She just circled the field and won confidently. She was 20-1 that day, so maybe that's why you're still getting a decent price on her. Moving on to some pace factors, including number 5, Itzel, for Peter Miller.
And she was able to just kind of run the field off their feet last time out. Our keepsake, who's also in here, was in second and just was no match for her. Itzel was able to go right to the front. She opened up early with that early speed. She had the earplugs and back in the paddock, and there's actually some good size to her as well. I was surprised with how big she is for a sprinter.
Yeah, she doesn't look like your typical sprinter. A lot of leg on her too, but well turned out from the overall perspective. And you can kind of see why she was a turf horse prior. She has a little bit of a turf look, but hey, the proof is in the pudding. She has easily, or at least last time, she easily handled the dirt surface. And then number 8, Dashingly, seems like the darling of New Mexico as she's going to try to take her show on the road here for Todd Fincher. She just looks fast to me, and I know she might not be as fast as Itzel, but at least you know that she has shown she can win from off the pace.
Absolutely. I think you would we'd be remiss not to mention Todd Fincher. If you're a little bit unfamiliar with him, you think to Senor Buscador, who was running in New Mexico or Arizona type tracks, and he was able to compete on the biggest stages and prove that he could hang with competition. So we'll see if that form does transfer over from Sunland for this horse, as she was wide throughout and just clearly far best of what she faced in her most recent effort.
I wrote down slingshot move.
Yeah.
Woof! Right past the rest of the field. But Acacia, as we have a couple minutes before they load, your thoughts and reflections on the day?
Well, it's just really cool, Maggie, to see the stars step out onto the track and show up when you want them to. We talked yesterday about hoping to see a deep distaff division, and Free Like a Girl, no discredit to her. She ran her heart out like she always does. Torpedo Anna is just better than what she's been facing, but I will be curious to see what she continues to do down the line and if she faces the boys again.
Right? That would be so amazing if she faced the boys. We'll see what the boys can muster up so far in that handicap division. But every time that she just dominates like she does on the racetrack, I just get goosebumps, and I love what Richie said. She just makes you a fan and makes you appreciate the very lucky position that we are both in, that we're all in on this show, to be able to showcase that and be so close to greatness.
She certainly makes our job a lot more exciting and a lot more interesting as we get a chance to follow through those storylines.
Lafitte.
Gets the blood pumping, doesn't she? And for these fans and young fans, they showed up to see a superstar, and the superstar delivered.
Did not disappoint, and you could see the smiles on people's faces, and young people. She will create fans. It's great to see superstars in our sport.
She wins. Free Like a Girl runs second. I'm good to go. Matt Dinnerman, one final time. With the call, 12th and final on Apple Blossom Saturday from Oakland Live on Fox Sports 2.
The finale. And we're off in the nightcap. Can't believe it gets the first call. Itzel is prominent in the early stages. Stellar Lily firing forward. Gloriette from the inside moving up. It's Stellar Lily, narrow lead on Itzel, and Gloriette to the inside. Takes back to third, stalking in a pocket. Can't believe it. Parked outside of her. Then comes Dashingly in the 5th position with Our Keepsake. Gap of 2 to Demi Danu. Second to last, 4 clear of Cantex. The Arkansas bred is at the back. Into the turn, they dash. And Itzel has the lead into the turn here, opening up the lead to a length. Now it's a length and a quarter. Can't believe it, though. Comes on the scene and tries to get closer as they round the far turn. Itzel half length in front. Can't believe it. Shaken up from the outside on her throat latch. Our Keepsake makes her way into third, coming to the top of the lane as Gloriette's completely given way. She's done. Dashingly right behind the leaders. Stellar Lily tries to re-rally but needs to pick it up. Demi Danu on the extreme outside, unleashed with a final furlong burst. She's coming on now. Itzel the leader from Can't Believe It. Our Keepsake struggling. Demi Danu into third, but she's not doing enough at the moment. She's going to come with one last burst. Can't Believe It. Itzel going at it. It's Can't Believe It with a head in front. Can't Believe It wins the nightcap. Ramon Vasquez, a hat trick for him today on Apple Blossom Day. Itzel second, Demi Danu third. Our Keepsake and Cantex were next.
Double down. Double down stables. They had the Exacta yesterday. Take down the nightcap here. Can't Believe It. Ramon Vasquez, big afternoon.
Big afternoon, 3 wins, and Jimmy DeVito's barn's really come to life here.
Going well. Thanks so much for joining us on this stellar afternoon of Thoroughbred Racing. For our cast and crew, thanks so much for joining us, where racing fans, sports fans had a chance to see something special. The champion, a reigning horse of the year who refuses to lose, Torpedo Anna, still perfect at Oaklawn Park, still perfect 2 for 2 as a 4-year-old filly. And in front of her adoring fans and everyone close to her, the favorite comes through and delivers to win this Grade 1 Apple Blossom. We'll see you tomorrow for another day of racing here at Oaklawn Park.